because, of course, Protoss has the... Oh, he's actually going to lose the bunker if he doesn't pull another SCV. He pulls the SCVs. He's going to lose the bunker. He has no tank behind this. I think he's going to have to lift his natural, and Bonyth might actually just walk up kogeT. It's going to be... I don't think eOnzErG has the production to match this. Again, remember, Protoss is on equal bases with the Zerg, so, I mean, unless eOnzErG has a weird Ninja Expo, it's really hard for me to conceive of him defending against this with just layer units, but it looks like he's doing it, so eOnzErG playing kind of out of...
They are on hold position. There he goes. There's no scan, and this is going to be the last move for Body. There's half of the army instantly gone. Now the Mutas instantly jump on top of him. The Lurkers have traded so well and then thinned out this Marine ball quite a bit. Maybe he can bust through. Oh, he's going to lose all of his Marines to these couple Lurkers. The vessels were a little bit out. He waits, the more devastating. Now he goes in, but the 4 cannons are up. So this is it for eOnzErG. Zealous trying to be a hero in the front. You can see how fast these cannons are going down. Ling's getting on top of the bottom cannon. There's only one remaining, and if this cannon goes down, there's going to be no more detection for fun.
Great, because this Arbiter's going to get energy, and kogeT's not going to get the EMP off. I think Stasis is going to go off, but no, actually the EMP lands before anything gets Stasis, so Favre cannot take
this might be kogeT just going for the throat. He's stimming in here. 4 Sunkens are strong. Good Muta control at the bottom. I think it's just way too much kogeT. All of the Sunkens are falling. You can see how fast the Mutalisks also fall. And this is going to be kogeT just busting through. Where are the Lings? Did they also get picked off?
That was really good for Ultra, killing 2 SCVs like that.
Yeah, it was not bad, but it's got to be careful to not lose these Marines. Almost manages to pick off that weakened Marine. Look at that moving shot with the SCV. That's not something you see every day, especially with an SCV. But that's 3 Marines that just get wiped out by 1 Marine and 2 SCVs. And now Ultra's in big time trouble.
Bo is making a scout. He has a shuttle out with the Reaver already. There's no turret, only Marines to defend against the shuttle, and I think he's going to be able to completely decimate this as he drops on top of the Terran army. The Reaver gets a nice shot onto the 2 tanks. It dies, but not before taking 2 tanks with it, and Bo's army is just going to clean this up.
They're trying to come in, but remember, there's still 3 Corsairs alive. We're not worried about 2 Mutas here, so I think that Bo White might actually bust him. That's a great storm. Hits so many Hydras, he has at least 2 more available. And that's gonna hit the Mutas too. It dealt so much damage, so now the Muta switch is completely nullified to go there. He sees the units coming in from the angle. Can the Maelstrom... Oh, he gets a good Maelstrom right there, right on top of him. And the Storm gets the Hydras in the back. And this is the trade that he was looking for. But is there enough Zealots?
That was absolutely... And I wonder, Kronik, he doesn't... I feel like Kronik is totally caught out of position. He's going to lose these tanks for free. I don't know how many units Kronik has at his main base. He's up on the low ground. I feel like Danny's just going to bust here, and he's going to get into Kronik's main base. And what's Kronik going to do? He has to basically really start getting super cost effective against the Protoss army. And again, he's only on 1-0 upgrade, so not quite hitting his power spike just yet, but you can see that Boa's economy is struggling. He's just not producing that many units, and he doesn't have anything to really contest this, despite being a really early push. And now Danny's sieging up. Vulture's in front. Vulture's going to receive these Zealots. The Zealots get on top of the tanks, though. Dandy not quite focused. Okay, you see Dandy beautifully focus firing the Dragoons and unsieging right after that, so he doesn't get any more siege fire onto the Zealots, and Dandy played that perfectly there, completely wiped the floor with Boa's army, and he's just going to go
down at the same time. Only kills a couple. Oh, he gets.
Oh, that was a massive storm. It's not quite clear where does kogeT go from here. The fight's gonna happen. Oh no, okay. I think it's just a couple of straggling units. Dewalt going in here, trying to see if he has a bust timing onto this army. There's a lot of tanks, and actually I think kogeT will have more than enough. The tanks have really good split here to not get stasis too much. But actually Dewalt, with the extra Zealots, pushes through, finds 6 stasis, even 1 stasis for 2 more mutas, but like, the push is coming. Avilov is in position. Storms go off though, and Dewalt, if he just lands a couple of good storms, it's going to be enough for him to push through here. He has so many Dragoons, so many Zealots, bunch of gates rallying behind this. Still, look, the drone count is pretty even, and Sziky has 2 hatcheries going, and he has access to the second gas, so he doesn't have to expand just yet. He can play aggressively. This map really kind of still looks so much Zerg red units coming down. This is exactly what I was expecting to see. You really just want to keep flooding the Protoss at this point. You should be perpetually maxed, perpetually sending a bunch of Lings, and finally, okay, Sziky finds the engagement he was looking for. All he on the third base, and he's actually just going to take this fight with a +2 carapace timing, but Gornish has his as well, so we're just going to have a dogfight in the air. Mutalisk versus Mutalisk, just the blob, green blades going everywhere. Scourge coming in from Sziky. No more Scourge, actually a couple from Gornish as well, and we'll have to see here, there's no clear advantage. I mean, it's just Mutalisk flailing them. Yeah, it looks like
there's just way too much air for Sziky, and Gornish, who had all those wings, unfortunately, doesn't help him in an air battle. Now he's going to lose bottom right, get back as if he gets a catch onto that Reaver, but there's a second one already there. Oh no,
yeah.
no, they both go down. Well, no,
Dude.
one of them goes down, but the 2 Reavers on the high ground are now just going to lay. Hey man, look at those! That juicy shot onto those 5 goons. 3 of them die instantly, and this is going to be eOnzErG easily holding Boa's attack.
the burrow with your lurkers to hold positions, but it looks like still True Touch is going to push through here.
Yeah, 120 supply versus 90, but Hydras are just so good. There's no Storm either, so that's a great Storm in the back, and that's going to completely wipe these Hydras. And now it's 4 base versus 4. She's still in a bit of trouble. Oh my God! With the nails from the Archons just sitting there, just going to blast down all of the Mutas list, and this is 11 Mutas all time. We are back with another day of the BSL. It is now day 3, and this time we've got 6 matches lined up for you guys. I, of course, am Nyokin, joined by the one and only, the Gypsy. And today, Mihai, what do you think about our matches? Because our first match is probably going to be a preview of the finals, or it's looking like it's going to be a preview of the finals. It is Bonyth versus Dewalt.
Yeah, thank God, Nyokin, that you told me exactly what that match was going to be, because I had to pull up the games. But yeah, Dewalt versus Bonyth. I mean, today, actually, I was thinking about this yesterday, and we were talking about it with a couple of people. But today's lineups are actually pretty nuts. And we have a good mix here of all the races. You know, Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. Not just Protoss, not just Zerg, some Terran, not just Protoss. But we have a lot of different matchups. So Dewalt versus Bonyth is going to be the first game today. And then we're going to have some crazy other games like Boa versus kogeT. I'm really looking forward to that one. Dandy, eOnzErG, Sziky, Boa, Dewalt, Dandy, eOnzErG. Oh, actually, eOnzErG, Boa, and then Sziky versus Boa. So it's going to be a pretty packed day today. We're going to have more games than we've had last week, I believe. It's going to be 6 in total. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we had 5 matches last week. This time it's going to be 6 because this is round robin. There's going to be 28 games played, and we don't want it to go on forever. So we're now starting to pack the weekends with 6 now. And I think next weekend there's going to be 6 more, and that will be the end of the round of 8. And we're finally going to have our top 6. As you pointed out, kogeT versus Bonyth today, not going to be happening. Instead, it's been replaced with Sziky versus Boa. What I'm mostly looking forward to today is to see, is there any Terran player? Is there any Zerg player that can get on the board? Because last week, complete domination from the Protoss players. The only Protoss players to lose were when they were facing other Protoss players. And the only person to get a win on the board was Dandy, and that was a Terran versus Zerg. So if Terran or Zerg want to make it to the round of 6, I feel like today is a must-win day because there's not many more games to be played, really. So if you're gonna, go 0-2, 0-1 today, you're more than likely gonna bomb out as probably the last place finisher in the group. So these 2 days are crucial for players like eOnzErG and Sziky if they want to make it into the round of 6.
Yeah, and you're totally right about that, Nyokin. Again, the Terran and Zerg players, they're basically all down there, except for Dandy, who essentially has been doing really, pretty decently so far. He played versus Sziky and 2-0'd him last week. So Dandy, he's feeling a bit more comfortable than the other players here, but kogeT, Sziky, and eOnzErG definitely need some strong showings today if they want to kind of secure their spots. Now, thankfully for the Terran and Zerg crew, I mean, in total, they make up 4 players, and I think we're only going to be losing 2 players here from the group stages. So we're definitely going to have at least 2 Terran or Zerg. Who knows if it's going to be 2 Terrans or 2 Zergs. But today, definitely kind of a do or die situation for a lot of those players, I feel like, because it's going to start to get pretty dicey to climb back up from the rankings there. But we're talking about Terran and Zerg, but the first matchup is going to be a clash of titans.
Yeah, so it's going to be a PvP, and every single season it seems to be that I remember Dewalt going up against Bonyth, and it's just always been Bonyth has his number. They have similar builds, they have similar, results in fights, but just in the end, Bonyth always seems to take the victory. And as we point out all the time in Bonyth's profile, he is, 14-0 or something versus Protoss. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Dewalt to take down Bonyth. But Dewalt's looking stronger than ever. And before the season started, we both agreed that we think that Dewalt's at least going to make it to the final. So maybe this is his season. We are seeing the statistics. There it is. There's the 14-0 versus Protoss for Bonyth. But no slouch for Dewalt. 5-2, 71% win record versus Protoss. And you imagine that probably both of those losses were versus Bonyth.
Yeah, I mean, Bonyth not only is he 14-0, but with the amount of games that he's won already this season in PvP, I think that number is probably like 100-0. Just has been on a complete tear, and it is by far his best matchup, especially relative to the other players here. So Dewalt, these 2 players, they are the favorites for the tournament. And I think now probably the dark horse must be BSL, right? But all Protosses. But again, like you were saying, I think Bonyth is going to be favored in this matchup because his PvP compared to his other matchups is just so sick.
Yeah, he's just a monster in this particular matchup. If you remember back in the round of, was it 32, Tech was on the brink of taking him down, though. There was that one fight where he traded ridiculously well. So it's not like Bonyth is unkillable, but Dewalt's going to have fantastic trades if he wants to take down Bonyth. I remember there was a game that I saw. I can't remember whether it was on BSL or if it was just a public stream. It was on Cross Game. You remember that map in the ladder pool? The 2-player, like, Inferno type map? Yeah, Dewalt had a killing move on Bonyth, and he held, like, with one hit on his Zealot or one hit on his Goon, just barely holds it. And then he had a better econ, ended up taking the game. And that just seems to be the story between Bonyth and Dewalt. They have such close battles, yet somehow Bonyth is always on top. And then because of that small advantage, he just seems to seal the deal. So I'm hoping that today Dewalt gets a little bit of revenge because, like I said, it just seems to be always the case that Bonyth wins.
Yeah, it would be nice to have someone else win, right? Especially in PvP. And I think, it would be much funner for the audience, without a doubt, to see that Bonyth can actually bleed in PvP. But we've yet to see that in BSL history, really. Bonyth has not lost the PvP. So it's going to be for sure an uphill struggle here for Dewalt. But if someone can do it out of all the Protosses, I mean, even I think eOnzErG might have a good chance against Bonyth, but Dewalt definitely, he can definitely win today. But again, it's just Bonyth is such a god in PvP as opposed to the other matchups. We'll have to see. I'm curious here. I mean, I know Zero actually gave us the rundown of the maps that they're going to play. And apparently it's going to be Polypoid, Sylphid, and Eclipse. So what do you think, Nyokin, about this map pool? Is it going to be good for Bonyth? Is it going to be good for Dewalt? I mean, they're playing the most standard maps.
Yeah, this is no surprise to me that these maps got picked. Polypoid, I'm imagining, comes down to spawns, as we point out consistently on Polypoid. If someone has third base high ground advantage, I'm going to like their position a lot more. Sylphid, pretty standard map. In Eclipse, I don't really see a positional advantage on either spawns. I think this is probably just going to be a standard slugfest. Now, I remember yesterday you were talking about,
to underscore creative, he is
on Discord
Subagosu
with
for 10
us
months. Let's
about
go
how
Bonyth.
Storm Drop is
Bonyth
just almost
waiting.
untouchable from the Protoss player. You think we're going to see either player open straight Citadel into Storm, or is it more than likely just going to be, consistent Reaver play across the board?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see. I think probably the biggest kind of variation you could see from either player, and something that would be kind of shocking is if someone goes for some sort of DT drop. But honestly, like DTs into expansion, did I say DT drop? But just DT opening rather. And DTs into expansion has been kind of a staple of the matchup recently, in terms of opening DTs and expanding behind it with cannons and Templar. So I would be interested to see if either of these players whip it out. And we've seen Bonyth actually go for stuff like 2-gate in base, weird openings there. So I think Dewalt probably is the type of player that will most likely open a Robo all 3 games. Maybe he'll throw in a Citadel. But Bonyth is the one who might actually throw in something absolutely crazy and kind of really spice things up. But on those maps, I feel like Eclipse, definitely we're probably going to see bog standard play because it's a 2-player map, right? But like probably Dewalt is going to have some real shots on Polypoid and Sylphid, because Polypoid, again, 4-player map, it's harder to scout. Sylphid, there's no ramp. So that all those factors definitely add to the variance of the games.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for the players to get the game started. I think we do have the 3 maps picked, as Mihai has pointed out, Polypoid, Sylphid, and Eclipse. Now, it may be a bit of a struggle to get the games made because for those of you that have been playing on Battle.net the past few days, ladder's been broken, it seems. And also, I know that you have struggled to get into games yesterday with players like Crossy and Boa.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit of...
it's going to take a while.
Yeah, it potentially. So let's just go on to a different topic. I was looking at the BSL polls today, and there was a poll for what our caster name should be, Mihai.
Yeah.
What do you think should it be? The number 1 vote was Gypsokin. There was also other options like Nioxy, Gaikin, Niokincy, Dan and Mihai, and SNS. You know what SNS stands for?
No. Sword and
Sexy
shield?
and skillful, apparently.
Oh.
That was second place. Second place.
Yeah, that sounds like something Zero would come up with for sure.
So what do you think our name should be? I like Dan and Mihai, really, but Gypsokin got the number 1.
So lame. Gypsokin is actually pretty sick, but I thought it would something like Nipsey.
Nipsey? Yeah, I like that one.
I don't know. I mean, nothing comes close to Tastosis. I won't, Tastosis just sounds good. It's legendary. Gypsokin is kind of there, but it's weird, I feel like. But maybe Gypsokin's pretty good if you think about it.
I still like Gypsy the most, really, but that's not on the poll. Niokinzy is up there.
Niokinzy?
There's too much Niokin in that name.
I know, but I feel like Gypsokin's fine for now. Or Nipsey. Nipsey? No, Nipsey's terrible, dude. It's actually a terrible name. Gypsokin's good. I feel like that's our name now. Dan. Gypsokin. But it just sounds so much like Gypsy, right? It's a lot of it's just no Gypsy. It's not the Y, it's Gypsokin. So I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? What does Tastosis sound more like? Artosis or Tasteless?
Artosis. I think it sounds more like Artosis, but
does it? Tastosis? I feel like it sounds like, I mean, it's such a perfect like fusion, honestly.
We
did it, Niokin.
We are going to get into the game. Yes. So our first map is going to be on Polypoid. It is going to be most likely a preview of the finals or potentially the semifinals. It is going to be Bonyth versus Dewalt. Let's see if Dewalt can finally get some revenge on Bonyth. So in the top right, in the olive green, we have our Russian Protoss player. It is Dewalt.
And in the bottom left, in the navy, it is the Polish legend, Bonyth. And straight into Polypoid. Now, you're a lifesaver because you actually came up with the best topic. You know, when I'm put on the spot like that, I don't know how you do it.
I don't know what to say because you seem to be the king of talking just a bunch of nonsense. I listen to your stream all the time. You just rant all the time.
Oh.
But yeah, Gypso we can go with that for now.
Yeah,
Nipsey is also fine. I'm looking at the chat right now. I see Niopsy. That sounds like biopsy. I don't know about that one. But Gypso Ken, we'll go with that. Now, we did get cross spawns for Dewalt versus Bonyth. So what do you think about this? Because we don't have the scenario where one player is going to have high ground advantage. We don't have the scenario where one player is not going to have high ground advantage.
Right.
So what do you think about this?
Well, in my experience, I feel like cross spawns across most of the matchups on Polypoid almost guarantees really long games. Of course, not something like ZVZ or whatever, but Polypoid really is the kind of map that really draws games out. And even if you don't have the high ground necessarily facing your opponent, it still plays a factor in defending. And just in general, Polypoid is a huge map, and it's really hard to attack either of the main bases. So to be completely honest with you, Nyokin, I feel like this setup definitely favors Dewalt. You know, and Debo actually tipping
$10.
Yeah, can you answer that question for him?
Who's more handsome, Nyokin or Zero?
Now, is it because did he not put you in there because it's just obvious that if your name's in there?
No, I'm just a class
choice.
below you guys, and I accept it. Don't worry about it. I accept it. I mean, people in the chat were asking, you know, if I'm a drug dealer, so who knows?
Oh no.
But you know, it is what it is, guys. Sometimes your chat just gets overly European, and I accept it, being European myself. So, but getting back into this game, Nyokin, because I was explaining a point before you rudely interrupted. Yeah, I forgot. This is gonna be good for Dewalt though, because this is exactly what I was gonna say, Nyokin. I think Dewalt is actually favored in really long games versus Bonyth. I think Bonyth is probably he's so clinical in the early game because that really accentuates his strengths, right? Like in terms of being a positional player, in terms of being a micro-based player. But if they get into late game situations where they get more than, you know, 2 bases, and we're talking about storm drops coming in and like just kind of more grand management, I think that would suit Dewalt. And Polypoid cross spawns, you're gonna get that most likely, as opposed to most other maps.
Yeah, Bonyth is very surgical with his. Oh, what's that? Okay, it's a robo. I was a little excited because of how fast it was, thinking potentially it might have been a Citadel. We do see that there was a Zealot opening for Dewalt, whereas Bonyth skipped the initial Zealot, ended up going into straight Goon. So I think that's going to give him a slight probe advantage, maybe like 1. But we'll have to see what he's going to use that on. We do see second gate coming in for him. It was Robo, as I already pointed out, but no second gate for Dewalt just yet. I feel like we saw this before, didn't we? Where it was one gate expand.
It was one of the Boa games.
Yeah, I was trying to think who was it versus, and it was versus Boa, but wasn't it Bonyth the one that went for the 1 gate expand and just barely holding on?
Yeah, I don't know. Was it Bonyth or Oya? I'm not sure, but we've seen this before, and you know, obviously Nyokin and I, we're not Protoss players, so we're not like super expert on exactly how this plays out in the build orders, but really the person with the 1 gate. I'm assuming to get 2 gates out like that, you probably might cut something somewhere, so you don't necessarily have immediately a unit advantage over someone who's 1 gating, but the 1 gate player is clearly going to have a faster nexus here. So Dewalt's going to get the nexus out, and because this is cross spawn, I mean, he has so much more time. But actually, here's the thing, right? I think Dewalt's probably gonna go straight for Reaver. Yeah, so this is why he actually went for 1 gate. So his Reaver is going to be much earlier. And Bonyth is going for the 2 gate obs opening into Reaver. So really, Dewalt, honestly, has a pretty decent build order advantage here. He's going to have a faster Nexus. He's not going to die to DTs. So his fast Reaver is not going to be punished. And the thing is, though, he doesn't have that much scouting information. So he is playing a bit in the dark. But for now, it looks like, you know, he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, he did get that probe in and did see the robotics, whereas Bonyth's probe got pushed out a long time ago, so he cannot afford to just go straight Reaver. He does build the Observer, does make sure that he's not going to die to DT, and look at the timing of the Nexus. It's going to be almost complete by the time Bonyth puts down his own Nexus. It's still not down.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Shuttle is already out, but we did see that Reaver is already out for Dewalt. Now, he does need to get a shuttle of his own because, as we've seen, Reavers without shuttles, sure, they can blast the goons, but more than likely they are going to fall pretty quickly. So here comes that first Reaver, and Bonyth is going to start moving out. Now, this looks like almost a repeat of the Boa Bonyth game because we're seeing a timing coming in from Bonyth this time, whereas Dewalt is the one going into the Reaver and the passive 3 gate.
Yeah, and we'll have to see here. I'm assuming this is going to be a second Reaver, but as we saw last week, eOnzErG busted through Boa with just the shuttle control alone, and if someone can do it, definitely Bonyth. I mean, his shuttle control is going to be on point. There's no pylon in front to soak up some of the damage, so this is going to be a really strong timing from Bonyth if he controls the Reaver just right. But that is 2 Reavers there for Dewalt, so if he has some good target firing, you can see, oh my god, the shuttle actually went down right away, and now the Reavers are wailing on. And this is massive for Dewalt. He completely demolishes this attack. His expansion has been up for a minute at least. Bonyth just now expanding, lost his entire force there, and Dewalt, he's gonna win this game.
Yeah, the goons sniped the shuttle, and both of the Reavers were in it, so that was instantly tons and tons of DPS down the drain, and Bonyth is not going to be able to trade favorably in that fight. He is down so many goons. What is it, 7 versus 2 right now? You can see he's struggling to get any more units out. He even puts down 4 gates in response while also putting down his Nexus. I don't even know if he can afford the Nexus because I feel like that's going to get breached. Now, Dewalt did lose both of his Reavers too, but he didn't also lose a shuttle, so he's just in a ridiculous position right now. He's up 7-4 in terms of goon count. He does see the Reaver, so I don't think he's going to poke in. But Dewalt he's just going to try and take down the Reaver. That's a good shot. And that Reaver is going to fall. Oh, no, it's not. It hasn't fallen just yet.
Oh my god, and Dewalt, he's throwing away his advantage. Still, though, Dewalt is in a much better position just by virtue of the fact that his Nexus was up so much earlier than Bonyth's Nexus, but somehow Bonyth has gone up to 4 gate here, and Dewalt's still only on 3 gate, and he did just throw a lot of his Dragoons. So honestly, Nyokin, I think that the game just evened out there. Dewalt kind of getting too far ahead of himself, and again, you know, that is polypoid for you. The rush distances on cross spawns are just so huge, and the natural is so defensible for both players that really going for an attack like that, even though he was in such a good spot, was kind of too hasty. And now Dewalt, you can see he's throwing down his Citadel. He is going to go into Templar tech shortly. I'm curious to see if he's going to try and take a 3rd base anytime soon. Probably not. He's going to just increase his gateway count. He's going to start adding Zealots. And the shuttle is out on the map to go for some harassment. Now, I'm curious if he's going to actually invest into the speed shuttle at this point, because really, he already is going into Citadel, already is going to Templar. Maybe he wants to bank some of that gas for a lot of those upgrades. But so far, I mean, Dewalt is still in a better spot because he's going to go up to 5 gates. He's going to get Zealots in. This shuttle is coming in.
Oh, he got so many probe kills, but he's got to be careful. Luckily, Bonyth not reacting with his goons. What is he looking at right now? He must be looking at something because he's not reacting in the main, not reacting at the natural. It's going to be another huge hit. He just wiped out so many probes, and now the shuttle, it has speed kicking, and he potentially might be able to get out. No, it looks like he is. Oh, well, one goon going to try and fight this one Reaver in the shuttle. It gets glitched out. Unorthodox from Bonyth to have his units be the one bugging out. He takes down that goon. This is just fantastic. Look at supply 20 supply lead for Dewalt. You know, a lot of it's in probes now, like a 20 worker lead potentially. So Dewalt in a fantastic position. You can see that he realizes how far ahead he is. He puts down a battery and a cannon just to make sure he doesn't die to some potential counterattack or something like a DT. So really nicely done for Dewalt, and he's got 5 gates up, he's got his tech up, he's got his Templar Archive down, and I didn't see a single other tech building from Bonyth. I didn't see Citadel or Archive anywhere.
Yeah, and this is hilarious here. Dewalt actually skimped out on a lot of the observers this game, just went shuttle, Reaver, just a bunch of Reavers nonstop, and you can see he didn't really have scouting information. He was afraid of a Bonyth counterattack as he committed his shuttle there. But look at this arc, and this is exactly what I'm talking about here on Polypoid. It's just so hard to attack into this. Even if the high ground is off to the side here, it's going to play a huge role in the defense here. Now, Dewalt does not have a shuttle, but the Reavers are spread out nicely. Bonyth, he has to inch himself slowly, but now Dewalt comes in, he snipes the observer, which is huge. Now, suddenly, Bonyth does not have as much vision of this high ground to the left, and it's going to be much harder for him to break through. The shuttle comes in, picks up one of the Dewalt's Reavers, and I think Dewalt, he's setting himself up beautifully here. Bonyth knows he can't just attack here, so he's going to go for a harassment type play. And look at that DT, actually, when there's no observer for Bonyth, so that DT is just going to walk on through. He's going to start swiping onto these Dragoons. Bonyth realizes he doesn't have detection, so he's going to retreat here. And Dewalt, again, he is at in a really good spot from his Reaver harassment, but he needs to find, I think if he just expands here, it goes up to 3 base, he's really going to solidify his lead.
Yeah, it's still a 20 supply lead for Dewalt. Bonyth is catching up, though. He does have 5 gates himself. Still, I don't see Citadel or Archive anywhere. Luckily for Bonyth, he did keep his 2 Reavers alive, and we've seen how well Reavers can... Oh, no. There's the game changer right there. DT has gone unscouted. Now it's going to be intercepted by the observer, but there's no units in position. Luckily, it looks like Bonyth sees it this time. He didn't see the Reaver earlier, but that's 3 kills already. Okay, it is going to be taken out, but Bonyth is looking like he's setting up for an attack, but as we pointed out, this is Polypoid, and Dewalt's just sitting there on the high ground.
Yeah, his Reavers are in position. The Dragoons are firing uphill, so they're going to lose a lot of their DPS, but this is about as good of an engagement Bonyth's going to get now. Still, the high ground working against him, but, you know, Bonyth, he might be able to do this. The 2 Reavers are laying so much damage, but now I feel like the high ground is starting to play against him. A lot of the Dragoon DPS is lost, and Dewalt just completely smashes this as his Zealot transition comes in, a GG.
So GG coming out from Bonyth, and Dewalt is going to put a point on the board for himself. Finally going to take a win versus Bonyth, and finally, no more 100% win rate in PvP. The king has fallen, at least in game 1 of Polypoid.
Yeah, that was surprising and maybe even uncharacteristic there from Bonyth. Now, we have to mention that Dewalt's build in that game was absolutely perfect against what Bonyth was doing. And obviously in PvP, there's a luck of there's an amount of luck really in terms of, okay, I'm gonna go with this build, and sometimes you don't have it's really hard to have perfect information in a matchup like PvP. But for Dewalt, he opened with a very strong build against what Bonyth was doing, so he got into an amazing position right away. But it was really kind of weird to see Bonyth want to be so aggressive on cross spawns on Polypoid. He tried to go for a really early timing, got completely smashed, and from there Dewalt kind of cruised to an easy victory.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see the 2-gate Reaver play from Bonyth, but you know, sometimes when you go for unexpected play, it ends up being what you should have gone for, because a lot of times players will play too greedy. 1-gate Reaver, not going to be greedy enough though, because he had more than enough to just overwhelm that army. Now, even though Bonyth fell there, I'm not too worried about him going into game 2 because Dewalt smashed the first attack. Then he got like at least 15 probe kills, and still supplies were still very close for Bonyth. Now the uphill fight, of course, was kind of a botch there, but Bonyth realized the pressure he was in. He had to do something, so I don't fault him for just going for the Hail Mary. Also, the DT came in and disrupted the mining. So even though he does fall in game 1, still think it was okay for him. He had a bit of he had a pretty good recovery and tried to even up the score with his own Reaver drop at the natural, but obviously not getting as many kills. So now we are going to be going into game 2. Our next map is going to be Sylphid. Dewalt is up 1-0 versus Bonyth. So in the bottom left, up 1-0 in the purple, it is Dewalt.
And in the bottom right, in the red, it is Bonyth. And Sylphid, I mean, if Bonyth doesn't win on here, I'm going to be shocked.
Well, it's too far along now, but going into this, I wanted to see Dewalt proxy 2-gate because after getting a solid victory like that, I don't think Bonyth would expect to move like that. And also it shows it would show that his confidence in this particular matchup versus even Bonyth that, hey man, I'm just going to straight up go kill you because I know you can't stop it. So I would have liked to see that. Instead, it looks like we're just going to have normal play. Now this is Sylphid. This is no ramp like we saw on Polypod. We already saw Dewalt go for standard Zealot opener, and Bonyth did not build a Zealot. So I wonder if Bonyth will skip the Zealot again, or if we're going to see Dewalt skip the Zealot. I don't think that would be a smart move because Zealot's pretty strong, especially when they don't have to deal with any ramps.
Yeah. Of course, Sylphid being a rampless map, gateway builds are much more prominent. You know, if one player gets a contain going, it's so hard to break out of it. And so on this map especially, stuff like 3-gate, even sometimes 4-gate can happen, but obviously so far we have no idea what the intention of these players is. But I'm going to assume that probably Dewalt is going to open with something really safe, and that's something that's very characteristic of really kind of mechanically strong players now. Is that Dewalt, you know, you were talking about, I would like to see Dewalt doing do like a proxy 2-gate. I feel like Dewalt is just so unlikely to do that, just because of the type of player that he is. You know, he practices so much, and I think he seriously wants to be as best as he can be, right? And he probably prepares a lot for these games just by grinding game after game after game. It's really unlikely that players like that are willing to risk it and do crazy builds like that. And I think that's maybe one of his weaknesses as a player, as a competitive player, is that you can more than often just assume he's going to be playing a really solid game and take calculated risks. And I know Bonyth is the type of player that might capitalize on that.
Yeah, we did get the FP view from Bonyth, and I think he scouted sort of the center, but not really. So Proxy 2-gate would have ended this game because he cut the Zealot just like he did last game. So missed opportunity there, of course, for Dewalt. Now, we did see another Zealot. Probe is still in the base of Bonyth, and I don't think Bonyth realizes that. Now, I don't know if he can get around the edge of the assimilator. I don't think so. But there have been a couple games when I off-race PvP, and they just built a gateway in my base and built DTs. But it looks like Sylphid's a little too small for that. Oh, but he gets the perfect scout. And this is my build. It is just straight 3-gate.
Yeah, 3-gate again, I feel like is a very solid build here on Sylphid. It gives you enough units to go out and pressure so that you can inadvertently scout just through seeing how many units your opponent has. And then even if it's something like DTs, you can react by getting a forge down and then expanding. So, you know, in general, this is a really strong build here from Bonyth, but it's not like an all-in build at all. So it's not like Dewalt scouts this and the game's over. You can see Dewalt, he's reacting to it, getting his own 3 gates. It looked like Dewalt was trying to go for like a very greedy fast expand build. Hejek with the big $10 tips for BSL 11.
For BSL 11.
Thank you so much, man.
Don't give up.
But yeah, it is obviously PvP. Whenever you get scouting information like this, it's huge.
Yeah, and to get your 3 gates up that fast, Bonyth had to cut to get it, and there's the transition. Because he's been scouted, he's going to go straight into Robo. We do see that Dewalt did go into 3 gate himself. Now I notice his Nexus is starting to cut, whereas Bonyth is continuing to blink. So if Dewalt doesn't read this correctly and expects for the inevitable goon attack to be coming, he's going to fall farther and farther behind, because actually it doesn't seem like Bonyth is going that hard onto the goons. That's not a Robo for Dewalt either, so he's just getting further and further behind. I hope that's a Robo right there, because he's going to need it, because this Robo is almost done for Bonyth.
Yeah, it is a Robo, but Bonyth already coming in here. This one Zealot is going to do a lot of work, just tanking a lot of the hits here. Dewalt should be able to win this fight, but Bonyth Micro is, you know, always solid, and he's not going to take a bad engagement. Again, these early game situations are really what favor Bonyth in this matchup. And you saw on Polypoid, he just did not get to play those situations out. So I feel like he got really uncomfortable and went for those kinds of weird plays there. But on this map so far, I mean, Bonyth, this is where he excels. And so, you know, Dewalt is going to struggle here for a bit. But, you know, so far, I mean, Bonyth, you know, it is 3 gate versus 3 gate. Bonyth is going to get the Reaver out much faster than Dewalt will. So most likely he might have a timing, though, of course, Dewalt being the defensive player, you know, he will get his Reaver out. But actually, he's going to go for an Observatory. So Dewalt non-stop producing out of these 3 gates. And actually, the player that might have a timing here it might be Dewalt.
He might have a timing, but what I'm looking at going into the mid game is positional advantage for Bonyth here. He can go along the bottom side of the map without really any fear of being intercepted by goons, leaving his main completely exposed. Whereas if Dewalt wants to go for a counterattack or counter harassment, potentially he may be intercepted in the center of the map. Satan, thank you for the $10 tip. And here comes the probe, and he does get in far enough to see that there is no Nexus. He also confirms that there is no Reaver, whereas he has a Reaver of his own. Supplies are basically dead even, but with the tech advantage, and I think Bonyth recognized that there were way more goons. Once this first Reaver, or once this first shuttle comes out, he may just send it across the map, because I don't think Dewalt expects the Reaver to be out this fast.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Bonyth, he has really major decisions to make. Does he send the shuttle out for some harassment, or does he just keep it at home so that he can expand right away? And with the probe being out there, I mean, not expanding just yet. Again, this is what happens PvP on rampless maps. It's just so much harder to defend your base, so you really have to, you can't lose the fight, basically. So both players kind of posturing here, continuously making units, but of course they get the obs out, so now they're going to be scouting around, and if they see that the other player skimped out on units, they're just going to pounce. I feel like Dewalt, he realizes just how much he invested into non-stop production off the gateways. Okay, actually he's going to pull back now. He will have a Reaver of his own, and Bonyth actually went for the double Reaver here, so kind of expecting an attack from Dewalt, rightfully so, because his probe actually scouted so many Dragoons, as you pointed out earlier, Nyokin. But so far, Dewalt not going for that attack, and just kind of a weird situation. Both players still on one base 8 minutes in. They're basically up to 70 supply off of one base, so by the time they expand here, their main is going to be at least halfway mined out, or maybe a bit more. You can see the mineral count actually so low in the main base, so this is going to be a very low econ game, which means it more than likely is going to be decided in one fight.
Well, this might be the one fight, because there is a shuttle with double Reaver, and I don't think I've seen a single Reaver yet from Dewalt. I did see the shuttle. Okay, there's the first Reaver for Dewalt, so he's going to be down one Reaver, and double Reaver is so much better than single Reaver. Obviously, they're just going to be packing such a punch, but Dewalt, oh, his army is way too split up, and this is going to be really hard for him to stop. Bonyth's got to be very careful to not get his Reaver snipe or his shuttle snipe, but it looks like Bonyth just has a killer position. Look at these goons on the top. They're all clumped up, taking a big hit right there. Shuttle might fall. Reaver is going to fall first. Reaver, that's a good hit from Dewalt. He keeps his shuttle alive and his Reaver. Does he have enough?
Oh my god, Dewalt somehow I think is going to pull through here. The second Reaver just now joining the fight, and you know, that was a really even fight there. But the thing is, Bonyth essentially had a Reaver advantage there. He had 2 Reavers, and Dewalt had some sick shuttle micro to keep his Reaver way more relevant than the 2 Reavers of Bonyth. And Bonyth, I feel like, is just going to lose here. And oh my god, that was incredible by Dewalt. Honestly, being down 1 Reaver, he was controlling his Reaver like a maniac in that fight. And I'm surprised he actually won that, because that really is where Bonyth shines. But Dewalt outplaying Bonyth at his own game. You can see now, basically, the thing is, Dewalt actually didn't go for an expansion, and Bonyth expanded while attacking here. So while he's going to have a Nexus to defend, the reality is Dewalt has a really strong timing. He still has his shuttle. His shuttle, though, is in red HP, so he cannot lose it. If he loses it, he might throw away his advantage, but here he comes, dropping both Reavers. The shuttle does go down, but the Reavers connect enough here. The Dragoons of Bonyth melting, and suddenly I feel like this advantage is overwhelming.
Well, we saw this last game, and the Reaver was heroic for Bonyth. Let's see if he can be a hero again. Looks like Dewalt is splitting up very nicely this time, but Dragoons are really, really low in health. But because it is Sylphid, if he can just get right next to the Nexus, it's going to funnel up all the units coming in for Bonyth. And I think Dewalt has done it. Also, the Reaver, I don't think was picked up. Yeah, there it is in the back. And this is going to be Bonyth falling 2-0.
Damn. What an impressive performance by Dewalt there. Just, you know, Nayak, and I feel like Debo with a $20
Debo, the
you have a
pick
pretty
took
face.
$20. Gypsy, you have a pretty face.
Thanks so
Sorry
much,
for
Debo.
throwing
No,
you
don't worry
under the
about it. I
bus
really
earlier,
appreciate the kind
XOXO.
words anyway, but thanks for the $20 is what's really important, guys. Keeping the dream of BSL 11 alive. By the way, we almost are getting very close to that $4,000 goal we need to, you know, fund the next BSL. So incredible thanks to absolutely everyone who's been donating and supporting. But yeah, just such a sick result, Nayak, and I feel like we just sound like idiots, because the whole pregame we're hyping up Bonyth. We're like, Bonyth is just unstoppable. Bonyth is so strong in this matchup. And Dewalt, honestly, just straight up outplayed him 2-0.
Yeah, and it was a bit uncharacteristic of Bonyth, because the last fight at Dewalt's base, like, there was no reason for him to try and push the issue. He just overextended and got punished extremely hard. And then, you know, in game 1 on Polypoid, no reaction to the Reaver drop. There was just something off with his play today. So unfortunately, he's going to fall down, and Dewalt is now at the top of the leaderboard. He's going to be 8-0, I think, in round of 8. So he's looking really, it's almost guaranteed at this point that he's going to be, well, it is guaranteed that he's going to make it into the round of 8. We don't know where he's going to fall, but looking like he's going to be the top dog going into the top 6. And Bonyth finally gets a blemish on his record. Yeah, Bonyth looked a little off. So I'm curious, do we have him playing again today? I think, yeah, he's not going to be playing again today. We did have him versus kogeT, but it was replaced versus Sziky. I think that's a bit lucky for Bonyth, because of the overextension that we saw and the no reaction to the Reaver, that kogeT would have had a good chance today going up against Bonyth. So only one loss for Bonyth, not the end of the world, of course. But that's going to be it for game 1. But we're going to go into game 2 pretty soon. But before that, we're going to get into a quick break, and it is going to be Boa versus kogeT coming up.
Off guard there, but Boa is coming in with his own Reaver. He does get a nice shot off onto the Reaver of Bonyth, but unfortunately just loses his shuttle, loses all the Dragoons before the fight even started, and Bonyth is completely ravaging Boa's army.
I think this is just over. There's still a Zealot in the army for Bonyth, so he can just waltz in here, not really have to worry about taking a lot of damage. There's only one goon, and this is going to be Bonyth sealing the deal, taking 2-0 over Boa convincingly.
He could repair this bunker if he pulled every SCV right now, but actually Oya's just going to go straight on top of the bunker He's blocking some of the surface area from the SCVs not being able to repair it, and if he kills the bunker, it's 5 SCVs against 6 Dragoons here. It's barely gonna survive, actually, so big misstep from Oya. 3 more Dragoons are gonna reinforce this, so kogeT, I don't know if he's gonna be ready for this. There's still no tank out onto the field just yet. Is eOnzErG going for round 2? Again, just straight up focus firing the bunker. This is such ballsy play, but it's gonna pay off. He kills the bunker, and now kogeT is in a world of hurt.
This is 8 goons. It can definitely take down this command center if he continues to focus fire. And back on the other side of the map, eOnzErG is expanding. Look at that SCV to probe count. It's very even right now, 31 to 31. That's only 1 tank. Protoss is not scared of 1 tank. He can't afford to get this tank caught, and he catches it.
Here comes the big shot. How many kills? 1 kill so far. A lot of... oh my god, that was like a nuke going off into the kogeT's mineral line. He got so many SCVs there, and now suddenly kogeT is only on 49 SCVs, and the problem is he has no anti-air, like you were saying, Nyokin. So even if he doesn't lose, if he loses, that was another big shot. How many kills does this Reaver have? kogeT went from 49 SCVs to 39 SCVs. That was massive. I think that Reaver probably has like 20 SCV kills. Recall. He's gonna scoot in here, in between the turret, the Goliath, and actually I think he's gonna be able to recall kogeT's natural, and he gets it off. But I mean, this is not gonna do that much damage. 1 Arbiter with it though, with a massive stasis on top of the Goliaths. It's not tanks, but that's a lot of units. He kills both armories, and now it's massive that he's killing both armories. But the important part here is that he successfully got a recall off. That it doesn't seem like it's going to be cleaned quite as quickly as kogeT would want. If he kills this command center, that would be massive. But this is buying so much time for Oya to build carriers.
Minimap, yeah. eOnzErG's mined out in main, nat, third, mineral only is basically gone too. Really, he's only on 1.5 base mining, but it's just too much to overcome. kogeT taps out, so it's going to be eOnzErG taking a 2-0 win over one of our Terran hopes in the tournament, kogeT. Oh, we are back, but we are not actually back. Oh, there I am. I just teleported in. We have the technology, Mihai.
Yeah,
we have that Star Trek technology just walked in.
Dude, we're basically Super Saiyans. We like instant transmission. Then I was just going fucking. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Have you even ever watched Dragon Ball?
Yeah, okay. I've seen Dragon Ball. Of course, I've seen Dragon Ball.
Thank God.
So we just saw Dewalt get onto the board versus Bonyth. Now we're getting into our second matchup. It is going to be Boa versus kogeT. As I pointed out earlier today, the Terran and Zerg players, they must win today. Yeah. Otherwise, they may not get into the round of 6. I'm looking at the record of kogeT right now. He's 0-4 right now, whereas Boa, he at least is on the board at 2-4. So both of these players really, really want to win this particular matchup. Otherwise, it's looking very grim for their prospects making it into the round of 6.
Yeah, kogeT more so than Boa for sure, because kogeT hasn't won a game just yet. Boa, last week he 2-0'd Dandy, so I feel like he's probably going to be feeling pretty good going into this game. I think they actually played this game Monday, and that was pretty close to when Boa essentially 2-0 Dandy. So probably, probably the best time for Boa to be playing. Now, again, kogeT has to win this game, but I honestly feel like I would even slightly favor him just because of how shaky Boa has been looking like throughout the tournament, really. And against Dandy, he had some really sick builds to give him really strong early game advantages. So I feel like if kogeT actually stabilizes and plays a really long game, he would probably be favored, but we'll have to see if it even gets there.
Yeah, kogeT we saw last week, and I'm thinking back onto the Benzene game versus Oya. Despite having that huge advantage, kogeT made a decent recovery. I mean, he was down 60 supply at one point, so of course it's going to be very hard to recover. And as you were saying, Boa has looked a bit shaky throughout BSL. So I do agree that I would favor kogeT here, despite being down 0-4 in the round of 8. Now, I'm trying to see if we have the map set up. Nope, we don't have the maps set just yet, but We do see, of course, the profiles that kogeT, a monster in the BSL, pretty much 60% win rate across the board. I like his TVP the most, and as I say that, I see that is pretty much his best matchup. Whereas Boa, he's just been struggling really versus every single race. Now, I know you've been practicing with Boa quite a bit. What do you think of his chances going up against kogeT? Oh, well, skip that for now. We are going to be getting into game one. It is going to be on Polypoid. So this is going to be the second matchup, kogeT versus Boa. Feel like it's a must win for kogeT if he wants to make it into the round of 6. So in the top right in the blue is our Polish Terran kogeT.
And in the bottom left in the red, the Canadian Protoss player, Boa, residing in the US, of course. But
I'm looking at chat. We were talking about, instant transmission in the Star Trek. I don't know what it's called. What is it? What's the instant transmission in Star Trek?
like they just beam me
Oh
up,
yeah,
Scotty?
yeah, the beaming. But I forgot that there's StarCraft 2. We could have made a StarCraft 2 reference. Warpgate. We could have just gotten warped in. You know, when StarCraft 2 came out,
Yeah.
I initially picked Protoss, and I just hated them. I was like, man, this race is so weak. And then I played somebody on the ladder, and he was like, why don't you use warp gates? I'm like, what do you mean warp gates? He's like, yeah, you can just build units at any pylon. I didn't believe him because of how crazy that was. I was like, there's no way they put that into the game. You're telling me I built a pylon, I can just instantly build units? That was just unfathomable to me.
Dude, that is the most Nyokin story I've ever heard. Right up there with your tales of playing Zerg in 2000 and using fossil builds and stuff. But yeah, I didn't know you actually played Protoss for a bit. It's probably better that I don't know that, because clearly it was a disaster.
Well, then I smartened up and I switched to Terran, and Elsa Gamer gave me a few strats.
Nyokin, you're the kind of guy who, like, you go to an IKEA, you buy furniture, then you get home and you try and assemble it without looking at the instructions, and then, you know, failing miserably for like a couple hours. You did it once in your life, so you think you can do it again. And then I come along and I'm like, dude, you know, it's just right here. Just read the book.
Okay, I don't know where you're going with that at all. So let's just talk about this game, because this has just been a disaster. So kogeT, he is going for 12 gas. Remember last time we saw him on Polypoid, he went gasless, right? Was it versus Boa? I can't remember. No, I don't think it was versus Boa, but maybe versus eOnzErG. So a bit of a deviation. We do see that Boa is not going for 12 Nexus. He's just going for standard play. I'm a little bit surprised that based on kogeT's kind of play style, that Boa doesn't seem to be opening with some Zealot pressure. But it's going to work out for him this time, since there is no gasless expand. Now, kogeT is one of those players that can pull out any build. So what do you think about potential drop play on this map?
Yeah, drop play is definitely a go-to for kogeT. We'll have to see here. I mean, yeah, I really don't know, Nyokin. I feel like you might be spot on with that. But so far, it looks like kogeT is actually pulling minerals to put down his command center. So it's looking like just a factory expand here. I'm curious to see. Yeah, he's going to go straight add-on. So this might actually be a really quick vulture opening with like mines or something, and getting the vultures out onto the map. He's getting a third marine, and you can get away with this when the Protoss does not open with the Zealot. But Boa actually, I think he probably knows. I wonder how much research he's done here, but kogeT's not really a fan of, in general, gasless expand, and kogeT's going to get a scout here. He does not see the Nexus. Actually, he did see the Nexus get put down. I thought that was a pylon. So kogeT knows, or I'm not sure. And actually, kogeT is losing a lot of his Marines here. That's really unfortunate, because 3 Marines are actually supposed to be a Dragoon, but he did not get the proper engagement there. And so Boa is going to get a massive amount of damage. Killing the 3 Marines is huge, because, you know, obviously he's probably not going to end the game here with just 1 Dragoon, right? Another Marine's probably going to pop out, you know, tank coming now for kogeT. But kogeT's going to have to rebuild a couple of Marines here just to garrison them inside the bunker. And that's going to slow down his build.
Yeah, devastating damage for kogeT. He's going to lose the 3 Marines. Does not want to spend any more resources on building Marines. Already saw 1. Looks like potentially 2 more Marines coming out. So that's really going to make his build that much slower. Now, Robo is almost done for Boa. I think this is going to be another Reaver follow-up simply because that tends to be the trend these days. You see that the probe's already in position. Second gate is a bit surprising to me, especially since he dealt so much damage, but I guess he expects kogeT to try and go for a quick follow-up. And we do see that kogeT was building something there, maybe potentially an armory to go into fast up. He already has his armory at the top side, and it's already almost done. So what do you think about this as a follow-up? Like, this is a ridiculously fast army. That means that it went down at around 445 or so.
Yeah, I really don't like this, and I remember we were talking about this a while back when I discovered the fast armory builds that a lot of the Koreans were using, and I'm like, no, this is the best way to play PvP. Just go 3-2 and turtle forever. But honestly, getting the armory this early into the game, and especially after essentially losing your first 3 Marines, having to rebuild Marines and stuff. Look at, he still hasn't started his second factory. He's going straight siege mode. I'm just really not a fan of his build here. I don't think it's stable at all. Of course, if kogeT can somehow take a 3rd base and then a 4th base and not get punished, that might be good. But here's the thing. Protoss, he's going to have timings to punish this. And even if he doesn't punish this, Protoss can just start mass expanding and even go into something like 2 Stargate Arbiter. So really a lot of counterplay here. Now, from our side, from our perspective, we actually see Boas going straight into the Reaver. But I don't actually think kogeT, yeah, he only made 1 Goliath.
Yeah, and we saw the scan, and I love the positioning of the observatory and the support bay, because he scans, sees the observer, and doesn't really see anything. He's going to probably scan the natural. A lot of players put their support bay there, and he's not going to be really tipped off that this has to be Reaver. Of course, as a Terran player playing these days, you're expecting Reaver almost every single game, but nothing gave it away there. So I love the positioning of those buildings from Boa. I also saw he put his shuttle at his 3rd base over the ledge. So the shuttle didn't even get scanned either. So overall, kogeT doesn't know for sure whether this is going to be Reaver or not. 3rd factory coming in, and that's going to mean that there's no eBay for quite a while. So this Reaver that's coming in the next 30 seconds or so, it also has speed, potentially can deal quite a bit of damage.
Looks like kogeT is actually going to go for a 2-base 7 factory Nyoken. That's the only build I can imagine him going for, given the opening. And I'm really not a fan of it. Thank you, your mama's his face, for the fat $10. But yeah, this is interesting. I don't know, Nyoken, what do you think about this? He's going to go for a 2-base all-in cross-spawn on Polypod. Here comes the shuttle, actually.
Yeah, here comes that Reaver, and that's probably going to get off a juicy shot onto the SCV line. Looks like maybe 1 or 2 went down there. He's looking for a few more. I love the Zealots soaking up a lot of the hits from the Marines and Vultures. That Reaver gets a nice shot off there, takes out another Marine, and then it forces an SCV pull. And that one observer was being chased down by the Goliath and the Marines, drawing it out of position. So a nice comboed attack right there from Boa. We see back on the other side of the map that he does have speed already coming in. So Boa just wants to end this game. He does have his 3rd Nexus up and running too. And this may kind of backfire, because we see that kogeT's going into that heavy 7 Faxao, as you were mentioning, and because of how fast he's going to have 2-1, that's going to be a very strong attack. Also, the lack of arbiters is really going to hurt him. However, as you mentioned, it is Polypoid, and it is super hard to attack uphill, but I'm not too sure if this is the wisest move from kogeT.
Holy Love,
thank you for the tip of $59.30. And I think I saw someone, Tim Gam, I saw it pop up across the board a few minutes ago. Thank you for the $30 tip.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Again, massive support coming in today already, so much love from everyone at the BSL crew. But yeah, this isn't it's really interesting to see what Bo is going for. I think he's expecting a command center. And look, actually, kogeT is throwing down a command center while he's throwing down 2 more factories. So honestly, this build from kogeT is just really not cohesive. There's no other way for me to put it. If Boa plays just solidly and macros, he's going to be basically in a magnificent position. Now, the only problem I have here with Boa's build is that, like you were mentioning, Naokin, he doesn't have a Templar Archives yet. So he's not even going, he's not even going into Stargate. No Arbiters going to be out for a while. Double Shuttle, though. It looks like Boa, his plan is to bust a 3rd base. But, I feel like kogeT is actually setting himself up to be able to take an expansion and not get busted here.
Well, look at this double shuttle for Boa, and he's just going to camp on the high ground. This is what so many Terran players struggle with, is how do you engage a Protoss that's just sitting and waiting for you on the high ground? You have to, you just cannot trade that well. A lot of times your shots are going to miss. Eventually you're going to run out of resources if you don't eventually get up to that 3rd base. And meanwhile, Protoss on the other side of the map, they're taking a 4th base. He does scan and see that speed is already done, and you can see instantly he starts moving back towards his bunker, instantly lands his command center. He knows that Boa is going pretty much, not for an all-in, but really committed here since he doesn't have the Templar Archive, as you were saying. So it's going to take a while for kogeT to feel confident about getting up onto this high ground. He definitely needs to build some more Goliaths, because if these shuttles drop on top of these tanks, Zealot and Reavers are going to have a field day.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I was going to say, and Boa is doing it. He's getting a Templar Archives, and the thing is, this looks like an all-in from kogeT's perspective, but the reality is Boa, he's on 4 base, he's mining. I would like to see him increase his probe count just a bit up to like the 60 marker, but essentially Boa is not even going to go for a Stargate. He's going to keep the Terran on very low econ, and he's just going to keep going gateway units with a strong economy and mix in Templars for that late game kind of spell casting utility and damage. And here comes the bust here from Boa. There are no vultures in front of these tanks. I feel like kogeT just completely misstepped. Boa's getting on top of the tanks with the 2 shuttles. The 2 Reavers unloading in the back, actually getting instantly target fired, but there's just so many Zealots, and kogeT is going to get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, that was not the move for kogeT. All of his tanks out of position, no vultures, as you were saying, also no mines. So the Zealots just straight up ran on top of the tanks, and kogeT, he's in a world of hurt. We can see that a drop is coming across the map, but that's not going to be an even trade. Obviously, command centers on the brink of potentially, the goon count is not high enough, but a really, really good trade for Boa, and he can make trades like this. Even if he loses his whole army, he's fine because he's got his 4 bases up and running. Now, I think this might be a bit of a misstep. He's overextending quite a bit. He's going to lose all these goons, but still 30 supply lead for him. Goons are going to be a menace in the natural still. Now, the drop has not unloaded, so he's not able to get any damage just yet. +2 weapons should have kicked in for the Terran, but I don't know if kogeT has started his +3 just yet.
Yeah, this is just such a massive amount of damage from Protoss. It would be
no.
so incredible. Here comes the Storm Drop. He's going to kill so many of these SCVs. Kind of missing, but another 2 Storms going to clean the SCV count from kogeT. Plummets from 60 to 30, so suddenly he does not have enough workers to even saturate this 3rd base if he somehow ever stabilizes. But yeah, Boa, kogeT GG's.
Yeah, kogeT taps out. Did not read Boa's build particularly well that game. Despite scanning it and despite seeing the speed, he was still feeling a little too ambitious, moving out his tanks in front with no mines. You definitely need to have mines in the front of your army if you're going to move like that. I thought he was going to take the high ground, but you can see he was positioning to take mid-right. I think that was a smarter move to do that. But you can see just how fragile a build like kogeT's is, opening with such a fast army. You just simply don't have the units to deal with a Protoss that's going, 8-gate speed zealot timing with shuttle bomb follow-up. It's just so hard to face when you go into that heavy upgrade style.
Yeah, I just don't think that was a build. So it's pretty hard to make that happen. In all seriousness, Naokin, kogeT's build was just not strong. Like, it was just not a good build at all. Especially not a map like Polypoid, where it really Terran needs to hit their macro to get into the late game there, but it wasn't cohesive. We went 3 factories, we were getting the starport and everything. The third base was so delayed. Honestly, Boa was just playing a very kind of solid style and completely smashed that. And you really need to just have a good build lined up to counter that. And, you know, obviously, having seen Boa in this tournament, it's hard to really say, oh yeah, Boa should win this, because we've seen him kind of throw away really good positions. But Boa is a strong player, and I would expect him to just have no problem facing something like what kogeT did that game. So definitely Polypoid is probably one of the harder maps TVP, because you're really forced into going just fast third base into fourth base with like a really solid opener. And I don't think a fast armory like that enables that kind of play style, and like you were also mentioning. So just kind of complete domination there for Boa, and we're gonna get into the second game here on Sylphid. This should suit kogeT a bit better, but kogeT has to win here to stay alive in the series.
So in the top middle, in the red, it is our Polish Terran. It is kogeT.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, it is Boa.
Yeah, so kogeT a little bit off there. I was watching his SCV count the whole time. He's up to 65 SCVs. And of course, that would have been pretty much perfect if he was on 3 or 4 base, but quite a bit of SCVs to be building, especially when he scanned the mass gate all in. Definitely needed more factories if he wanted to keep pace with Boa. But remember, it all started off with that goon harassment. It really threw off kogeT's build, and we even saw a canceled building at the 5-minute mark. We don't know what it was. So really, you know, everything was going well for Boa from the get-go. So maybe kogeT was just thrown off quite a bit. Now I see that he is approaching almost 150 minerals, so we've got some 10-10-10 action coming in.
Yeah, 10-10-10. He's going to go for that strong FD here, and it is a good style on Sylphid because there's no ramp. So interesting opening here from kogeT. He's going to be much more aggressive this time around. We'll have to see what Boa chooses to do. But yeah, last game, just very weird. I actually don't think Boa was all in at all. I think that's just a different kind of play, a different type of style that we've seen Protoss players use recently, where they kind of just don't go into the Stargate. But he had like a really strong economy behind it. And I thought that was actually a really good choice against what kogeT was doing, because it was, you know, whatever, it is the armory and stuff. But on this map, I feel like holy moly!
CRVT, thank you for the massive donation. And didn't he donate 500 last week too?
Yeah, he did. So total of $1,000 from CRVT.
$10.
Another
Let's
$10 donation from Black Sun. Oh my god, CRVT, you're a legend, man. Thank you so much. Holy Love with another donation, $50.
$50.
And guys,
let me gift sub
we're actually going to meet this goal, so absolutely incredible
the
support from the community. Thank you so much, guys. It means the world to us. But yeah, getting back into this game, we got sidetracked by the big donations, but we also got sidetracked by Gypsy ranting about last game. But this game, 10-10-10, looks like Boa is actually opening very standard here. He did not open with the... Is that a Zealot walking across? Yeah, it must be a Zealot.
He ended up going Zealot. Now, what do you think about Zealot walking into 10-10-10? Because my opinion is... Yeah. Sure, the early stages right now, the Zealot might throw the build off a little bit. But when you play a 10-10-10 build, there are so many Marines.
Yeah.
The Zealot just gets vaporized. So if this Zealot doesn't do a lot of damage right now, I think Boa's in a bit of trouble, because, you know, second gate's going to be delayed. His range potentially is going to be delayed. I really think he's in a bit of trouble if this Zealot just sits here and does nothing.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Nayak. And sometimes, you know, I don't really play 10-10-10 that much, but when I do face the Zealot opener as the Zealot, the probe gets shut down, actually, and
look at this
the
micro.
Zealot, yeah, very good micro there from kogeT. I like going into FD pushes after completely smashing like the Zealot pressure, because you know that Protoss is not going to have as many Dragoons, the Goon range is slower, and Usually they don't have necessarily a second gate, but actually Bo's gonna kick. He's gonna poke in here with the Dragoon, which is really smart. With the Zealot and the Dragoon, they're actually gonna clean up a lot of these Marines, which is not trivial, and that was some pretty good damage. And not only that, but Boa knows what's going on because he sees the nonstop Marine production from the racks. He obviously sees that kogeT doesn't have a bunker in front of his base trying to expand, so he knows that a push is going to come here, and I'm expecting him. The thing is, look at Boa's money. He actually puts down the Nexus regardless instead of putting down a faster gateway here, so kind of surprising. Maybe he thinks that he's done enough damage to thwart this initial push, and it is Sylphid. Look at the position that Boa is taking on the high ground there. Very smart from him to do this, and actually even gets the Robo facility. So honestly, if 10-10-10 is going to do damage against anything, this is it. But I feel like Boa has successfully kind of pushed or dealt enough damage to the early Marines that maybe he's dissuaded kogeT from actually going for a push.
Yeah, it looks like kogeT's going to start transitioning, but I think this is just a bait. And he baited Boa hard. He's going to lose a tank, but he's going to lose all of his goons. And Boa, I thought, was in a decent position. Now he's in big time trouble. Ash, Zachrom, thank you so much for the $20 tip, my man. And kogeT is on. He has a really strong push coming in. I'm surprised that Boa read this completely wrong. There's 7 Marines, 1 tank, 1 Vulture. You can see instantly puts up his 3rd gate because he realizes the danger he's in. I think he has to cancel this, but if he cancels it, he just waltzes into the main. So this is going to be an easy kill of that Nexus.
Yeah, and that's just so frustrating to see. I mean, I don't understand what Boa was thinking there at all. He knew exactly what the Terran was doing. I mean, he was inside of the Terran's base the whole time. But now it is just 1 tank. It is just 1 Vulture. If this mine, oh my God, that mine connected just right, and the probes are going to be pulled. So many probes going down. Even if this doesn't kill, if this did this much damage and died right away, kogeT would be at massive advantage. But he still has units. He's gonna kill this Nexus. Look at the probe count for Boa. It's 13 to 23 SCVs from kogeT. So really, already he's gonna clean this up. But the amount of damage that kogeT has done here is basically almost game ending. Now the silver lining here, actually, the 1 Marine gets in there, but these Dragoons do have range, and it is 1 Marine, so it's not a lot of DPS. The silver lining here from Boa is that he actually has a Reaver coming. So maybe this Reaver might be able to get into the Terran's base to even this out. Siege mode finishing for Boa, or for kogeT rather, but really, Boa can only come back with a massive Reaver.
Yeah, Revolution, thank you for the bits. I thought that Boa was going to hold on there with the impeccable Marine or Zealot Goon combination, taking out the majority of the Marines in the tank. But now that he's lost all of his probes, basically, kogeT has his Nat up and running, doubling the workers. Nexus is going to fall. It's just a matter of time until kogeT can take this game. Reaver is out. This can be a game changer, but there's no shuttle. If he could instantly get across the map right now, I didn't notice any turrets in position. But I think now that the Nexus is gone, kogeT's just going to turn around. Oh, he does already have a turret in position in his main. So really, Boa's got to make magic happen. Otherwise, this is going to be game 2 going over to Boa. Or to kogeT, I mean.
Yeah, you could see in the production tab, kogeT put up 3 turrets. All he really needs is to just build a turret ring. So even a bit late now, adding more turrets. So kogeT realizes the position. Yeah, there we go. So kogeT knows exactly the position he's in, and this is absolutely nightmare situation for the Protoss player. There's really just no way to claw back into this, without a second base. You can see Boa is adding a Citadel, so I wonder if that's going to be for Templar Archives or if he's just going to go for like some crazy 1 base. No, it is going to be Templar Archives, so he's going to try and get whatever DTs. But yeah, I'm expecting to see a GG anytime here from Boa because this is absolutely unwinnable.
That shuttle so close to dying within 1 hit. Zealots, well, the Reaver's gonna come in for round 2, but he's messing around, doesn't shoot the turret. Reaver AI, come on Blizzard, like that was, why couldn't it shoot the turret? So now the Reaver's just gonna be basically a free kill. Maybe he'll get off a couple shots here with his Scarabs, but other than that, yeah, it just falls down. So he takes out 2 turrets. Zealot, don't even think got a tank. Supply lead, oh, well, there's a game changer right there with the Templar Archive, but now with the shuttle already gone, DT drop can't work anymore. It's going to take so long for that to be rebuilt. I don't think I saw a scanner for kogeT, so taking out those 2 turrets, if he could have comboed with a DT drop, may have been deadly, but since that's not going to happen this time around, 5 gate coming in for kogeT. Boa, like, what can he do, Mihai? Can he do anything?
Well, it's hilarious because his plan was clearly, I'm going to kill these turrets and hope he doesn't rebuild the turrets and have the follow-up DTs come in. Squall! Legendary player with a $65 donation. Thank you so much, my man. Old school TOT player right there for you guys. So everyone just banding together to make this BSL 11 happen. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, basically Boa, he literally sacked his shuttle there with the Reaver just to kill turrets, to hope that somehow kogeT got complacent, didn't rebuild the turrets. But kogeT, being extremely disciplined here, rebuilding his turrets, and honestly, there's just no way. I mean, Boa might come in here, he might kill this turret. He's actually going to dive past the turret, so... And kogeT, like you were mentioning, Naokin, he does not have scanners, so there is a possibility that somehow these DTs do damage, but there's just still so many turrets. The DTs are getting onto the tanks. Get 3 tanks already, which is pretty amazing. The comsat is going down at both command centers, though, and this main comsat is not going to get up, but the one at the natural is going to get up. This turret is actually going to finish before the DT kills it. 1 DT goes down. That was massive from Boa, and he's actually doing so much damage, but again, just look at the supply. He has to do even more damage than this to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's too bad the initial stages of the game didn't go as favorably for him, because that dealt way more damage than I was expecting. There was, what, 3-4 turrets in the main of kogeT? Sure, no scanners, yet still, the DTs found a decent amount of success. You can see in the workers, it's 36 to 25 now, still a 30 supply lead for kogeT. He does have his 5 factories up, though, so supplies are going to shoot up very quickly for him, and that is a ton of tanks. Vultures did manage to scoop by these goons. Oh, for now, they're not going to get into the natural. But he just has so many tanks, he could just A-move right now. But since he did blow a scan to clear out the DTs, he has to be worried about even just 1 DT stopping his attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is... these are just formalities at this point. kogeT is kind of just posturing up. He's going to get his attack going now. Probably has a couple of scans banked behind this, so DTs can't outright stop this. Boa actually rebuilt a Reaver, and he's getting another shuttle here. Again, he did invest probably into shuttle speed. Actually, I don't think he did, actually, so... In any case, it doesn't really matter because kogeT has such an overwhelming force. He's getting into position here, sieging up all his tanks. His vultures are in front, and this is going to be the kill move.
Yeah, there's just too many tanks. The Reaver is, I don't even know if it can enough a shuttle. Okay, now with the shuttle, it will at least fire probably, well, I don't even know. There's so many tanks. Well, goodbye, Zealot. Goodbye, Reaver. Doesn't even get a shot off, and that's just going to be GG. Boa taps out. So finally, someone has taken down one of these Protoss players. Holy Love, thank you again for another $50 tip. So many people donating today. CRBT, Holy Love multiple times now. Just amazing support from the community. And if we look at the bar on what we need for BSL 11, it's less than $300 left.
Yeah, just incredible. Somehow we actually managed to raise this money way before even the end. Like I would have expected maybe towards the last couple broadcasts, maybe we would have been getting close, but we're actually, you know, we still have a lot of broadcasts to go here in BSL 10. So it's really, especially getting this, you know, this funding kind of earlier on, it's really important because it's much easier to be like, okay, so look, people are really interested and we can kind of start organizing much earlier. So it's just incredible support here from the community, and we can, all we can do is just thank you all for contributing, and that's all we can do as a community of like people playing a dead game. We're reviving it little by little, banding together and having these events here. So again, much love. But yeah, going back to that game, just Boa got, I don't know what was going through his head when he dove that one tank. It made absolutely no sense, and he threw the game. So again, kind of tournament Boa coming in there instead of kind of the regular Boa and throwing the game for no reason. So yeah, kogeT gets back 1-1, and we'll have to see here what the third map is. I think, who is that? Snicker or something with the $10?
Snickerdoodle.
Snickerdoodle.
Yeah, Snickerdoodle, thank you for the tip. And yeah, that was a big misstep from Boa, and we are going to see our final map for this series is going to be Benzene. Is it going to be Boa, or is it going to be kogeT and finally get a Terran victory versus one of these Protoss players? So in the top right, bringing it back to 1-1, it is our blue Terran kogeT.
And in the bottom left, it is the Protoss red player, Boa. Now, Benzene, you know, we've talked about this. And LML with the $69.69 donation.
Me penes
Very
muy
nice,
corto,
dude. Thank you so much. It's incredible thanks from everyone at BSL. You guys are just amazing today and have been amazing for the past couple weeks here supporting the BSL. But yeah, I know we've spoken about this in private, Nayak, and you seem to think Benzene's an alright map for Terran. I seem to think it's not an alright map. I mean, I agree with you, but it's just so annoying to play this map.
Well, it's all right up until a point, and then carriers just feel untouchable because there's so much terrain that they can abuse. They got high ground in the center, you know, they got the ledges over your nat. And also arbiters, you know, you can recall so many positions. You got to build so many turrets. So up until a point, I really do like TVP. If it gets a split map, it's, you know, also okay in theory, because it's not like Protoss can take 100 bases. They are going to be limited to 5, maybe 6.
Yeah.
Now you're talking to me about how you really like dropship play, and kogeT is one of the players that can do that. Okay, it looks like he's going to go into an 11 gas to make sure he doesn't get gas stolen. So what do you think we're going to see? You think we may see a dropship play coming in from kogeT?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that, because I think starport in general is kind of a necessity on this map as a Terran player. Even if you get your third base, once you get your third base at the mineral only, or even you could even get the third base at the bottom right. But the point is, you actually spread yourself out vertically to such a point where you can't really cover everything with just even turret Goliath. Like, it's just really annoying to deal with shuttles. So, and drops are obviously really good for you. So I think opening with drops and having that starport to produce rates to counter any kind of Protoss drops is probably the best way to play this map in general. Now, that usually means that your upgrades aren't as fast, stuff like that, but I think that's an acceptable trade. We'll have to see. I mean, kogeT is the kind of player that does go for drops. So far, though, he is setting himself up for, I mean, we can't see just yet because, you know, pulling off gas is normal, even for 2 factory builds, even for sometimes starport build. Well, starport builds a bit less, but Bo, on the other hand, is going for the gate first. He didn't go for a proxy, didn't try to go for a gas steal. So playing a very standard game here. And, you know, I just want to see Boa play solidly, not make rash decisions. I will note this, though. kogeT, he is keeping his SCV at 6 o'clock at the bottom there. And I'm not sure if that's for a rescout. Yeah, it's going to be a rescout. Or is it going to be a starport? No, it's going to be a starport.
Yeah, this looks like it is going to be a starport. We see that kogeT does have more than 100 gas built up. So this is going to be really quick harassment from him. So he's going to have potential to deal tons and tons of damage. But if he doesn't get the damage done, he's going to be in real... Oh, that is just going to be a starport in his main instead. Now, you've pointed out that you don't really like the unproxied starport. This time, I think it's going to be a bit of a benefit to him, because with the starport across the map, this is going to be proxy Reaver at top middle, and his Wraith in response to a shuttle would be way delayed.
And that was so fortunate there for Boa. He actually pulled the probe in time there. Looks like an expansion timing, but it's not going to be an expansion. kogeT, of course, he only saw 2 pylons. I'm sure he knows there's a pylon that's missing, but sometimes it can just be hit. You know, that doesn't guarantee that there's a proxy, obviously. He needs to rescout the actual expansion timing, but so far he's not going to do that. And I feel like as the builds the way that they are right now, I feel like this is massively favoring Boa, because against Reaver drops, you need tanks. You can't just have vultures. And if he goes for a dropship first, the Wraith is going to be much slower. We'll have to even see if he goes for a Wraith, because, you know, that would delay his expansion greatly. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually just goes for a dropship and doesn't even make a Wraith here. And this looks like it might be a complete disaster for kogeT, because look, range finished. He's going to have to pull a couple of SCVs to repair that bunker. The Reaver is going to come. He's only going to have vultures to defend this. And even if he goes for a counter vulture harassment, I mean, there's no natural nexus to harass.
Yeah, and the vulture doesn't even poke in to confirm whether it's a nexus or not. So he has no idea that this is proxy Reaver. Now, meanwhile, Boa, I actually think that those mines going down in the front kind of saved Boa, because now he's not going to feel like he needs to rally these goons across the map. Instead, he may send them back into his main. But as I'm seeing this play out, there's no goons in the main. Luckily, there's no speed for these vultures, so they should be able to be dealt with. But consistently, Boa's rallying these goons to his ramp, and that's going to allow access into the mineral line.
Here comes the drop. We'll have to see how many mines he has, because again, there's no detection here for the Protoss player. Only 2 mines go down, 4 mines in total, but Boa does see where they're positioned. He's gonna defuse them slowly. Okay, he actually tanks them. That was perfect there from Boa. Still losing a lot of probes here. This is a decent drop from kogeT. Obviously, we'll have to see how he deals with the Reaver follow-up. Kills a lot of probes. You can see already a 10 worker advantage for kogeT, and he's also getting his expansion up. Now, yeah, as Zero pointed out, kogeT did not see probes mining at the natural. He knows what's up. There's a Wraith, but only now is it coming online, and only now does kogeT have a tank. It's still just 1 Reaver. If you know, if Boa had another Dragoon or something with this Reaver, this would be massive. Actually, there's 2 tanks, so I think actually kogeT might be in a really good spot. Boa definitely needs to find a lot of damage with this Reaver to even it up, because he does not have his own Nexus. He's gonna drop the Reaver in front and bust down this bunker, which is an interesting play. I'm surprised he's not gonna go for any SCV kills here. He does force the liftoff on that command center, which means the command center is not continuously producing SCVs. The Wraith finally gets out. So honestly, kogeT is looking like he's in a decent position, but Boa can definitely even this game out once his Nexus finishes.
Yeah, it looks like somewhat of an even trade. Sure, Boa lost way more probes, but he does have his second Nexus going up. We see turrets are being spammed everywhere. Wraith is really not that beneficial as a Terran player. Also, he lost his barracks. That means the factory flood is going to be delayed for quite a bit. Academy is going to be delayed quite a bit. So even though Boa lost way more probes, that's obvious, I think he's going to catch up pretty quickly. Now, double Reaver could backfire because there's no anti-air in that shuttle. And if he takes a few turret shots like he did in the last game, then all of a sudden the Wraith with maybe 2 or 3 hits can pop that shuttle. So Boa does need to be a bit careful. Now, that's an expensive drop. 2 tanks, 1 dropship going to the natural, but it's gone unscouted, and he's going to get more and more probe kills.
Yeah, this is going to be a disaster for Boa. His shuttle is on the other side of the map. He's probably going to feel pressured to do some counter harass, but if he does feel... Actually, Boa's pulling so many units here. You can see walking across the map. I think he's going to go for a frontal bust. This is a lot of Dragoons and 2 Reavers. There's only a couple of units back at kogeT's base, and he knows that, oh my god, Sabbath with the $150, but Boa knows that there's not that much at the Terran's base, so he's just going to go for it. There's a wall at the front. The 2 Reavers get dropped down in front of the tanks. The whole Dragoons are actually going to run in here. They're going to kill the tanks, and I feel like kogeT, he wasn't expecting this attack. There's nothing left to defend this.
Where's his drops? Is it in the main of the Protoss army? It is in the main, so both players are just going essentially for base trade scenario, but kogeT has nothing to deal with the goons. Two tanks are scrambling to get out. SCVs are really strong, but does kogeT have enough to survive? Tank's gonna pop out, but he's gotta micro it back. You can see that Boa is instantly pouncing on it, but the SCV's doing a fantastic job to body block, and I think kogeT's actually gonna hold.
Yeah, he's gonna hold for sure. These tanks do go down though, so pretty good there from Boa to get those remaining tanks, and they're both on double whatever Nexus production. We still got some crazy donations coming in from Anonymous and from a Finger Boom or something. I didn't the resolution isn't that good on our end, guys, so apologies if I do mess up your names, but yeah, that was insane. I'm actually surprised the game did not end, and it's actually gonna go back to an even state. But in general, reset situations like this do not favor Terran, to be completely honest with you. Though honestly, obviously kogeT, he's still in a decent spot, but getting your tank count reset like that is never fun. And usually Protoss has an easier time to jumpstart from even position, so you know, good position here from Boa, honestly.
Yeah, you can see that Boa has recovered. It is now a probe lead for him, whereas he was down 10 workers at some point. Another drop coming, but I don't think there's anything in it.
A fake drop.
This is just going to be a fake to try and draw some units out of position, but he can't lose that. Luckily, Boa doesn't like do an probe pull or anything, so he's not going to take any damage there. I'm just trying to think about what kogeT can do, because he lost his barracks. As I said, he lost with the loss of the barracks. He doesn't know what Boa's doing. He needs to scan. He's also forced to build so many turrets. We see that Boa has a speed shuttle, so he may be going into multiple shuttles like we saw last game. Really, kogeT has no idea. Luckily for him, he does have the starport. He does have his armory upgrading, so we may see another heavy upgrade style.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a heavy upgrade style here, but it is harder to pull that off sometimes on a map like this where access to the third gas is a bit harder. But honestly, I am a fan of Terrans just kind of taking the bottom right base instead of the middle only, so we'll have to see if kogeT does do that. This is going to be really good for kogeT actually, because if the shuttle, I know the shuttle is so fast, it's going to come here in time. The two zealots are going to get dropped to keep those tanks occupied, and now the Reaver gets out, so Boa doesn't really care anymore about losing this robo. Now, if kogeT really wanted to, he could definitely kill that robo. Okay, cannot lose that shuttle. That it's so important for Boa to not lose anything here. But yeah, it looks like kogeT actually has essentially stabilized on his two bases. There's no way in for the Protoss player. I'm going to be interested to see if kogeT actually decides to go for a mass two-base play. Boa, on the other hand, also on two bases. He's going to take his third here, finally confirming that Terran cannot go for some crazy attack. kogeT, unfortunately, getting supply blocked. That's not going to help his situation.
Yeah, third Nexus coming in for Boa. He did lose his robotics, so he's going to have to rebuild that. This is an expensive building. Back in his main, I didn't notice if Citadel or Archive was coming in. I think both players dealt a bit too much damage for Boa to be really heavy on tech at this point, but maybe he is farther along than I anticipated. Third Nexus, halfway along. There's the Citadel. It did just now start. So kogeT doesn't have to worry about any potential, Arbiter follow-up anytime soon. And I'm thinking back to the Polypod game, we did see Storm, and that's a common play these days, just to go into mass Storm. It's super deadly. More and more people are going for Storm drops, so we may see that again from Boa instead of Arbiters. Even Flash used it versus Rush in the ASL.
Yeah, he did, actually. It is a really strong style, honestly. It's nothing to scoff at. In general, I feel like Terrans that play really hard upgrade styles, though, are setting themselves up. If they just play Turtle, that's the best way to play against something like that, because you don't have like Arbiters putting you on a timer or anything.
Garimto tipped $10.
Garimto? The Protoss from Korea with a $10. Thank you so much. And yeah, Boa's gonna get the third base here. Now kogeT, he's you know, this map really suits him because he does like his dropships, and he's playing really well with these dropships. He's flying around, just being annoying, delaying a lot of what Boa wants to do. But Boa gets vision off that dropship. No observer here to spot the high ground just yet. The one observer is coming. The tank is going to reveal itself, but oh my god, it doesn't actually shoot the probe, so kind of a missed opportunity there. Only gets one probe. There's a clump of probes. Oh my god, that was 5 probes right there. So huge shot and still not dead. 6 probes. Is he going to get the... He's not even going to get the dropship. That tank did so much damage, Nyokin.
Yeah, got like 8 probes there, but luckily for Boa, he still has 3 Nexus. He'll be able to rebuild it quite quickly, and I see multiple shuttles coming in for Boa, just like we saw last game. We do see speed coming in, so everything looks very similar to the Polypoid game. So kogeT is going to have a better engagement this time if he wants to avoid a catastrophe like we saw on Polypoid. 5th factory coming in, double armory coming in. He's halfway along to +2 weapon. Meanwhile, Protoss just now starting +1 weapon, so a bit of a upgrade lead for kogeT, but yeah, he does need to be careful taking his third base. Supplies are pretty close though, 120 to 100. If I was in this position, I'd be feeling really good as a Terran player. Obviously, kogeT doesn't know of the exact state he's at, but if he did, this would be a pretty good scenario for him. Now, I don't see a 3rd command center anywhere for kogeT, so this may just be a timing.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a timing. He's even adding factories here, but we've seen a lot of the European Terrans kind of set themselves up to look like a timing, and once they push out a bit, they just take a 3rd base. So we'll have to see here. kogeT is feeling comfortable enough to push out, but this is not really a supply where Terran army is super dominant. Now, Boa does not have most of his army together. Boa just now realizing that kogeT is going to push out, so he's going to bring his troops from his main base, and kogeT doing exactly what I was talking about. Gonna just push out here to take his command center. And you know, the drawbacks of playing like this is, yes, this 3rd command center is looking like impenetrable, though I think Bo's gonna go for a timing, and there's not really that many vultures, there's not really that many mines. The 2 shuttles are gonna get on top of these tanks. Zealots running in. Do they unload properly? Yes, there's a lot of Dragoons. 1 Reaver in the back line, gonna get a shot off. More Zealots coming in from the front side, and I think Bo has done it. He's got so many Dragoons just pounding onto the tanks. The Zealots get in there, and kogeT looks like his 3rd is gonna get stopped.
Yeah, kogeT may not lose the game here, but he lost so many tanks, his 3rd is going to be denied. There's still so many goons left over. Bo's going to clean up the entire tank line. Counter drop at the top left side, but unless that wipes out all of the probes, this is going to be a massively favorable trade for kogeT. These 3 goons are going to jump onto the last tank, and 25 supply lead for kogeT. Zealot trying to clean up that 1 tank, but I think that Boa's done it. There's just way too much for him. He's got all of his tech. I did see he's already researched Storm 2, and a couple Templars are out. So we may see another big Storm drop in the next few moments. Sure, the Gateway army has fizzled out, but with 3 Nexus up, you know that he's going to start running away with the game.
Yeah, that's totally right, Nyokin. And honestly, kogeT did a good job with that drop. That drop is literally the only thing kind of keeping him into the game, but again, it's just such a hard position to be in as Terran when you get your entire army reset. Remember, the Terran army, really, the strength relies in the tank count, and the tanks are the one unit that takes so long to build. Now, kogeT does have quite a bank of gas. He might even go and add a 3rd add-on. It wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly, to get more tanks going. But Boa, now he's going to start harassing the economy, and really, kogeT has no answer to this. Here comes the Storm drop. It's going to kill all of these remaining SCVs at the natural. Just now kogeT notices it. Maynard's in a couple more SCVs, a whole control group of SCVs. I'm assuming his main is basically mined out. Now, luckily for him, Bo actually ran away after that. Yeah, and kogeT's really just on 1 base. Meanwhile, Bo is on 2 base. But really, these positions are favoring Boa, and your dad just tipped $2. Nyokin, what do you think about that?
Thank you for the tip. Your dad coming in clutch with the $2. And I'm looking at the bar. We have actually met our BSL 11 goal. Thank you so much. We have eclipsed $4,000, just an insane amount of money. And now we definitely have enough money to do a BSL 11. Of course, we haven't organized it just yet, but potentially that could happen. So thank you so much for making the BSL or potentially another BSL happen in the future days. Now, Boa up 60 supply. Like, this is just almost impossible for kogeT to, overcome at this point. This is just very reminiscent to the eOnzErG game where he's just down way too much. He can trade favorably. He's got 2-1 upgrades. He's got 3-2 probably coming in. No, he hasn't started that upgrade just yet. But when you're getting doubled in supply, it just simply doesn't matter how many or how cost effective you are really, or how powerful your upgrades are. It's just a money game at this point. And now kogeT's mining on one base. Still, that shuttle is running around with all those Templars. I'm waiting to see another juicy storm onto that mineral line.
Yeah, and Boa looks like he's taking a 4th base. I was going to say there's still the chance for Protoss to somehow throw this game away if he does not secure any more bases, because you can see the natural is almost mined out. The 3rd base is getting a bit low too. Stargate coming in, so Boa is going to tech up the Arbiters. His +1 upgrade, +2 is on the way. I'm assuming kogeT does not have the resources to go into 3-2, so he's probably just on 2-1. But yeah, kogeT, he's going to need a miracle here, where essentially Boa just kind of suicides over and over or something.
$10.
Arthrosis with the $10. That was a sick name. But yeah, the kogeT not in the best of positions. I do like this though.
Yeah, bottom middle base is going up for kogeT. He's got to do something crazy. If he plays standard, he cannot win. It's impossible. 90 supply lead almost for Boa at this point. He's got his 4th base coming up. I'm surprised that this dropship is still alive. Another tank drop coming across the map. kogeT is being very cautious to take his 3rd base this time. Again, he has the floated building. Here comes Boa again. Not too sure if this is enough, though. Okay, that's more than enough. Storm drop coming in, but there's no storms.
There's no storms, but there's only 5 tanks, and Boa with the massive supply lead doesn't matter. He takes the worst fight possible, but still completely crushes the Terran army, and this is going to be lights out for kogeT. Unfortunately, the drop is flying around, but I think once he notices that there's units here and there's a 4th base, he's probably going to tap out. I mean, it is, there's no reason not to stay in the game and try and find a win here, but kogeT really absolutely no outs. Boa's going to deal with this drop. He's going to get his 4th base up and running. And yeah, I mean, GG.
GG, well played coming out from kogeT. So it's going to be Boa that's going to take this series 2-1. Terran did manage to squeak out 1 win, but still not able to close out a series. And now that's going to put Boa, what? I'm trying to remember his record. He is going to be 4-4, actually 4-5 right now. So he's looking like he's going to be in a decent shot to make it into the round of 6. And kogeT is now at 1-6. So he is in real trouble of making it into the round of 6 in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, kogeT actually is at risk of elimination at this point. I'm trying to recall all the games that kogeT has played, and it's been against basically all the Protosses. I don't know if he's played Bonyth yet, but I know he played Dewalt and eOnzErG. Now he played Boa. And Boa really, out of all the Protosses, was kind of his out to put a win onto the board at this point. But Boa kind of wrecked his chances there. So honestly, I'm looking at all the other players. We're looking really, it looks like this is the situation that's developing here in Iokin, is that the 2 Terrans and the 2 Zergs are just really struggling, and what's going to matter for them to getting out of the bottom 4, or the bottom 2 specifically, is the record against each other. And maybe if one of them can sneak a win against some of the Protosses, that would be absolutely massive. But so far, because kogeT lost to Boa, it's not looking good. But he still has Dandy, Sziky, and eOnzErG to make up for, to get out of the bottom 2. So I don't think he's out of chances just yet, but we'll have to see how those players do against, for example, I know Boa hasn't played those players just yet, so.
Yeah, it is most likely going to come down to that. And kogeT hasn't played Bonyth yet. So if you're not able to
Yeah.
squeak out a win versus any of the other Protoss players, you imagine that more than likely you're not going to get a victory there. So really, he is relying on basically just taking down the 3 other players that you mentioned if he wants to make it into the round of 6.
Yeah.
But that's going to be Boa winning our series versus kogeT. This is the first 2-1 we saw so far.
Yeah.
It's been 2-0 across the board. So even though kogeT falls, I'm at least happy that it was a close series.
But yet again, the Protoss.
Yes, yet again, they're unstoppable. They're
With
10
the
and
W.
what? They're actually 11 and what? 3 now, and all 3 losses are just versus themselves. So they're just
except for this one,
untouchable.
right? Except for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean in series?
Yeah, in series, they're just untouchable.
Yeah.
So before we get into our third matchup, we are going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, let me see what the third matchup is going to be. It is going to be Dandy versus eOnzErG. So finally, we're going to see another TVZ. So don't go anywhere. The SCVs are coming to body block. Is there enough for kogeT? It doesn't seem. The bunkers wasted. All the Marines went down. That tank's gonna fall. That tank's gonna be instantly taken out. And there's only 2 factory production for this. And meanwhile, Dewalt is not all in. He's taking a 3rd Nexus. He just taps out. GG. Oh, that's a Reaver drop. What? I didn't even see that text. A Reaver gets in there, blasts 2 SCVs down instantly. There's the support bait down at the natural, and you can tell kogeT was not expecting this either. He was just maybe expecting DT drop, but let's see if he can have successful scarabs like eOnzErG had yesterday. So far, pretty good. Looks like about maybe 5 or 6 kills, and this is going to stall kogeT for a very long time. Look how few minerals he has incoming right now. He's stuck at below 50 resources, really can't build anything. And this is going to buy Dewalt time to get up all of his bases, get up an insane Arbiter count. That Reaver did not fire, a bit unlucky there. Now it's going to take out the tank. And kogeT's in trouble. The supplies
recall the Arbiter. He might have a stasis as well with this recall soon enough. 88 energy. You can see he already has the Arbiter selected. So stasis incoming soon. Probably gonna, if he stasises the ramp, this game is totally over.
Yeah, that's a big, massive stasis, and you can see that he's sizing up for a stasis on the ramp. He had an opportunity right there, missed it. Now tanks are on, and he gets it. And now units cannot come back to save this. Then he just taps out. GG. So Dewalt takes another victory for the Protoss squad. Takes out, arguably the best Terran in the tournament. kogeT 2-0, and it was very, very easy. A really decisive win.
That's just one lurker, though.
Yeah, 1 lurker. Easily Dandy can get up here, but Muta comboed with the lurker is going to be trading super effective. Oh, they're all lining up. That's another deadly shot. Dandy, not like this. He's going to bleed off his entire Marine ball trying to get up a ramp. 14 kills on that single lurker. Now that is a game-changing move.
Here comes the drop. Is Sziky going to have enough? I mean, there is a Nidus in position, but Filer goes down, and it's just 2 drops. It's not the big 4 dropship Doom drop, but look at how much value actually Danny's getting, and this is a lot of lanes going down. So if he loads up the drops again and keeps reinforcing this position, he might break through, but actually he's going to go in the front. There's no Dark Storm just yet, but okay. The drops actually are getting sent back, and Dandy's just losing so much tempo. He's losing so much gas here.
So Dandy sees that he's on a timer to get something. There's no lurkers. He just instantly jumps on this army, and Ziky's completely out of position. Look at bottom left. He's got a streak of units going down there, but there's nothing. There's no base here. There's just like 5 Marines defending.
Yeah, and Ziky's just going to straight up lose this game. He's going to lose his eco here, and, GG. He might be able to bust here if he actually goes now. Scans. The lurkers are not in position. They're just going to die. They're going to focus fire. The links are actually blocking them. And Sziky brings back his Mulas. The lurker's not even burrowing. I don't think Danny has enough to actually break through here, but it's cutting it really close.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be a disaster for Sziky not burrowing the lurker. They might still be a disaster because the medics have a lot of energy. More Marines reinforcing. It's just 1 lurker. He needs to pop it. He does take it down, but the Marine ball is down a little bit too. Well, there's 4 Marines left.
Oh my god, he actually kills it.
He's gonna wipe everything. I think Danny just wins right here. There's nothing there.
Yeah, if no ultra pops out of any of these eggs. I mean, some of these eggs have got to be ultras, man. Like
I I don't think so. Okay,
There
there's
goes.
one Ultra, but like he has double hatch being built right now. Bottom middle just got up, top left just got up. That's 600 resources that could have been in units.
Because the filer amount is going to go down. One last Ultralist, but he doesn't even have an upgrade advantage, or he's not even par on the upgrade, so these Marines are going to make quick work of the Ultra. Firebat's there to support. The D-Matrix are actually clean, and Danny's just going to roll through Sziky.
Back to the BSL, we just saw Boa take down kogeT 2-1. kogeT was, well, he's now 0-3 in the tournament, so he's in a bit of trouble to make it out if he wants to make it into the round of 6. But now we're going to be going into a Terran versus Zerg. It is going to be Dandy versus eOnzErG. Last week we saw Dandy go up against Sziky, and Dandy looked really, really good, whereas eOnzErG, you know, we've only seen him twice so far in this tournament, and he's gone up against both of probably the favorites for the tournament in Bonyth and Dewalt, and he did fall there. So even though he looked kind of weak in those two particular matches, I think he's got a much better chance versus Dandy, and he'll be able to use that aggression that he's known for, I think, to a bit more success.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nike, and I think if there's a matchup that eOnzErG can win, it's definitely this one. We saw Dandy 2-0 Sziky last week, which was obviously a really impressive result, but Sziky kind of is a much more passive player and much more kind of defensive player. So he gave Dandy a lot of space to just get his build up and going. And we saw Dandy sometimes, I felt he was moving out a bit too early onto the map. So I think eOnzErG is a type of Zerg player that could instantly punish things like that and really kind of throw the early game up in the air. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. Both players, again, we were talking about before the break how everyone's struggling with the Protosses. So the non-Protoss matchups are going to be extremely important for the seedings here, because this is the matchups that these players have more likelihood of winning. And Dandy, you know, he's already in a comfortable position because he did 2-0 one of the Zerg players. And so, but eOnzErG, he definitely needs a win here.
Yeah, he's got to get a win here. Dandy, as you were saying, it's probably going to come down to how well each of these Zergs and Terrans play versus each other. So both players really want to get a victory here. If Dandy wins versus eOnzErG, I think he's going to be in a good shot to make it to the top 6. Maybe, you know, not necessarily being at the top of the top 6, but he'll be in a good position to make it into at least the bottom tier of the top 6. Now we do have the maps already set up. We are just waiting for the players to get into the games. The first map is going to be Reap the Storm. Now, what do you think about this? Because this is, I don't think we've seen this in the entirety of the round of 8 just yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see it because we just haven't seen it. But this is not, well, we'll see. We'll get into the game first, guys. But Reap the Storm, game 1, Dandy versus eOnzErG.
So in the top left, or in the mid left, in the brown, it is eOnzErG.
And top right, in the purple, it is Dandy, sporting that golden command center. Very nice. Yeah, I'm actually kind of sad they haven't released more skins. Unpopular opinion or what?
Well, they have the Carbot skin, which I'm not not the biggest fan of, but it is terrible. Interesting. The skin, there is one skin that they have. The one, I don't know if it's skin or if it's just the, what's the word? But like, you know, when you play or observe, like the bottom menu that you see here, it's got like the white borders and stuff. Yeah, that I think is really sick. But as far as the skins, like as like the layer. The skins I really don't like on Zerg because it's like hard to see. They're so dark. Yeah. But the console one with all the white, I love that one.
Sure, I agree with you. Obviously, I'm kidding. You know, well, I'm not kidding. I do like skins, but if they ever actually release skins for Brood War, which is highly unlikely at this point, considering that Blizzard also pooled funding for StarCraft 2, but you know, they should get there should be an option to like disable it right when you're in game. So, but anyway. Enough of that. Again, another gypsy topic that is totally irrelevant. to anything. Going into this game, Reap the Storm. Now, I'm not a fan of this map for TVZ because mutas are just so dominant here, and there's a lot of bases for Zerg to take. But it doesn't look like Dandy is actually setting himself up for a mech build either. So honestly, this is looking really good for you. I mean, we'll have to see because the game just started. But if I were a betting man, I would be betting on eOnzErG.
Yeah, well, anytime I see a Terran going up against eOnzErG who's going 2-hatch and you're playing bio, you're going to imagine that eOnzErG's got a really good shot, because the only time that I've seen eOnzErG be especially weak versus a Terran player is if they're playing mech. In RCG, you know, Terra and eOnzErG just went back and forth. Well, not Terra and eOnzErG. eOnzErG, Terra, and someone else. I think it was kogeT. And the only times eOnzErG lost was when it was, you know, straight mech. Yeah. So I'm a bit surprised that Dandy's not opting for it. Now, he did get top right, which is one of the positions that you have a bit of a hard time walling off. He didn't get bottom middle or top left, so that might have been the reason. Oh, well, there's a fast gas for Dandy. So even though it wasn't straight mech, this could be some type of delayed mech or potentially Valkyrie play.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Valkyrie play. Actually, that would be that would make a lot of sense here for Dandy. Going straight mech off of these builds is extremely risky with no wall. eOnzErG non-mining with that drone. If he doesn't notice it, that would be absolutely heartbreaking. But still not noticing it. eOnzErG really, the thing is against this kind of build. Okay, so the drone actually is mining. Zerg has like. No, it's not. Okay, only now does it start mining, so losing a bit of minerals there. Speed started, and the thing is, eOnzErG, he does see what's up, and it's hard to identify that there's a gas behind this. So I kind of doubt that eOnzErG is just gonna snap make like a bajillion lings here. He's still droning up. His lair is gonna finish, gonna get a Spire going, and it's not gonna be a Hydra Den either. So really, the stars have aligned for Dandy. And delayed gas like this, delayed mech, it's, well, we'll have to see. Nalra, thanks for the $10. It's only a factory. It could go up to another starport. It could go up to 2-fact. Is it going to be 2-fact? It looks like it. It
looks like it's going to be 2-fact. And I thought this was going to be going into Valkyrie play. It would have been a Nyoken style build. Now, eOnzErG, he's going to have a very, very fast Spire. Dandy needs to build his armory ASAP, and even if he gets down the armory ASAP, he's at maximum only going to have 2 Goliaths for defense. So with such a delayed Goliath count, and because he's not going Valkyries, his real only option is to go into multiple Vultures, try to go for an instant counterattack, keep the mutas at bay, and then slowly build up his Goliath count, slowly build up his turrets. Because if he just sits here with Vultures, and mutas just, I mean, look how far this Spire is. It's 75% done. I don't anticipate really Dandy being able to do much with this 2-fact play.
Yeah, and the eBay hasn't started just yet, so I hope he does get the eBay in time. Yeah, there we go. So it is going to be in time here, probably. It looks a bit late, but again, the Mutalisks have to hatch. They have to walk across the map. This is going to be cutting it really close, actually, for Dandy. And as you said, Nyoken, it would be interesting to see. It doesn't look like he is getting double add-on. We'll have to see. I highly doubt. Oh, he's not getting double add-on. So he's not even making Vultures. So this is going to go straight into Goliaths. He needs turrets up ASAP. And eOnzErG, if he just flies straight to the Terran base, he's going to find a lot of damage. But the reality is, if eOnzErG does not kill any SCVs here, Dandy's going to be in such a good spot.
Yeah, it's mandatory that eOnzErG at least gets some SCV kills at the natural. We can see the first turret is going up for Dandy at the nat. There's no turrets in the main, just now starting one next to the factory. And you can see there's not even a single Goliath out. This is why this build is so fragile. And look at this, the Lings spotted the turret, so he's going to take it down instantly. Still no Goliath out, remember that. So these Lings and mutas should be able to wipe a lot of the SCVs at the natural. That bunker is in a great position to at least nullify the Lings. First couple of Goliaths are coming out but that's going to be a full SCV pull. And also remember, these Goliaths do not have range, so they are not very effective at all. That's going to be one Goliath getting picked off. So
Gendy
really
tipped
nicely done from eOnzErG. And this is
Not the
only
best
5 mutas.
Polish
He does
knight,
lose
but still
1 muta,
GG.
but overall,
Looking
that's
forward
just
to
fine.
BSL 11.
Yeah, he's doing so much damage with these mutas. He's going to be rallying more mutas. He's also droning up at his third, so buying a lot of time. This is just such a critical amount of damage here from the Zerg player. And honestly, I mean, I feel like obviously if Dandy had his turrets up in time, he would have been fine, but he's going to lose so many SCVs. Look, the worker count is getting evened out, which is absolutely terrible news for Terran. And actually, surprisingly, eOnzErG, kind of uncharacteristically, you see him drone up a tremendous amount. He's also putting down a 4th hatchery. So, you know, I'm surprised that he didn't just make a bunch of mutas nonstop and just went all in, because that actually probably would have worked this game. But, I mean, anything he does at this point is going to work. Look at the worker advantage, and honestly, eOnzErG can afford to take a couple of shots there from the Goliaths to get more damage onto the SCVs. Now, he's going for that flyer, that attack upgrade, which is not the optimal upgrade. Obviously, against Goliaths, you actually would rather have the Carapace upgrade, but it is going to be a decent upgrade nonetheless. And really, Dandy is just in a world of pain.
Yeah, Dandy's in big time trouble, and eOnzErG crushing it this game. That turret's not going to be up in time, and Goliaths are completely out of position. So I imagine that this is going to be another wipe of the SCV line. That turret's gone, plus 1 weapon's going to kick in pretty soon. So he's just going to eviscerate any units that come into his path. He's killing so many workers. He's up almost 10 now. He's at 4 hatch, as you pointed out. He's got armor coming in for his Hydras. He's got Hydra speed coming in. eOnzErG looking fantastic. And because this is a 3-player map, let's imagine it goes to mid game or late game, which I don't think it's going to. Bottom middle is not accessible for Dandy anymore. These 2 Goliaths are going to fall. And what does Dandy do here? If he goes for a timing, there's going to be an overwhelming amount of units. If he goes for camp style, I don't see a starport, so that means his +2 is going to be delayed. So Dandy is just almost in an unwinnable position at this point.
Yeah, it's such a bad spot to be in as Terran, and you really just have no options. The big problem here, obviously, is that his SCV count has been drastically reduced, and you know, Terran's not Zerg. You can't just pop out like 40 SCVs at once. There's no way to come back in that sense, and Zerg does scale incredibly well at this point. Like 35 drones to 24 SCVs. He has time to put down even more hatcheries. He's actually getting armor for his air units. He's getting an attack range upgrade for his ground units, and even Carapace for his ground units. So he's getting everything at once. Dandy's going to go and push out at this point. They are even in supply almost, with eOnzErG having 10 extra workers. So the army there from Dandy is significant, but it is just pure Goliaths. If there are only 1 or 2 sunkens at any point, there's 1 sunken here, that's going to be more than enough to defend this. I think eOnzErG is going to pull back his Mutalisks, and he's going to have to, you know, just take this fight.
Yeah, he's got 11 Hydras in production. He's going to be sending his Mutalisks back. Yeah, they're already back. They intercept this Goliath army, and this is going to be Dandy falling. They're just simply not enough for him. He does not have critical mass. Look at how quickly those Goliaths die. And this is going to be a quick 1-0 going over to eOnzErG.
Yep, GG from Dandy. And it's really unfortunate, because honestly, if Dandy just had mapped out his turret timings better, you know, if you get turrets up on time and you have the bunker in front defending against Lings, I don't think eOnzErG finds as much damage as he did. But unfortunately, because the turrets were not there, eOnzErG just completely wailed on SCVs for free and got an insurmountable lead. So
yeah, that is one of the dangers of going for the delayed mech style, is you have to scramble to get up turrets very quickly, because otherwise, as you saw, like Dandy's Nat turret was at like 170 out of 200. It was almost done, but almost is not good enough. The Lings and Mutas picked it off instantly. Also, because you go for the delayed tech, he had no Goliaths, 0. That's how fragile that build is.
3 factories, which was kind of questionable. Like honestly, when you know it's 2 hatchery like that, and especially delayed mech, as you were saying, Naok, and like you can't rely on Goliaths because your range is so late. You have an insane economy behind it. once you stabilize. But I think you just delay the third factory in that situation and just spam out turrets everywhere. But Dandy just didn't do that. Like,
yeah, you have to have turrets because you just don't have anything. Like you
Yeah.
have to build so many of them. If he was to stabilize there and did have the 3 fact, then of course he's going to have an insane army because he's going to build up that Goliath count to critical mass very quickly. You know that Zerg's econ isn't running rampant just yet, but eOnzErG caught him before that could happen. So we're going to get into game 2. It is going to be Sylphid as our second map. Dandy's down 1-0, so he needs to win here. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick series going over to eOnzErG. So in the top middle in the blue, we have our Peruvian Terran player. It is Dandy.
and in the bottom left in the green, it is the Belgian Zerg, eOnzErG, representing NAS. Dandy representing Seoul Gaming. And Sylphid is going to be another good map for eOnzErG.
Yeah, eOnzErG can definitely abuse the terrain on Sylphid. The natural is so hard to build turrets and have actual real defense versus the Mutalist. Now we do see that Dandy has gotten top middle, and I know that a lot of Terrans complain about this as basically being almost impossible to play versus a Zerg player. So what do you think about top middle for Dandy? You know, like what's his answer going to be? You know, last game he went delayed mech and it was just a catastrophe. So should he go for bio here?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you're meching on this map. I mean, no, you can. It was actually popular for a while. Scratch that. Actually, Sylphid's not a bad map to mech on. I mean, the problem is you don't have like a ramp, and the natural's not the most defensible of the locations. But dealing with Mulis is annoying on this map. But I don't know, Nyokin. I don't really think it's that bad. At least it's not as bad as it would be on Reap the Storm playing bio, in my opinion. So, you know, a lot of people do complain about this position, but in my experience, it's not insurmountable. So I think if Dandy just plays, I think in general, Sylphid, it is really hard to play against Mutalisks on most positions, and probably 12 o'clock. I think bottom right also can be annoying. Mid left is the best base to have, but it's definitely doable. I wouldn't expect Dandy to go mech on this map, at least not delayed mech, and he hasn't gotten to gas just yet, so it looks like it's going to be bio.
Yeah, it could be bio. We do see the exact same opener from eOnzErG. It is going to be the 210 gas from him. Meanwhile, just standard play from Dandy. You know, yesterday, I saw a big Terran player pull out a 2-port Wraith build.
Yeah.
Now, what would you have thought if that had come in from Dandy here at top middle? Would that have been a good option? Of course, we're not seeing it, so we're just theorizing here. But what do you think about 2-port Wraith, since you've been playing that quite a bit?
Yeah, not playable on this map.
Not playable?
No. The great wisdom of Nyokin has finally rubbed off on me, in that you need a wall to be able to pull that one off. You definitely, especially for 2-port. And there's no way to wall on this map. So I have seen Dandy 2-port. I think Jayun actually played Dandy a couple of practice games this week, and Dandy was 2-porting him. So definitely a build. You know, if we would have seen 2-port, I would have expected it to be on something like Reap the Storm, to be completely honest with you. And we didn't see it there. So definitely not going to see it, obviously, this game, because we can see the command center going down second racks and gas. eOnzErG, of course, not much to talk about on his end, because he's been playing absolutely standard. This is the just the standard 2-hatchery opening. Speed coming in at the normal time, layer at the normal time. So we'll have to see, you know, and it doesn't look like he's getting a Hydra Den anytime soon. So definitely going to be Spire from eOnzErG, and I think both players are recognizing just what the other player is doing. Now, eOnzErG, unfortunately for him, he does not have a Overlord in position, and this is the nice part about this 12 o'clock position, is that kind of the usual high ground where the Overlord gets parked on most of these maps, the 12 o'clock position, it can actually be sniped from the sides, from all sides there, if you lift the racks. So Yeah, that is one good part for Terran here, is that Zerg doesn't have the best spotting just yet. But eOnzErG does get in there with a link. Now, this does still look like the same build. I don't know if eOnzErG had a drone scout to scout whether or not Dandy got a gas or anything like that after his expansion, but it does look like the same build from last game. So I'm not sure eOnzErG knows quite yet that it is 2 racks or something, or bio or something like that.
Yeah, everything does look very similar from what Dandy has shown. The link poked in at a moment in the game where there were only 4 Marines. We do see that it is 2 racks from Dandy. Academy is done. He's got Stim coming in. And that is a drone moving across the map. It looks like he's got his eyes set on bottom left as his position for the 3rd hatchery. I like how he's mixing it up this time. Instead of taking the main, he's just going to take an obscure base over at the bottom side. He could have taken almost anywhere, top left, mid right. You know, mid right would have been more of a JUN/LZ Gamer base, but bottom middle, pretty safe. He's going to take that. He's put in a colony up to make sure that this incoming Marine medic attack doesn't do any damage. Dandy moving out at a very standard timing, about 5:20 or so. He's going to hit right when the Mutalisks pop out, but at least it's going to keep the Mutalisks back, so he's going to be able to get his, 3rd, 4th barracks up pretty easily. But he's stemming across, and the Sunken isn't done.
Yeah, and Dandy's going to find a sick timing here, but the thing is, that's a lot of Marines. He's going to kill so many drones, which is the most important part of this. Now, the Mutalisks are going to be out in time. The Sunken is still alive. So obviously, eOnzErG, I mean, you almost never lose to this. The Mutalisks are always so early. But honestly, that was so much damage there that Dandy inflicted onto eOnzErG. Just look at the worker count, 28 to 16. 16 is really not the drone count that you want to be at as Zerg. And I think that's going to push eOnzErG into all-in territory. You can see he's actually queuing up a bunch of Mutalisks. He lost one. If he loses another Mutalisk there, that would be absolutely disastrous. He actually does lose 2 Mutalisks to trade with that. So he's only up to 6 Mutalisks at this point. You can see he's queuing a bunch of Mutas. He's even making Lings. 1 drone randomly, maybe at his 3rd. But I wouldn't be surprised if eOnzErG just goes all in at this point.
Yeah, the drone and SCV count were pretty similar until that happened, and now, as you were saying, eOnzErG pretty much all in at this point. He does have the 3 hatches, so he's going to be able to rebuild his drone count pretty quickly. Look at the amount of damage he's able to do just using these ledges. He picks off multiple Marines. They don't even have range, and this is the trade that eOnzErG needed to get back into the game. I don't know what happened to that Firebat at bottom middle, if it's been taken out, but no, it's still alive. So he has 3 drone kills right there. So the Firebat doing work, and look at the drone count still at 16 versus 28. Dandy is in a fantastic position. I'm trying to get a gauge on whether he has his factory started. It doesn't seem like that has happened. Oh no, but now he's not mining his main.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one situation where I do agree, yeah, he's not mining. This is absolutely disastrous from Dandy, kind of succumbing to the nerves here. eOnzErG, if I agree with one position here to actually all in, this is going to be the game. The problem for eOnzErG is that he doesn't actually have +1 air started at all, so he's never going to have the +1 timing to 2-shot turrets, which does contribute a lot to all-in style. Now, he's going to kill the Academy, which is annoying because you have to rebuild it to make more medics. But fortunately for Dandy, he does have Stim and range finished. This is so much damage from eOnzErG. He needs to keep the pressure up, though. He does bleed a lot of Mutalisks. And again, guys, it's such a huge deal that Zerg isn't actually upgrading +1. Because it is so crucial to hit that timing to actually break Terran. Really, +1 air weapons is what forces Terran to actually tech up to starport. Because, without that, if you just spam turrets, 11 Mulisks are never going to actually break through a bunch of turrets and Marines. But with +1, they can't, because they start 2-shotting the turrets. So, unfortunately for eOnzErG, he's putting on a lot of pressure, but I don't see him actually winning this game through just Mutalisks.
Yeah, and the drum count I see is slowly going up. He's at 18 now. Still no factory just yet for Dandy. +1 weapon's going to kick in for him pretty soon, though. Looks like he did supply block Dandy, so that's going to hurt a little bit. And as you pointed out, the Academy pickoff is the biggest issue because he can't build medics. Luckily for Dandy, he has what looked like 5 or 6, so for now he's not going to be punished. Look how many turrets he's ended up building. There's 6 in the main. If if eOnzErG hadn't lost so many drones in this game, he would have recovered very, very nicely. He'd probably just be steamrolling this game. We see that the factory has now started. Marines are trying to deal with the mutas. As you point out, they don't have +1 weapon or +1 armor. So the Marines are going to trade especially effective now that their +1 weapon have kicked in. But overall, eOnzErG's done a good job to come back.
Yeah, he is stabilizing and he's making a lot of drones. So actually, yeah, I'm actually surprised he didn't go all in. I think eOnzErG maybe has a much different approach this time around. Maybe he's playing just better than he has been playing this tournament. So really, I'm happy to see this, to be completely honest with you, though. I wouldn't have disagreed with him going all in this game, but he is going to drone up. You can see the worker count for the Zerg player has caught up. He is getting a Hydralisk den as well, so he's going to go into lurkers, abusing again the position. This is really what the weakness at the 12 o'clock base is for Terran. It's so hard to defend the left side of the main here with most setups. So really, eOnzErG finding good damage, and eOnzErG is really good. If there's one part of his ZVT that's very strong, it's this phase of the game. His Mutalisk harass is really good, and you know, joining the Lings in here with the Mutalisk, he's going to be able to clean this push out from Dandy. And this is what I was talking about. Dandy, he tends to push out way too early and way too aggressively, and eOnzErG in general, he's not the type of player to skimp out on something like Zergling production or unit production, so completely cleans that up. And at this point, Dandy, he's getting reset. He's going into tanks, though. What do you think about that?
Yeah, seems like he's just going to try and go for a killing move with the Marine Medic tank push into the natural of eOnzErG. I think this is a fine choice because we did just see that the Queen's Nest has just started. But losing that critical mass of Marines, that's not what you wanted. eOnzErG even finding some kills onto these Marines that are standing right next to a bunker. Now, eOnzErG, I've noticed, has so much gas. He's been mining with 3 on gas at his natural the entirety of the game. So he's going to be able to pump out so many lurkers if he wants to go for that. We do see that he has built the first initial Hydralisk. More muta harassment into the main. I think that's a bit ambitious trying to go into these turrets. But he's now finding exposed gas again. He's going to pick that off. And look at how much gas Dandy has. He has almost no gas. He can't even build a vessel.
Yeah, eOnzErG is actually playing very well this game. Staying composed, getting everything. You know, he's even getting a hive. He's getting a bunch of lurkers. I'm very impressed, actually, with how eOnzErG is playing, and this is going to be a good confidence boost for him if he does manage to actually win this game, which I think he's setting himself up very beautifully now. The thing is, again, kind of some of his tendencies are showing. You can see he's only on 27 drones because he's been making so many units. He never really droned after making all those lings, and he's now making a lot of lurkers. So, you know, only now starting drone production, and he's really just still on 3 hatcheries when a lot of Zergs at this point would be up to close to 40 drones and on 4 hatcheries. So, you know, there's still a possibility here for Dandy. He is going to get tanks, he is going to get vessels, so this lurker contain is not going to do much. But is his push going to be in time here to essentially attack the Zerg before Darkstorm is up? I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like the Filer Mound is quite yet being built.
Yeah, I didn't notice the Defiler mount anywhere.
Only
there
now.
it is just now starting. So Dandy does have a window of opportunity to get a lot of damage done. But if he wants to, you know, make something happen, he's got to go right now. He's got 3 tanks, he's got 1 vessel, and the standing army of eOnzErG is really not that scary. Marines are at 1-1 right now. Meanwhile, the Mutalisks, you know, are really not a unit at this point in the game, other than this, you know, a bit of annoying harassment at the main. But if Dandy just goes out, I think he has a good shot of overwhelming eOnzErG. But despite saying that, supplies are very close, 91 to 81. Pretty much the only differential is just in the worker count. So Dandy's got to be very careful, because something like a lurker ling surround would be very, very deadly.
Yeah, but this is the timing that Terran should push out. I mean, he can't sit in his base. Here comes eOnzErG. Does he have enough to break this? I mean, this is the perfect engagement for Dandy, but look at eOnzErG's Mutamicro. Just clinical, picks off 2 tanks there, only now gets irradiated. Even if he loses all the Mutalisks there, they definitely have paid off for themselves. This push from Terran, it's so critically important to keep the tanks alive, but waiting for the vessel when you do this, it's always going to be too late. Look, Consume is almost done. Defilers are on the way here. By the time Dandy gets to either base, there's going to be Dark Swarm. And honestly, I feel like eOnzErG has done it. I mean, still, eOnzErG has to get his economy online. And, you know, at this point, he is investing very heavily into making units. So it's not like, even if Dandy doesn't kill eOnzErG with this move, there's going to be some follow-up. Greater Spire, actually, this is going to be annoying to deal with, but I don't think it's that bad there for Terran when Zerg commits to making a lot of Guardians. That's a lot of their income, and you can see eOnzErG again, he's going to hang on here, and he does get the vessel, which is massive, but that vessel did not have an irradiate anyway, and he probably has a bunch of scans to work with. Here comes Dark Swarm, so going to thwart this attack, but the reality is, if Terran expands behind this, he's in a fine spot, because look, Zerg's going to have to drone up for another 2 minutes to actually get into that late game economy.
I think Terran's in a world of hurt. Guardians on the high ground or over the natural is just going to be super annoying. We know how gas-starved he was. Those lurker shots are dealing so much damage. He's easily going to push back this attack. And now, to deal with the Guardians, he's going to have to use all of his irradiates just to deal with the Guardians. That means the Defilerling Lurker can easily push across the map. We see that the vessel ended up meeting the rest of the army. That's great, except it's not going to be able to push through. We're going to have 5 Guardians looking over the natural. I think eOnzErG's done it, even though he's down 20 workers. Look at his supply. He's even. He's got superior tech. Dandy doesn't have double starport, so this is just one vessel at a time. Yeah. This dropship has to deal catastrophic damage, I imagine, because the Guardians are at the net now.
Yeah, there's 4 Guardians, and like you were saying, there's no 2-port here. Terran really needs to get that 2-port after the 3 tanks. Okay, actually he does have 2-port, but he hasn't been making vessels off of them, so these Guardians are going to completely shut down this mining base. Now luckily for Dandy, he does have the mineral only set up at the 3rd there, so he can but 2 lurkers are going to get into position. eOnzErG not quite burrowing him just yet, but obviously Dandy knows they're there, so he can't mine with the SCVs, and he's going to actually clean this up. So really having this 3rd base is important, because he can actually ferry most of the natural SCVs there while the Guardians are disrupting mining. But here comes a drop from Dandy. He's going to get the Nidus, which is a huge pickup, and this is just kind of annoying, but there are units in position. He just needs to drop a Dark Swarm, and that's going to nullify this drop. We'll have to see if Dandy actually... Okay, the Scourge are coming in too, so... You know, eOnzErG is going to clean this up. No Dark Swarm coming in just yet, but that's a lot of links. The upgrades are really good for Dandy, but I'm looking at Dandy's front base. Is there a Dark Swarm going to go down here? Yeah, it will, but there's Firebats already in the bunkers, so maybe Dandy can clean this up.
Yeah, maybe, but the Guardians are still wreaking havoc over the natural. Dandy has quite a bit of gas now. He can pump out a ton of vessels, but he's got to be very careful to keep them alive. Meanwhile, eOnzErG, he did lose quite a bit of drones. He's down to 28 lurkers into the 3rd base, so now really Dandy is only mining on just his main, really, because the Guardian is still doing work. Lurkers are still doing work. Wraiths are in the air, but they're not helping out since Dark Swarm is there. Mass Firebats coming in, but you know, lurkers under Dark Swarm can trade pretty well versus Firebats. They're just going to get 2-shotted, so Dandy's got to control them very carefully. I love the lurker moving over to, I guess, mid-right in case this game... Oh my god, look at how fast these Firebats are bursting through this lurker, but they're taking a lot of damage too. Another Dark Swarm coming in, but for now, it looks like Dandy's going to stabilize, but he had to come... No, he's not. That is a ton of lurkers, and that's... I think this might just be game over.
Yeah, these lurkers are probably going to seal the deal here. It was much closer than this game looks like, guys, because eOnzErG is actually on a very limited economy. So it's not like he has any ultralists coming in soon. He has absolutely no upgrades. So technically, eOnzErG has to end the game here. Like, he has to end the game. He has no late game to speak of, but it looks like he's doing it. You know, there's just like a bunch of orange cloud here in Dandy's natural. His 3rd is also disrupted from the 2 lurkers. I just don't see Dandy being able to push out of this contain.
Yeah, and he wipes out one of the vessels, both of the Wraith. There's still 1 Guardian that hasn't even joined the fight. Lurkers are going to get into position at the choke, and he's just going to have so many lurkers sitting on top of the production of Dandy. And I think this is just going to be a quick, easy 2-0 for eOnzErG in a game that you thought for sure was going to go over in Dandy's favor after he dealt so much damage with the Marines and medics.
Yeah, it's really kind of, you know, Dandy's going to be upset with himself because from that position, it really should be very hard for Zerg to come back in the way that eOnzErG did. And just kind of a missed opportunity here from Dandy as eOnzErG just rallies in his swarm units into the Terran base. He's going to finish this game off. Dandy obviously still trying to play his heart out here, but really he has absolutely no outs at this point. You can see he's getting close to broke. The thing is, he is still mining from his third base, but with just a bunch of defilers here, it's going to be really hard to push through. He has to, you know, make non-stop fire bats, but the lurkers do very well against them. And actually, eOnzErG is getting +2 soon. Carapace on his units, which is gonna basically seal the deal. I mean, probably the only thing Dandy has going for him is his upgrade advantage, but even that is whittling away slowly, and I feel like we're gonna see a GG anytime now. There it is.
There is the GG coming out from Dandy. So eOnzErG is going to take down Dandy, who looked really good last week taking down Sziky, and now finally eOnzErG is onto the board with his first victory. I think we've only seen him up against Dewalt and Bonyth, so now that he's gotten both of the powerhouses out of the way and now he's able to take a pretty convincing win versus Dandy, I think that should give him a bit of a momentum going into future matches.
Yeah, and again, kind of what we were talking about, this was stylistically a better matchup for eOnzErG, and in general Dandy didn't seem that solid against Sziky, but I think Siki's kind of passive nature didn't really punish a lot of what Dandy was doing, but eOnzErG being a much more aggressive player, it's not, this result is not surprising for me. But really eOnzErG was playing pretty well those two games. You know, I myself was impressed, so he should be feeling pretty confident about his future matches here.
Yeah, the first attack I thought for sure, well, this is game-ending damage, especially since the Firebat went to the third base and got multiple kills. Like, yeah, eOnzErG was stuck on 16 drones for quite a long time, and Dandy was doubling that. So, a bit of a misstep there from Dandy, but eOnzErG, as you said, looked really good. The harassment from the Mutalisks were great. Dandy, I do want to point out that the Academy was out of position. The gas, you can't do anything about that, but losing the Academy was a big deal. To lose that and then have to rebuild it is massive. It could have been a factory potentially. Yeah. So a bit of a misstep there from Dandy, but he at least does have a win versus Sziky from last week. But that's not going to be the end of Dandy today, because we're going to be seeing him versus Dewalt later. But before we get into that, we're going to take a quick break, and then our next match is actually going to be Sziky versus Boa. So nicely done. It went from about, 49 probes down to 37. So 12 kills. Meanwhile, you can see another attack at the bottom side of the map. Lurkers are trying to get into position, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. One lurker does set up, but not going to get any damage done.
Hive is just now on the way, and I feel like Bonyth is just going to push in here. If those lurkers don't finish in time, he might just lose.
Yeah, I think this is a repeat of the Dewalt game. Over aggression, And Sziky just doesn't have enough units to stop the incoming attack. All the lurkers are clumped. They eat a big storm right there with the zealots already on top of them. And you can see the supply is already plummeting, and there's hydras across the map. So they're not even hitting from behind. So that's going to be this hatchery going down. If Hydrogen goes down, that's going to be, you know, just pure lings at that point. And now they're choked up on the bridges coming back in. And I think Bonyth is just done it. He's got a 40 supply lead, a massive storm there blanketing all of the hydras. And this is probably just going to be 2-0 for Bonyth.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to try and dive in here, but I mean, the Templar are out. They're not going to have Storm, but again, really overzealous here from eOnzErG, and Bonyth surprisingly going for a Stargate behind this. But here comes eOnzErG. That is a lot of Hydralisks. They're going to make quick work of these Zealots, but if Bonyth engages within the range of the cannons, that means these cannons are getting a lot of kills onto the Hydralisks. More cannons finishing the warp in, and the Storm is going to be researched in time to completely thwart this attack from eOnzErG. And now I wonder, eOnzErG is going to keep pressing the matter. He has Lings here to buffer for the Hydralisks. Another Storm, though. I think he was expecting just 2 Storms. He does break through the first set of cannons, but there's still 3 more cannons behind those drones. And see Bonyth waiting for the drones to get clumped up. He's going to have to drop the Templars soon, and actually doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Goes into the main base, and meanwhile 2 Zealots, 1 DT doing a lot of damage. That Storm's going to connect with a lot of the drones, and actually this drop is doing a lot of damage.
That are not set up. Look at me, kills the DT, has it at 14, 15 kills, just ransacked everything. The shuttle still has a Templar available in it. It's also managed to survive. He just GG's. Just way too much damage despite having a massive contain.
Bonyth is striking his 3rd base here, and eOnzErG has absolutely no defense. A bunch of Hydralisks get stormed. Those lurkers are morphing, but I'm assuming those eggs are going to get stormed, and eOnzErG doesn't even pull back. He's just going to go trade blow for blow, go for base trades here, but I think eOnzErG is unaware of the fact that Bonyth is actually on 4 bases, and now eOnzErG is going to lose the majority of his production. Bonyth's production is going to be untouched, of course, because it's at his base, and Bonyth gets a bunch of units inside of eOnzErG's natural. I don't know, man. I think Bonyth just randomly wins here.
Yeah, this game is over. He's going to kill 4 hatches at least at the 3rd base. Top left more than likely going to go down 2. And behind this, there's tons of Zealots. There's a decent amount of cannons, and that's a great storm. Hits so many of the Hydralisks, and so eOnzErG is going to be pushed back. He's going to be feeling pretty good about taking out the 3rd base, but like you said, he doesn't know about bottom middle there. eOnzErG is going to try and set this up, but cannons are already in position. He's going to try and wipe all the probes, but it doesn't matter, even if he does 160 to 20 supply. This is 2-0, GG. eOnzErG taps out, and put it on the board, Mihai, because that is another Protoss victory. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Another instant transmission coming in for both of us. Which one of us is Goku, though? That's the one I want to know. Which one's Vegeta? Are you Goku?
Yeah, I'm obviously.
Yeah,
no,
you're
I don't
obviously Goku.
Am I though? I feel like none of us are Goku or Vegeta.
I think I'm what Master Roshi, right? Just kind of help out the big Jip. Goku here. The big Jip takes over the world, taking down Jae-yoon yesterday in the Rogues Gallery. But who's next for you?
Oh, who's next?
Yeah. Doesn't matter, right? Whoever comes at you, just gonna be easy victory.
World of Warcraft is next. Shadowlands is coming out soon.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, let's get into our 4th match of the day. It is going to be Sziky versus Boa. It is not going to be kogeT versus Bonyth. That is going to be played tomorrow, I think. So it's going to be another ZVP. We saw Boa take down kogeT earlier. A bit of a shaky play from him, but ended up to make it out 2-1. Now, last week we saw a bunch of Sziky, and even though he got himself into good positions, a bit of a couple overextensions ended up leading to his demise. So hopefully he can pull it back today versus Boa. So who do you think's the favorite here in this particular matchup? Is it Boa? Or
Yeah,
do you
I
think
it's
Ziky's
Boa.
got a shot?
I think it's
you
Boa,
like
100%. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. This can go either way. I don't think there's a massive favorite, but if I had to bet, I would for sure take Boa here because we've seen Boa's PVZ. It's absolutely nuts. It's much better than his PVT is. At least it's much more reliable. It's probably his best matchup from what I've seen him play in this tournament. And in whatever the practice games and stuff like that, like his PvZ is on point. And Sziky, we've seen that he actually just struggles. He plays just like a really strong mid game to get into the late game, but then once he gets into the late game, he just struggles. And the thing is, Boa is just really, really crisp with his timings in PvZ. So I feel like he might actually just even punish Sziky in the mid game, but even if it gets into the late game, I feel like Boa's favored, but we'll have to see. I don't know.
Yeah, Boa does look really solid in the early stages of PvZ, and as you said, his PvZ just overall looks much better than his PvP and PvT, for example. But Sziky overall, I think, from what I've seen, his ZVZ is definitely his best matchup.
Oh,
by
by
far. It looks that way. And then ZVP looks pretty good until he overextends. So unless that happens, I think I will favor Sziky a little bit. So our first map is going to be on Sylphid. It is going to be Sziky versus Boa, our first ZVP of the day. So in the bottom left, as our red Zerg, it is Sziky.
And in the bottom right, as the olive Protoss, it is Boa.
I'm looking at chat right now. They're seeing our DBZ references. Somebody, I think, told me that I'm Krillin, and then another person said it's Nyokin and Yamcha. So either way, both no people in chat do not have high hopes for either of us.
I don't
Krillin
think
gets
either of
killed
us are Super Saiyans, dude. We're like the supporting cast.
Yeah.
Maybe one of us can be Shenron though. That would be sick. Just bring me all the Dragon Balls, but that's actually hilarious.
I think the Krillin and Yamcha references are pretty on point. Maybe Artosis is Tien, right? Like just complete supporting cast.
Yeah. No one in the StarCraft community is cut out to be a Saiyan. Unfortunately, we're just all decrepit old men at this point, honestly. But
they all. Yep.
No, okay. Wait, I'm gonna cut you off at this Dragon Ball talk because I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, I mean the thing is, coming into this tournament, like people, there's just so much promise behind Sziky, and he really is strong. Like he's a strong player, and even when I watch him play, he is one of those players that just tends to want to play long games, and he makes kind of calculated decisions like that. He makes very disciplined decisions, and those are all very important traits for like a successful long-term player, right? But time and time again, I just feel like Sziky has just not put forward the results that are expected of him, and he just seems to really fall apart in late game situations in general in ZVP, and his ZVT is it's looking kind of weak in general. Really, it's just his ZVZ that has been out of this world spectacular. I mean, that's without a doubt. But until I just can't see him as being a favorite anymore in any of these matchups until he posts some strong wins here. And of course, if he does beat Boa, I think that would be an absolutely really good result for him, because Boa is, without a doubt, just amazing in this matchup, I think. So we can see Boa here actually with the gate first opening, getting that Nexus. Sziky open pool first, and he's getting his gas early, so most likely that's going to be for speed.
Yeah, and this is the opener we've seen consistently from Sziky. It's going to be overpool into, his Nat Hatch. We do have Gateway Expand from Boa Forge coming up in the nick of time to create a bit of a Sim City. Lings are trying to get some surface damage onto that gateway, but 3 Pulbs preemptively pulled. 3 Zealots are now out. I don't think that this is going to be able to deal any damage at all. Speed is coming in from Sziky. We saw him get in a few Lings multiple times in his games last week, so if he can find some success this time, maybe potentially get in more than just 1 or 2, maybe he can have more success than he did versus eOnzErG last week. 5 pros being pulled. That's quite a bit of pros to be pulled. This gateway's getting dangerously low, approaching 350 health, and that's a lot of damage done to be pulling that many probes that early.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is a lot of lings, and you can see the third hatchery just now going up, and Boa did get that Nexus out really fast. So, you know, it might look like pretty bad for Protoss, but honestly, once he stabilizes this position, he is going to have an advantage here. So the cannon does finish. At this point, he's probably going to be able to send the probes back to mining. This gateway is a liability, though, and that's going to be at the back of Boa's mine. I'm surprised he's not actually adding a second cannon. He's going straight into gas and core. You know, behind this, Sziky could have possibly all-in and killed the gateway and just ran by a bunch of lings. But that is 5 zealots, that is 1 cannon. So he chooses not to do that. And honestly, Boa, you know, dealt with that just fine. And he really is solid in this early game in PvZ. He does do, you know, he constantly makes the right decisions. He's always putting himself into a solid position here. So really overall, I mean, the game is pretty much even here, but I do like Boa's position. Just having had that Nexus so much faster than like the third hatchery from the Zerg player. He also got the core in. Like the Stargate started and the lair's not finished. So Boa clearly has compensation from this opening.
Yeah, Lair's about to be finished. He's going to put down his fire pretty soon. Flare
Player
777, thank you for the tip.
77777 tip
We do
$20.
have
Just
the
adding my
third
little
hatch
share.
coming up
Go
for
BSL.
Sziky. So everything looks just pretty much identical to what we've seen throughout all the games with his ZVP. I do see that that forge is spinning, so it looks like he's going to be following up with a somewhat quick +1 weapon around the 8-minute mark, +1 weapon for air coming in too.
Yeah.
And we saw, was it last week? I think it was Bonyth just running over eOnzErG with his Sair control. You know, there's a point in the game where eOnzErG was like 50 supply out of 5.
Yeah.
He just had all of his overlords blocked. So Boa looking to have a similar result with his Sairs. Now, something I'm noticing is there's no Citadel. It just now starts at 6 minutes. That seems a bit late.
I mean, it's going to line up with the +1 weapons. You want to start legs when +1 is basically halfway done. So this is actually totally fine from Boa. He's going to hit that sweet spot, like 4 to 5 Corsair +1 timing with the ground upgrades as well. And this is definitely a Citadel, but he's going to go into probably double gateway here. I'm highly doubtful of seeing a Templar Archives. Although the reality is he has nonstop made gateways from the one, or zealots from the one gate. So maybe this is just going to be a second gate here. If he does throw down a Templar Archives, that would be so shocking to me, though. You can see leg upgrades started as weapons is halfway done. And yeah, adding a second gate here because he's been making nonstop production from his original gate. This one Corsair is going to get a couple of Overlords, which is, no, just one Overlord actually, which is, you know, it's annoying, but, you know, we're talking about a lot what the Protoss is doing. The Zerg is just kind of doing the standard 5-hatch build with the Spire. So we'll have to see if Boa, we'll have to see really how Boa navigates here. He does get 2 Overlords, which is massive. Honestly, it's a really good opening here from Protoss.
Yeah, killing 2 Overlords is a big deal. That Sair is going to get away. Oh, did it? I think it did. Oh, okay. Scourge are not going to push their luck, but Sziky does get a scout off. See that the first 4 gateways are starting to complete, so he knows that a timing is going to be coming in pretty soon. Looking at the worker counts, 37 to 30. Not bad for our Zerg player. Also has the evolution chamber up and running, so everything looks pretty good for him. I don't think Boa is going to find much success with this timing. It is now approaching 8 minutes. He does have a lot of zealots, but the first few Hydras are going to be coming out. I am looking at the Templar. Oh, he does find a connection onto one of the Sairs. That's nice. Going to pick off the 5th one. But that's just so many Hydras that I don't think the Zealots are really going to do much work. I do see that the Templar Archive has completed, though, so at least he will be able to bank up the energy on his first few Templars coming out momentarily.
Yeah, and look how he pushes out here, and behind it, he's making his Templar. Really, the point of this attack, though, is not to actually kill the Zerg's units, but it is to go for Overlords. But Sziky nailing his build. You know, the thing is, Zerg is on a very, very low drone count, so he did start unit production very early. And this might seem bad for Protoss, But, you know, when Protoss meets a wall of Zerg units like this, you have to realize that, okay, the only way for there to be a wall like this is if Zerg did not drone properly or did not drone much. So I think Boa is going to recognize, okay, that means the Zerg economy isn't out of control. I can just pull back here, wait for storms, and go for round 2. So really disciplined decision-making here from Boa, and he's flying around with the Corsairs, and honestly, I mean, Sziky is doing a good job setting himself up. Look, he's getting lurkers now, but he's not droning. He's still not droning. He made a couple more drones, but now he put down a hatchery, so he lost one more drone. And in production, still only Hydralisks. The Corsairs aren't going to get in here. They get a decent amount of damage onto those Overlords. But honestly, again, Sziky, he's going to have to find a time to drone up because his economy isn't up to scrap. I mean, neither is Boa. You know, he's still on the 40 probes, but that's more than enough for 2 base.
It looks like Sziky wants to go for some type of mega contain because his lurker upgrade is about to be finished. Robotics, I don't think is done. It looks like it's halfway along for Boa, so it's gonna be quite a while before he gets an observer out. And by then, maybe Sziky will just have a stranglehold over the entryway to Boa's base and then just never be able to push out. We do see that Sziky is putting down a 6th hatch at the mineral only at top left. You can now see that he insta-made 10 more drones. So now he's got a worker lead over the Protoss. And the supplies are very close, within 20 supply. I'm really liking Boa's position, but here comes, or liking Zyky's position, but here comes Boa. But lurkers are already done.
Yeah, it looks like Boa is actually missing his timing a bit here, but we'll have to see. +1 armor about to be finished for Protoss, so he's going to hit at a nice timing here. You know, Hydra's getting completely, you know, the thing is actually Boa is picking off a lot of Hydras. That was a 6th storm. Still doesn't have Dragoons added into his composition. He's still making mostly Zealot Templar, but you're right actually, Nyokin. It looks like Zyky's actually setting himself up really well here. He does pick off that one lurker though, and these Corsairs are going to go to town on all these Overlords, which is massive. The lurker gets stormed, and honestly, Boa, I think he's found his opening. He's going to get up into this base. Templars, if they still have energy, will be able to do a lot of damage here. Massive storm on top of those Hydras. This is a lot of Zealots too. They're going to be able to clean up the Hydras that just spawned. Zyky's going to have to, you know, cut mining at this base. Meanwhile, the Corsairs are still killing a lot of Overlords. Zyky's down into the red supply. You know, Boa, the thing is, he is going to lose his units here, so Zyky's going to be happy about that, but was this enough damage?
Yeah, this was a one-way ticket for that army. I thought once the Zealots got into the 3rd base, they were going to deal a bit more damage than they did, but they did supply block Sziky for quite a while, and here comes the follow-up attack from Boa, so he's relentless with this pressure. My question is where are the observers? Is there an observer out with this army? Because if there is, this is the perfect window of opportunity for Boa. You know that you killed a ton of Overlords. You're approaching critical mass on the Dragoons. There's going to be, you know, a window where Zerg cannot build that many units. Supplies are pretty close still. What is that, 94 to 74? I like how Boa's taking a 3rd base behind this too. But Boa did lose 4 Templar there. So I didn't notice if he had any more Templar built, but the next attack shouldn't have as many storms.
Yeah, but it's going to have a lot of Dragoons here with observers. We'll have to see exactly how many Templar there are. And now Sziky did kill a lot of the Corsairs, and I'm surprised he doesn't actually, it doesn't trigger him to make a round of Mulists. So, and Boa's going to find a really sick angle here. There's no units from Sziky, and Sziky doesn't quite spot it just yet. The Overlord now is going to spot it, but even then, Sziky, a lot of his lurkers are still in production now, unburrowing to meet the Protoss force, the Protoss threat. And, you know, he's going to get the lurkers in, but this is a lot of Dragoons here. The Zealots are going to come out. Not too many lurkers in range of this army. The Templar are now here. The storms are going to be critical here. That's a clump of lurkers that are going to get stormed. Massive storms there from Boa, and he has so many units left over. You know, I'm looking to see at the minimap, are there more units reinforcing this Protoss position? It looks like so. Still a couple more storms left. He needs to run more Zealots in here, though, because I think Zerg is going to be able to clean this up eventually.
Well, he's got an Archon morphing, so these Zerglings should get mowed down. If the Archon can pop out in time, it looks like it may not actually get up. The Lings are going to take it down before it completes. So Sziky's going to hold on for now, but look at the supply. It's starting to get overwhelming. It's 90 to 59 right now. Third base is up and running for Boa. He's got like 9 gates. He's got Forge spinning. Everything's going well for him. You can see Sziky is scrambling to try and salvage this base. That sunken in the back is not going to help him, but it looks like Sziky for now is just barely going to hold on. Maybe he snipes a Templar, but with reinforcements coming in, Boa might just barely have enough.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting in a good spot, but Boa needs to get on top of one of these bases and kill it. I mean, he did expand himself, but his probe count isn't massive. It does actually, I do like this from Boa, just sitting on 44 probes, and now they have a lot of minerals to work with, so they're all being extremely efficient. This isn't just 44 probes, it's like 44 probes, but like you have so many mineral patches, so they're actually mining quite well here. The thing is, you know, you don't want Zerg to be able to get up this 4-base economy when you're just on 44 probes. Boa is going to find this attack here really crazy that he's going for it, but I think he has more than enough. But this is going to be really good trades here from Sziky, and somehow Sziky hangs on to that. And slowly but surely, it looks like Sziky's actually stabilizing his position, but Boa is double expanding, getting another base here to go up to 4 bases, and I'm assuming he's going to start making more probes at this point if he's trying to go to a 4 base. But really, kind of back and forth game, honestly. Not quite sure who's at an advantage. You know, obviously if Boa gets this 4th base up and running, he's going to be in a really good spot because Sziky still doesn't have a Queen's Nest. I don't think he doesn't look like he's going into Hive anytime soon, just morphed a bunch of lurkers. But yeah, really unclear position.
Yeah, it looks like the game is going to stabilize. That is so many lurkers. Protoss does have 4th base coming up, but supplies are pretty close, 110 to 85.
Oh,
DT is going to not find an entryway into the mineral only. That is so many lurkers, and I don't know how many storms are available for Boa. DT might get taken down. There's 2 storms at least, and that is a huge clump of lurkers. It would be a juicy,
is there an overlord
storm.
There? No, there's
yeah,
DT.
There's a DT that's just going to swipe on top of these lurkers. One goes down, and now...
Oh my
what? There was a
God.
drop into the main, so Boa is just making it chaotic, and while this is all happening, all those lurkers are dying in the center of the map. You've already taken down 3. That storm is a bit of a whiff, but overall, Boa doing a fantastic job with his multitask.
Yeah, Boa's playing really well at this point. Sziky, though, he was in a really good spot. He had so many units, but you know, with just lurkers, it's hard to make an attack happen. And now, you know, looks like a fight is going to break out, but Boa, I think, wisely pulls back. He's going to get a juicy storm on top of those Hydras. Unfortunately, he doesn't have detection, so he doesn't actually quite see these lurkers. He knows where they are, obviously, from where they're shooting. The Observer is still kind of hanging back. I think this is kind of a hotkeying mistake here from Boa. He does not have the Observers hotkeyed with his units or something like that. It's really unfortunate because maybe if he actually saw where the lurkers were, he would have been able to land some nutty storms. But look, behind this, finally the 4th base comes online. You can see Boa resuming worker production to scale his economy. And this is a really good spot to be in as Protoss because, once again, Zerg is stuck on lair tech, no Hive just yet, and you're on even bases. All you need to do now as Protoss is stabilize and get a really, really strong army going. But this is still scary, man. He doesn't have too many storms to work with.
Yeah, lack of AoE and lack of buffer for these Dragoons is going to backfire, and Sziky is going to push this attack back. That's going to be another Goon caught, another Archon caught. That's like the 4th Archon that's been morphed and has done no damage, so expensive losses. Meanwhile, Sziky is still sitting pretty on 4 bases, but the lack of drones in the main means he doesn't really have a good influx of minerals there. He's also not mining the gas there. Meanwhile, Boa's on top of it. He's on 4 gas right now. He's going up to 10 gate. I did see that he had 2-1 upgrades. He's soon to be what looks like to be 3-1 or 2-2. But this is just so much Zerg.
Yeah, it's a lot of Zerg and not quite enough Storm. A lot of the supply of Boa is in a worker advantage, but you know, I think he's actually trading just fine. And Sziky, again, he's on a very low eco. He's going to get it in here, but these Dragoons are still going to trade with the Lurkers, which is really important. These Lurkers are extremely expensive, and they take a long time to reproduce. So actually, I think Boa is going to hang on here. 6 Storm, and honestly, impressive there, because that Zerg attack seemed almost overwhelming, but Boa keeping his composure and the Dragoons trading so well there. Now, the lair problem, staying on lair is a problem because that limits the amount of upgrades you can get. He's only on +2 range upgrade, which is negated by the +2 armor of Sziky, but of Boa. But Boa has +2 weapons, and Sziky has no carapace upgrade. So this, over time is going to start favoring Boa massively. If you look at the supplies, he's almost doubling Sziky in supply. So this really just looks like Boa's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, Sziky is trying to push the issue, but he just doesn't have critical mass at this point. He needs to kind of sit back, get up another sizable army. He's done a good job to pick off the high-tech units. That's another forcing of the Archon. He's forced out so many storms, so that was nicely done. Even though he didn't kill that many units, he ended up trading pretty effectively there. Sziky's still struggling at 37 drones, though we see him taking top middle, and we saw him take this last time we saw him play on Sylphid, but was not able to actually get it up and running. I think with him consistently attacking, he's in a bit of trouble. DT is moving across the map, and there's no defense there. There's an Overlord, but only one Hydra.
Yeah, and the shuttle is queued up for Boa as well. This is still kind of a hard position to play out as Protoss, because you're not quite sure how much gas the Zerg has behind this, and you're constantly facing a bunch of units. That's 5 drone kills from the DT, which is massive. But at this point, I think Boa slowly, he's going to start recognizing just how advantageous his position is. He's pushing out onto the map. Again, that's a lot of Zerg units. Hydra Ling is really strong. You need a bunch of storms here. The storms is going to land. No, that was a whiff storm. Those 2 storms connect beautifully, though. And this is a lot of Protoss units coming in to join the fight. Yeah, another storm onto the Hydralisks. And Sziky looks like he's about to get destroyed here.
Yeah, more than doubling in the supply. It's 160 to 65. Way too many Templars. They just came out of nowhere. Went from 2 Templars up to what seems to be almost 10. Another Archon is going to be morphing in. And this is just simply too much Proto at this point. And Sziky taps out, and Boa is going to take our first game in this series.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a really good game from both players. That was really back and forth. I think Sziky, the thing is, so far in ZVP, he hasn't really lost in those situations. He usually loses kind of getting into late game, but Boa was just aggro nonstop and hitting really strong macro timings. And Sziky kind of struggled with that. But it was such a close game, honestly. We saw Boa was staying on really low probe counts to fuel his really early timings. But at the same time, once he gets his expansions going, he started probe production back again. So really, honestly, Boa just playing so well, and Sziky almost took it to him.
Yeah, I think that one drop made the difference maker right there. Like, he dropped the main while also the DT was doing work on the lurkers, and then something else happened at the third base. Boa did a really good job to keep it chaotic and didn't let Sziky really get much going for him. Sure, Sziky had 4 bases, but really didn't have the drone count to get them up and running as efficiently as possible. He also kept him on lair tech the entire game, which is quite impressive. And remember, well, we'll talk about it in a few minutes. Our second map is going to be on Polypoid. Boa is up 1-0 over Sziky. Sziky has to win here because I don't think he's taken a single series in the round of 8. Otherwise, he's going to have a really tough time making it into the round of 6. So in the bottom right, in the white, up 1-0, it is our American Protoss player, Boa.
And in the top left, in the orange, is the Hungarian Zerg, Sziky. And Polypoid. Well, actually, no, you were trying to make a point before the game started.
Yeah, so last game, it was just a slugfest back and forth, but there were points where I thought, wow, Sziky didn't really eat that many storms. He also forced a lot of Archon morphs, so there weren't that many Templars for the majority of the game, yet still, Boa was able to do a lot of damage with his Goon and Zealot combo. So if Sziky is still not able to overwhelm the Protoss player when the Protoss really didn't have that many storms, I'm a bit worried for him going into game 2. There was really only a couple moments where I was like, Boa's overextending a bit much, like when he went into the third base and then also engaging the lurkers. But other than that, everything looked pretty solid.
I'm telling you, man, Boa is a monster in PvZ, without a doubt. Just watching him play, just so calculated, so disciplined. His builds make a lot of sense. The way he expands and then makes more probes, it's just really incredible. And guys, Boa used to play with Soma, okay, like back in the day, and he used to play with all the top Korean amateurs. But the fact that he was playing with Soma, it's no surprise to me that his PvZ is top notch.
Yeah, Soma just a beast very deep into the round or into the ASL. We're going to be seeing him again pretty soon in the round of 4.
Yeah, playing Flash.
Playing Flash. That would be a
spoilers,
very
guys.
interesting match. Very interesting match. Now we do see that Boa ended up going into 11 Nexus, follow up with a Forge. We do see that this is the first time Sziky went into hatch first. So a bit of a mix-up here from Sziky. We'll see how he can transition out of this. You can see that Boa did not get off a first scout, so he's not able to get the insane greed opener of Gateway Forge. He is going to put down a cannon, but
He actually
slick...
He went Nexus first before.
Yeah, he
Forge.
went Nexus first, 11 Nexus.
So that's
Still
really good for him.
Yeah. What do you think about this wall? This is a pretty slick wall.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it looks like there's no way any links get on the left side.
no, it's I'm pretty sure it's only through the pylon and the gateway. Sorry, Nayo, can I totally cut you off? Because I had to get it out there that the Nexus was first because it was massive.
It was an 11 Nexus, which is something we've seen consistently in the BSL. I've never seen it really off a stream, except for when I end up going into 11 Nexus, because I realize if I play Protoss versus Zerg, I need as big of an advantage as I can get. Now the probe does see that this is a lair follow-up. It is not speed this time.
Yeah, it is straight lair, which makes sense obviously against the Nexus first opening, or rather the non-gateway first opening. And the core is also very nicely timed here. He must have built the core before the Zealot. So really both players on course for very standard builds here. I don't know who's favored, because the reality is 11 Nexus, it's not that greedy. You cut a lot of probes to get that out. So it's not like, even though he got the Nexus first, it's not like his economy is substantially ahead. So you can see the Stargate starting before the lair even finishes yet again. So tempo-wise, at least in the tech department, Boa seems to be slightly ahead of the Zerg player. He might be able to get 2 Overlords this game as well. Remember, last game he also got 2 Overlords. So we'll have to see what build Boa chooses to go for in this game, because it is cross spawns here on Polypoid. And so I doubt that he'll go for as aggressive an opener as he did last game.
Well, I did see that the Nat Gas was taken relatively fast from Boa, so we're going to have some heavy tech play. Zealot into the third base. Just going to be annoying. Going to situate behind those minerals and trade very, very efficiently. Stargate is done, or close to being done for our Protoss player. Spire is halfway along. Now this time, Citadel is already done at the 5-minute mark. So with the fast second gas, this has to be DT, because he just simply doesn't have the resources to go into a fast Zealot follow-up. But what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I like this opening a lot. And you see he actually only makes 1 Corsair, and he's not even getting +1 air, which is interesting. The Zealot is coming in. It has 3 kills. I wonder if those were if those were drones, that would be hilarious. But I doubtful, because Sziky still has 24 drones to the 29 probes of Boa, so probably killed a bunch of lings there. This Zealot harass is actually really annoying, and look how many lings Sziky has to make. Meanwhile, the Corsair comes online. It's going to start killing these Overlords, and especially if he kills this Overlord at the 3rd o'clock with the DTs coming in so fast. Okay, so luckily for Sziky, he does get another Overlord in production there, probably aware of the fact that DT follow-up is a possibility at this point. And yeah, Boa is getting into a really, really nice position here.
I think this game might end in the next couple minutes, because I don't think Sziky expects a DT to be this fast. This is maybe the fastest DT I've seen in all of the PVZs I've really ever seen, especially comboed with Stargate. Like, this is insanely fast. It would be different if he cut the Sayers to get this DT out. Now, I guess Sziky suspects this because he's got a Sunken going up at his third base. Remember last game we saw an 8-minute move out, and the standard PVZ move out is around 7:30, so the Sunken Colony feels a bit preemptive. But as played, this is going to be a perfect counter to what Boa's going for. 2 Overlords are in position. DT is moving out. Scourge are in position. I'm not sure if he saw the blur there, but the second DT going to the Nat too.
All in with the $20.
All in tipped $20. So at least 3 polished players in final.
They're going to get into the base here. He's going to kill a couple of DTs now. Okay, so actually, Boa's really
kill the Sunken.
Oh, he's actually bringing all the Corsairs. So he was making a bunch of Corsairs this whole time. He's going to kill the Overlords. And this base is not long for this Earth, Nyokin. I feel like he's going to go for the... Even if he doesn't go for the drones here, he's probably just going to start hitting the Sunks and then hitting the hatcheries. And look, Sziky has a couple of Mutalisks in production. That's going to be a good response to having killed a bunch of these Corsairs. But is he going to be able to save this hatchery? I'm not quite sure.
I don't think so. 80 damage on the ground from 2 DTs can potentially kill it very quickly. Well, I guess he will save it because Overlord pops out. 6 Mutas are going to pop out, and with only 3 Sayers left over, no way that they're going to be able to deal with these Mutalisks. You can see that the DTs are now trying to get away with their lives, but he does take them down regardless. Sziky took a lot of damage there. He's going to be supply blocked. Boa is at the 42 probe count, as you mentioned last game. That's a good amount to be on 2 bases. He did lose 2 Sayers, but I think the amount of damage he's done is just going to be pretty much fine. He's got 6 gate. He's got his first couple Templar out. Already has 3. Everything looks fantastic for him.
Yeah, and the mining time disruption there was absolutely huge for Boa. So behind this, he's going to be able to get up to 6 gates. He started his Templars already. They're pulling energy. You can see +1 is about to finish. Zealot Speed is about to finish. So he's going to have a follow-up attack here. It doesn't look like Sziky is anywhere near ready to get into Hydralisk production just yet. The Hydra Den just now finishing. So he's going to have to also wait for the double Hydralisk upgrades. And I'm curious to see if Sziky actually starts making non-stop Mutalisks at this point and goes into Muta Scourge. You can see more Mutas in production. The Scourge are out as well. He is getting Hydralisk speed, so probably not his long-term plan, obviously, to stay on air here. But, you know, for now it's going to be really good because I don't actually think that Boa invested into +1 air weapons. And this is only 6 Corsairs, so they can kill the Scourge in time, but it's not really an overwhelming amount of Corsairs. I feel like with +1 Carapace from Sziky coming in on his Mutalisks, if he gets the right engagement, he could easily destroy this Corsair count.
Yeah, not going to find any success at this third base. There's just way too many Sunkens. And if Boa comes in and sees this amount of Sunkens, I'd really like him to just turn around and take a third base himself. Instead, he tries to engage it, and all of the Scourge connect. 3 of the Sayers instantly die. Mutas are taking almost no damage, and there's 2 more Sunkens behind that Sunken. So this was a complete bot. Storm is going to come in. Maybe he can kind of salvage this with a Great Storm, but instead it's a complete whiff. So nothing going right. The Templar in the back there. That Aemon just falls. He does get a couple or a little bit of damage onto the Mutalist, but that was not the engagement that Boa wanted.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. And kind of another, you know, sometimes Boa just has these questionable decisions. That was definitely one of them. I think as soon as you see the Scourge pop out and the bunch of Mutalisks and all the Sunks, there's no reason to commit there. Just pull back and take your third Nexus and have Dragoon production behind this. But unfortunately, he loses a lot of his units. Now he's going to lose a lot of his Corsairs, loses air superiority. Suddenly the Mutalisks are really annoying. So honestly, Sziky is looking like he's getting into a really nice position. He is getting Maelstrom, but he does not actually have a Dark Archon morphing just yet. So, oh, there it is. It's in the production tab. So he is making a Dark Archon. I'm fine with this decision. The one decision I'm not fine with is just how late the Dragoon production is starting for Boa.
I'm surprised with this follow-up because he saw that there's 6 hatch production. He saw that there's so many Sunkens set up at the third base, and he just had a complete whiff with the Storms and the Zealots. So really, Zerg lost almost nothing, yet he's going to continue to go for what seems to be potentially an all-in, because this is 7 gate. He's going into heavy goon play. He's going into Dark Archon. There's no third Nexus, which is really what I was expecting. And look at the drone count, 47 to 42. Like, Sziky's looking pretty at this particular moment in the game. I really feel like Boa's kind of misstepping here by continuing to just try and pressure and not really get much damage done.
Yeah, and it is polypoid. Like, where are you going to attack here? 12 o'clock is totally unassailable. The natural is going to be hard to attack, but you know, this is going to be a pretty strong timing here, and Boa is taking a third base behind this, so he might be able to deny the fourth base from Sziky, which would be a huge win. But look at how many Mutilisks Sziky has. He's going to threaten to go into the Protoss's main base here. Now, good thing Boa has been making Corsairs this whole time. He's going to have a response to this. Here come the Dragoons also. So I think he's going to be fine actually against this. He's going to lose a couple of probes, which is annoying. But here come the Scourge. Are they going to actually connect onto these Corsairs? No, they're not. And doesn't lose the biggest amount of probes. I would like to see him just start making more probes at this point, because he's about to take another base as well. Now, these Corsairs, the problem is they don't actually have +1 air weapons. So against the +1 Carapace from the Mutilisks, they're not going to be very efficient in dealing with them. But it doesn't really matter, because all it takes is one Maelstrom and those Mutas are gone. Yeah, really, Boa, I wonder, you know, what's his plan here? Is he going to try and expand again and go into fourth base, or is he going to try and deny Sziky's fourth base?
Well, Muta's coming into the... No, don't storm your own probes. He killed like 7 of his own probes right there. So a big whip. Oh, that is a ton of Scourge. And if he can find more connections onto these Sayers, that would be great. Instead, they are just going to back off for now. Sziky does see that the third base is up for Boa. It's not running just yet, but Sziky's at 125 supply versus 125 supply from the Protoss. He's got his fourth base coming up at the mineral only. Everything looks really great for Sziky. He just does have to be careful to not eat a Maelstrom and not eat a Storm. Other than that, everything looks pretty good. Dark Archon has been spotted, so he knows he needs to be careful. Now, 14 supply or 14 worker lead for Sziky. That's what I was looking for. What's the status of the Queen's Nest? It is up, and now we've got 55 drones across 4 bases. That's perfect.
This is a lot of Protoss units, though, and Sziky, a lot of his supply is in workers and is in these Mutilisks. So I don't know if he's going to have enough to stop this attack. I mean, especially the angle at which Boa is coming from. There are no lurkers in position. This is such a big attack here from Boa. He might be able to bust into Sziky's natural, and Boa is still mining from his natural, still mining from his third base, so he's not out of money just yet. Here comes the attack here. No lurkers in position. 6 Storm already, and really, where's Sziky's army? Only now does he react to this attack. Sick Maelstrom on top of those Hydralisks. Look at the wizard himself, Boa, just busting in here. The Zealots get on top of the Sunkens. There's not quite enough lurkers there to defend, and now Sziky, he's trying to rally more troops back into his natural. That's a lot of Zerg units, but Boa kind of keeping his units together. He needs to find a 6 Storm on top of these lurkers if he wants a chance at winning this game. That is so many Zerg units. It looks like he's kind of running out of steam. The spells are just not going off, but a bunch of Zealots inside of Sziky's base. The Mutilisks finally come back, and I wonder, where are all the Corsairs from Boa?
Yeah, I think all the Sayers ended up getting wiped out, so the Zealots are into the main. He breached the natural, but how much damage can he actually get done? It's still 37 workers for Sziky. He still has 7 hatchery. It looks like the Mutas are going to be the reason that this ends up getting cleaned up. I almost thought for sure that Boa was going to bust through, but so many lurkers in the backline dealing a ton of damage. Looks like armor may be denied. Now that's a pretty key upgrade for Sziky, so he wants to make sure to not lose that. Meanwhile, Boa, he is rebuilding his probe count that he lost at his natural, but what I'm not seeing is I don't see a 4th base being put up anywhere, and his main and natural should be mined out pretty soon.
Oh my god, and those Zealots barely kill both, you know, they don't even kill those 2 buildings. So honestly, that was a pretty good attack for Boa to really stabilize the game back in terms of evening the worker count. But as you were saying, Nyokin, there's no 4th base in sight just yet for Boa, and at this point, as the situation clears up, the Zerg is up in supply, he's even on worker count. and now has a hive to work with. So really, Boa kind of in the ditch here. But that attack, I mean, it did even it out. It could have done more damage, I feel like. Not quite the best engagement there from Boa, and kind of overcommitted into the natural too quickly, I think. But, you know, as is right now, it looks like Sziky, he still has a clump of Mutalisks. That was a good storm. But 2 Templar go down yet again. Boa still does not have a 3rd gas online, so every Templar counts at this point. And the upgrades are still pretty good for Boa, I think. No, that's 1-1, 2-1 is going to finish. I wonder what the upgrades are like for the Zerg player. The Carapace was on the way. Bunch of links.
I think it's like 2-1 upgrades for the Zerg. If it's not, it's at least 1-1. We did see Crackling was upgraded, so melee upgrades are starting to come in. Meanwhile, it doesn't seem like Boa's really hitting his upgrades as well this game. There's no second forge either, so he may be behind in upgrades pretty soon. Another Dark Archon out onto the map. He has 1 Maelstrom available. Still, Templar count is extremely low, but once he can get his 4th base up and running, we should see an influx of gas coming his way. Main is mined out, as I was pointing out earlier. It's still 45 probes versus 44 drones. Supplies are very close still, but Sziky is now starting to take mid left.
This is good for Boa, though, to be completely honest with you. They're both basically on similar economies, and the Protoss is generally just obviously more cost efficient off of the same units. But here comes a bunch of lurkers. He needs to just storm on top of that. No storms just yet, and Boa's losing a bunch of his zealots there, and actually Sziky's just doing so much damage to these Protoss units. A nice Maelstrom there kind of mostly gets trash, really, Overlord and like a Mutalisks, but the lurkers are forced off of that position. Now, Sziky is getting this 5th base, which is crucial, and it doesn't look like Boa is gearing up to take a 5th base, and I wonder what his transition into the late game is going to be like. He's going to try and push up here. The Zealots do get a nice spread, though. Actually, I think he might be able to kill these lurkers. That was insane. He actually just ran up there. The Zerg units now finally reinforcing this position, but there's a lot of storm to work with, and more zealots joining in the fight. That is cracklings, though, so they do a lot of damage. They do not have weapon upgrades just yet. Darkstorm goes down, so that attack is over. More upgrades here coming in for Sziky, but yeah, it looks like Sziky is stabilizing into a decent position, but at the same time, I think if Boa just expands here, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, this attack is going to be denied, but as I say that, Boa's continuing to push up, and somehow he's gotten through all of the Dark Swarm. Lurker Morph on the ramp. That's a really slick move from Sziky to deny the Protoss from getting up into this base. We do see a 6th base coming up for Sziky on the other side of the map at the mineral only. 4th base is up and running for Boa, though. You can see that he does have much more gas now. So everything is still okay for him, but I'm mostly just concerned about the upgrades at this point. Like we can see +2 melee weapon is starting to be upgraded for the Zerg. Sunken's at the mineral only. That's not going to be busted. So Sziky's going to have 6 bases momentarily, and Boa, he doesn't have upgrades. Okay, he's at 2-1. That's not bad, but he doesn't have a 5th base either.
Yeah, this is slowly but surely looking kind of like a bad position for Protoss. Zerg is getting everything online for that late game. The upgrades are coming on. The Dark Swarm Plague is online, and the economy is looking like it's getting stabilized here. And Boa is not transitioning into shuttle play. He's not transitioning into beavers. And also he just is on 2 base, really, probably 3 base for a bit. His natural is still operational, but it's gonna mine out soon, and there's not really that many probes. So honestly, Boa's economy is a bit suffering here, and Sziky's about to get a 6th base, as you were saying, at the mineral only. Look, even more drones morphing in here, and honestly, Boa's on the back foot.
Yeah, supplies are now in favor of Sziky, 110 to 106. He already has all of his he has hive tech too, so this is not just lair tech, mass hydra wing. There's going to be defilers, there's going to be lurkers, potentially ultras coming in pretty soon. Dark Swarm and Plague also. DT moving to the left side of the map. Don't know if there's any overlords in position there, so he may be able to find a couple worker kills. looks like that already got cleaned up. So yeah, that didn't do anything really. At least it got away with a little bit of help. More lurkers are going to bleed out. They're going to kill a decent amount of zealots though. But overall, Sziky just looking to be in a massive position. He's at 56 workers, 6 days, 3-2 for his Hydralisk. Just crazy.
Yeah, this game's all but over. Protoss needs those upgrades, and honestly, Protoss struggles getting, in the ultra late game, Protoss does struggle because their upgrades stop scaling. But definitely when you're behind on upgrades as Protoss, that's a complete disaster. You can kind of deal with being even on upgrades, but behind is just, you cannot play the game anymore. These lings are, luckily for Boa, it's really only the attack range that has been upgraded. The lings are not quite yet. I mean, they're going to get an upgrade advantage here on top of the armor of Protoss. So I think these lings are just going to start ravaging the Protoss units. Sick Plague goes down onto half of the Protoss units, and no Dark Storm just yet. He doesn't really care about it. Plague is really important as well. The plus attack kicks in onto these lings, and at this point, honestly, Zerg can just start making lings from all the hatcheries and just flood the Protoss. It's really just such a massive advantage that Sziky has.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for just a counterattack on the right side. Boa's, all of his attention is on the left side. Something like a small ling attack comboed with the Dark Swarm would shut down the mineral only, I think, from the Protoss player. DT getting into this mineral only. There's no Overlord there, so may be able to find some success. But as I say, that Overlord comes in. Oh, maybe not. Oh, he's just barely out of vision. How's that possible? So the DT may actually get some drone kills. One ling there. Nice around from Sziky, and nice noticing of the Overlord to eventually take it out. Lurkers and Defilers, more action on the left side of the map. Plague is doing work. Lurkers are doing work, and now we have a 30 supply lead for Sziky. Still no 5th base for Boa.
Yeah, it's really only a matter of time here until Boa GG's out. He's kind of forcing this issue here at the high ground, which is questionable. Maybe he could just expand to mid right. I don't know why he's constantly forcing the situation here. The reality is, if Boa does move his army away from here, suddenly his 6 o'clock becomes assailable. So I understand why he's constantly fighting for this position, but it is just kind of, he's not making any progress. He's just fighting lurkers on high ground and getting plagued nonstop. And really, I mean, there's not much Boa can do this game. Zerg is in such a ridiculous lead at this point that it's virtually unlosable for Sziky.
Well, look at this gas that Sziky has. He has 2,500 gas. Was that a Reaver shot? I don't know what that was. It looks like a Reaver tried to get off but didn't kill anything. Yeah, they're not going to find any success up there. I'd like to see, just like 100 ultras get made. He's got the gas for it. He's doing fine with Ling Lurker, but something more powerful like ultras comboed with Swarm, comboed with Plague, he would just tear through these zealots. Now Reaver, I think, will be unloaded here, but Boa's just running out of steam. You can see that he doesn't know what to do. He was attacking the left side, now he's attacking top right. Just kind of doesn't know exactly what's the best angle. This mineral only is almost mined out too, so basically Boa's on one base mining, and those are lurkers and Dark Swarm coming in too.
Yeah, this base is going to go down for Boa. I mean, it doesn't even matter because honestly he was about to mine that out and he has no other base to replace it, but really it's just formalities at this point. We can expect a GG coming out of Boa anytime now. Just really well played here from Sziky, but honestly Boa just had such a questionable attack in the early game. If you recall, when he went for that third base with the Corsairs and the Zealots into mass mutas, after that attack, it was basically downhill. I mean, he had another good shot when he went into Siki's natural with a huge amount of units. I wonder now, this is starting, it looks like this replay might have desynced actually. Because
yeah, I can't imagine Sziky having 4K.
Yeah, unfortunately we got a desync here, but highly unlikely. Yeah, we could probably restart the replay and yeah, I mean, we have to see who wins, but it's clear, it's pretty, we could fast forward and see the end.
Just skip through to 26 minutes, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, unfortunately.
Well, we know. Well, I don't think it's necessary. It was kind of obvious how that was going to play out. I think Bo was just about to roll over and die there. So, really, I mean, Boa, that first attack made no sense, unfortunately, and then the follow-up attack had a chance. I feel like if he controlled slightly better, he had a bunch of Storm, he had a bunch of Maelstrom. And he had a huge supply lead in terms of the army supply there. He had a really good chance to bust, but didn't quite make enough of it. And that's it. He lost.
Yeah, the ZZZero attack, as you pointed out, at the third base. I mean, he saw the Sunkens, and it just was very questionable. I guess he didn't see the 2 Sunkens behind the minerals. He thought it was only just going to be 2. If there was only 2, then sure, it could have worked. But in the end, he just ended up tossing a majority of his army. Wasn't able to get a third base up quickly because of that. And then imagine if he had 7 more Zealots in that one big attack he did. He probably busts through all the way to the main and kills everything. So a bit unlucky there. But regardless, Boa looked pretty good. Sziky does look pretty good. He's at he had like 9 hatches. He got the hive tech. He got all of his upgrades going. He got almost a split map scenario. So he looked pretty strong. And I don't think I saw him overextend like we saw last week. So that should be a good sign for you Sziky fans. But it looks like these 2 players are quite even because there was opportunities on both sides to win the game.
Yeah, it was a pretty sick game, just back and forth, honestly. And that was a good victory for Sziky for his confidence level. Probably going into this third game, he has a good shot of taking down Boa, which would be an absolutely massive win for him. It is going to be on Optimizer, though, and I think this is a pretty good... I mean, it's just not a good Zerg map, so we'll have to see. Game 3, Sziky versus Boa. Let's do it.
So in the bottom left, in the blue, is our Zerg player Sziky.
And in the bot right, in the red, the Protoss, Boa.
Yeah, so yesterday, you played your show match versus Jaeyoon, and I know you were someone that said, like, oh, Bio's unplayable as Terran on this map. Now, obviously, Protoss versus Zerg is different, but what type of... is it possible that we see something crazy like, say, a Reaver? Do you think we're just going to see something like, Dragon pulled out versus eOnzErG in a previous BSL where he did Zealot Archon? He's going to have more access to gas. Is that a viable build? Or what do you think we're going to see from Boa here? Of course, this is Gateway Expand, but as a follow-up, what are you expecting?
I mean, I think it's hard to bust Zerg on this map, especially in these positions, because Zerg is going to be behind a sunken wall, and his third is going to be very hard to attack. Zerg also has a lot of all-inning opportunities on this map because they can... it's hard for Protoss to confirm whether or not there's a third hatchery, a third base. So, not quite clear, but in general, maps... Like, again, Optimizer is not a Zerg-friendly map because Zerg doesn't benefit as much from the extra mineral patches as the other races do, because Zerg already inherently has more access to resources than the other races, just by the fact that the... you can expand faster. So, how I expect I haven't really seen too many games of PvZ here, so really this is speculation, but I just think the extra resources that Boa gets will allow him to get a really sick timing going where he can bust the front with a bunch of goons and Templars, especially with the third gas. I mean, that is insane to have on this map. So we'll have to see. And Sziky, he's not the type of player that goes for all-ins at all, really. So, if this gets into the mid-game, I mean, Boa, if he has a map to win, it's definitely this one,
Yeah, I do also like Protoss on this map quite a bit. From my few games that I saw of PvZ, they just have such a strong timing with the influx of minerals at their natural that Zealot Archon Templar Goon timing that you're talking about is super strong. Forge coming down for Boa. Second Zealot is already out. This time it was an overpull, just like Sziky has gone consistently for, except for last game on Polypoid. Now remember, Sylphid, he got that gateway dangerously low, and it's already getting, plowed down pretty quickly. It's about to lose all of its shields. It's already lost 500 health. 3 probes have been preemptively pulled. Zealot's end probe gonna try and push these lings back. Now look, this is 8 lings that Sziky made. This is not just 6.
This was actually 9 pull Nyoken, and the thing
pull.
is, Boa doesn't know that there's no gas behind this, so you can see he's being very, very passive, because speed could kick in at any time here, and he's not gonna lose any zealots. So this is actually really well managed from Boa, and we saw even on Sylphid he was managing these situations just perfectly. I think at this point speed would have finished. He notices that there's no speed, so you can see the cannon finishes. He's ready to push out, and look, Boa, this is what makes him such a great player, and this is what makes really strong players, is the amount of information you get just by seeing what's missing, what timings are missing. And he sees that there's no link speed, so he knows what's going on. He can push out the zealots without fear of getting link flooded or counterattacked. And now suddenly Zerg has to make even more links to defend against this. Behind this, Protoss is expanding. This is still going to be a good trade for Boa if he micros correctly. This is a really good engagement actually for Protoss, and I'm afraid that Sziky might just lose straight up here.
Well, those are heavily damaged zealots, so they will fall very quickly once they start falling just like that. So he ends up cleaning it up pretty easily, but Boa putting on a lot of pressure, forcing out a lot more lings. We do see a third hatch at top left, so this is going to be, potential split map scenario for the Zerg Zealot. Stutter stepping, getting out as many. Oh, he just popped that ling back. And now I think Sziky's in a bit of trouble, but as I say that, I'm looking at the probe count. It's still decently low. Drone count is surprisingly high at 14. Now I can't see, but okay, yeah, cybernetics is about 75% of the way along. Meanwhile, that layer is only just now started.
This core is incredibly fast, and I'm assuming that Boa cut a couple of probes to get this core out, which makes so much sense on this map. Again, it's really hard to basically scout whether or not Zerg expanded here, and Sziky went for kind of a weird base here, taking this base rather than the mid-left base. You can see though he's already mining the minerals out at the bridge, so he wants to connect everything as fast as possible. Now cutting probes on this map is a bit fine, because you have access to more mineral patches, you actually get way more efficiency off of your probes, so your economy gets back online much quicker than on other maps. So I agree with this this play here from Bo, and the Stargate is just so incredibly fast this game. He's going straight into +1 weapons, and the fact that, basically from the early game, not only did Boa force a lot of lings out of Zerg, but very importantly, he had full scouting information in terms of just confirming that, okay, look, the Zerg's hatchery timing was this. I know he went 9 pool, no gas, so I know there's no Hydralisk follow-up, most likely, which would have been the biggest risk here for the Protoss player. So just in general, Boa, once again, getting himself into a nice position, but at the same time, Sziky, look at his drone count. It's skyrocketing.
Yeah, 29 drones to 29 probes. Meanwhile, Boa does have tech advantage. Oh, there it is. Robo going up instantly for Boa. So we may see something that we haven't seen, I don't think, ever in BSL. At least I cannot remember a single Sarah Reaver game, except for maybe games on maps like Sparkle. So this is going to be quite a mix-up. Now, I wonder if Sziky has any experience versus this, lately, because on the ladder you don't face this at all either. You don't know how often he's been playing Optimizer, and this was a pick from Boa, right? Like, he just lost, so he got to pick Optimizer here, so he's probably practiced this build quite a bit on this particular map. And with 4 gas available, I mean, he can build Sares for days. He can build all of those heavy gas units, the Sares, Templar, Reavers. This is just gonna be a fantastic strategy, I think.
Yeah, not only that, but he's going to have a free base in mid-right. So just in general, Sarah Reaver makes a lot of sense on this map. I'm so excited to see this, Nyoken. Really wasn't expecting this, and you never see it. But the thing is, Sarah Reaver is just one of the hardest, absolutely hardest builds to pull off in StarCraft. So you really need to know what you're doing with this build, and you really need to have your execution down. You need to have the knowledge down of the several timings here, because Zerg gets a lot of space to drone up, and they get a lot of space to make a lot of Hydras, and you really only you have only Reavers to work with, which, you know, if they get caught out of position, they just die. But, you know, look, Sziky already knows what's going on. He's going to expand to top left, and fortunately for Sziky, actually, he went for the correct expansion pattern here rather than having mid left, because he went for top left, he's going to have a free fourth base. I think that probably didn't factor into Boa's calculations of this particular scenario, because if Sziky actually had mid left as a base instead of top left, it'd be much harder for Sziky to secure a fourth base, given what's happening. So, you know, I do like Sziky's position to deal with this, but honestly, Boa just has such a sick position from the opening that, you know, he has all the tools he needs to convert a win here, but it is really, really hard to pilot Sarah Reaver successfully.
Yeah, it takes ridiculous amount of control. The stairs and shuttles, the shuttle really is going to be so fragile. Now, Hydras are going to poke in, and he's going to see that a Reaver is already out. So he should already know that, hey, this is not a standard game. This is going to be Sarah Reaver. But as I say that, look at the follow-up. Is that 8 gates in production for... No, there's no way. Okay,
oh, yeah, it is.
3 gates. This is just going to be a fast Reaver, force out a lot of Hydras, force out Burrow and types, and, you know, something like that. But behind this, it is not just going to be pure Sarah Reaver. This is going to be a standard follow-up. You know, a lot of Zealots, a lot of Goons, a lot of Templars. And as you pointed out, mid-right is a free base for Protoss, so that's going to be a third Nexus going up pretty soon.
Yeah, but again, I really like Sziky's decision to go for this fourth base, or this third base at top left. It actually paid off. I think it's going to be really hard to punish this. And because of that, Sziky also gets another base for free. Oh, he cannot lose Corsairs. He's losing track of these Corsairs. Takes a decent amount of damage onto them. And so far, the shuttle is not finding any damage here. I wonder where the shuttle is. Did he just lose the shuttle?
Yeah, I'm confused where okay, there it is. It's in the main. Like, okay. You would think that it was synced up with the Sares, but I guess he was just waiting for the second Reaver to pop out. Oh, he's gonna bleed off one Sare. Unfortunately, we do see more gateways going up. We do see Templar Archive coming in, and we do see Sziky powering like a madman. That is a 5th base already going up at the 10:30 mark.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for Boa. I don't know what he's doing. He's going to try and hit a timing here with the Zealots. But now, I mean, Sziky knows there's going to be ground army. He already has Lurker tech coming. You can see the Lurkers are morphing already in production. Honestly, this looks like a disaster game from Protoss. I don't see him hitting a timing anytime soon. Zerg just got away with so much. Finally, the shuttle speed finishes. There's a bunch of Zealots here. I wonder, he does not have observers with this army, so he's in for a rude awakening once he sees the Lurkers. He needs to get some kind of damage off with these... oh my god, the shuttle goes down, but not before dropping the Reavers, and, I mean, he has no detection, though. Oh my god,
these are free kills. These are free Reavers. All of them are going to fall. Sure, he's going to trade for, what, like 6 Hydras, but that's not what you're looking for. And look at the supply, 90 to 83, and this is versus a Zerg that already has 5 bases. Zealots are trying to move up to the left side of the map. This might have a little bit of success. Going to supply block Sziky here, but more reinforcements coming from the back. And now this super powerful timing that we were expecting comboed with the Reaver, that's not going to happen anymore. Look, Templars are just now being morphed. So that's a bit unfortunate to lose those powerhouses in those 2 Reavers. Third base is going up for Boa, but this is still 3 base versus 5 base Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, this game is totally down the drain for Protoss. Like, just the build was not hit at all. And it was risky to go for this because this does happen. You know, if you don't punish the Zerg, it's kind of like playing 1-on-1 in TVZ. If you just miss the build, you're dead. This is exactly what happened. It's why you don't see it used that often, because it's just so hard to get the value that you need to stop Zerg from doing exactly what Sziky did this game. But it's going to be incredibly hard, and I'm actually rather confused at why he would go for Zealots too to follow that up. I think if he went for a bunch of Dragoons early on and went for a really sick timing with Dragoon Reaver, that would have made much more sense. But instead he went for the Zealots. And, you know, the thing is, the Reavers aren't going to be enough to deal with all the Hydralisks, and you have a bunch of resources inside of the Corsairs that you made. Now, DT gets in for Boa. He does get some damage in, but I mean, just look at the supply. You know, Protoss is already behind a significant amount. Now, he's going to have another time. Like, this game, Protoss is going to have one timing, and he might be able to win with it, but it's going to be really hard.
Well, it looks like there's some movement at the third base. Is that a drop at the third base of the Protoss? Yes, that is going to be a Hydra Ling drop. It's going to take down this third Nexus. And once this goes down, Protoss is really going to be feeling the pressure to essentially win the game with one attack. He's not even mining the main gas, the second main gas. He's just all or nothing at this point. He's down 20 supply. I think he's about even in upgrades, so really not where you want to be as Protoss. Look at his army. It's pitiful. And this is Zerg on 5 base. The only thing that Zerg doesn't have, I don't think, is Hive. Other than that, oh, and he even catches the drop at the bottom left.
Yeah, this is a disaster, Nyokin. I mean, just absolute train wreck of a game here, unfortunately, from Boa. And it doesn't really matter what he does. Zerg is just so significantly ahead from the openers that it really just is an insurmountable task here to just outplay the sheer production and resources that Zerg has. And he can even go for these drops here, and there's no answer to these drops. We lost a lot of our Corsairs. These Overlords are going to get in for free. The army's out of position, but even if we were to counterattack, it's too small to pose any threat here, and now we're going to lose our main.
Yeah, the main is going to be ransacked. I don't really think this was a necessary drop because the main was just so low on minerals, but as played, it's going to get a lot of damage done. Well, it actually didn't get that much damage done. Sure, it forced a probe pull, but unless it can get this Nexus, I don't know if this was worth. Storm tries to save the day, but ends up finally getting the Nexus on the last few shots. Zerg is just sending another task force across the map. He knows Boa's in trouble. It can only take bottom right, so that's going to be a denied base. And now what does Boa do? He's just pretty much got to go with his standing army, but instead he just taps out. He knows that there's no way to overcome a Zerg as strong as Sziky at this point in the game, and Sziky is going to take the series 2-1.
Yeah, and I guess that was a surprising result. You know, Sziky actually coming in with the first win that he's had, and he is the first player to topple a Protoss, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, that is
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so massive result there from Sziky, and really that was impressive because honestly, after the first game, Boa looked really convincing, and even in the early stages of the Polypoid game, Boa looked convincing, but Sziky managed to somehow grind out a solid win on Polypoid, and then on this third optimizer map, I mean, Boa kind of having one of his lackluster performances with just not a cohesive build at all, and Sziky just completely rolled through him that game. I think it was maybe fortunate that Sziky actually took top left instead of mid left. I think the game probably looks a bit different if Zerg takes mid left, or if Zerg tries to be aggressive at all. But maybe Boa, I think, picked the wrong build order here against Sziky, because Sziky is the type of player that just nonstop will sit back and drone up. And I think if Boa had a build that was probably more prepared and more tuned towards the many different all-ins that exist on Optimizer for Zerg. So it's just not the best build selection from Boa, not the best strategy from him. And Sziky puts a W on the board for the Terrans and the Zergs of this tournament.
Yes, this is the first Zerg or first victory versus Protoss. Sziky's the one to do it, and he desperately needed it because he was 0-3, but now he's kind of salvaged it. He's at 1-3.
Yeah,
it's a battle for 5th and 6th place at this point, as you're saying, because eOnzErG at 1-2, Dandy at 1-2, kogeT at 0-3, now Sziky at 1-3, and Boa is now at 2-3. So Boa looks like he may be on the chopping block for the only Protoss, well, so far, potentially to not make it into the round of 6.
Yeah.
So that's going to be it for our 4th series. We are going to be having our 5th series coming up soon. It is going to be, let me look. It is going, oh, is it all right? Oh, no, that's tomorrow. It's going to be Dewalt versus Dandy coming up. So we got a Terran versus Protoss after this break. And this is going to be eOnzErG all or nothing. He's going for it with a bunch of Hydras, but there's so many cannons. There's so many Zealots just soaking up so many hits. That's a good, well, it's a kind of a whiff of the storm, but the Zealots bought enough time. DT in the natural getting so many kills, and there's no Hydras to defend the Overlords.
Yeah, I mean, these Corsairs are just killing every Overlord ever produced by eOnzErG, and Dewalt, this game not caught off guard at all by eOnzErG's shenanigans. Until the other Overlord goes down, there's literally no Overlords on the map. That's 5 supply from the 5 hatcheries that eOnzErG has. Corsairs are going to be able to kill all the Overlords once again. These Zealots basically buffering for them. Sick fucking... Oh, sorry about this. Big storm from Dewalt. I'm just so excited from the big 1,000 donation from like just Dewalt killing every Overlord on the map. Just running through here into eOnzErG's base. He's gonna clean this up, and eOnzErG GG's, and Nayo I mean, I'm just losing my mind. I don't know what just happened in the past 10 minutes. I lost my my composure is done. I'm just malfunctioning, dude. The Marines are getting on top of these Dragoons. Also, the tank is not joining into the fight. If the shuttle goes down, that would be absolutely massive. These Dragoons are basically stuck here now, though the Marines all die, so the shuttle can come back, but the tank is not getting repaired. These Dragoons are going to kill the first tank for free, and that's a disaster for Dandy.
The bunker. Now, the Reaver is definitely in this, and I think this might just be game-ending move right here. Reaver Scarab does hit onto the tank. That's going to be another juicy shot. These Protoss players today are landing everything. Look at that SCV.
Oh my god, the tank goes down also.
Yeah, and now I think Dandy's been breached. Look at the supply, 50 to 22. He has nothing to kill the Reaver.
Yeah, and Bo is actually expanding behind this, so he killed so many SCVs that at this point, if the shuttle goes down, he actually drops the Reaver beforehand, though, so the Reaver is going to keep killing a bunch of SCVs. It doesn't even matter if Dandy survives at this point, because Bo, oh my god, that Scarab shot is just landing. Every time these Reavers today have been absolutely on point. Bo is expanding behind this. I mean, Dandy's down to 8 supply, and GG. Quick game there from Boa.
Dewalt doing what Dewalt does is when he makes an attack, he makes some type of harassment base play. At the same time, Zealot and DT drop into the main, but Sziky on top of it, he notices it, but that's gonna, he's not prioritizing the defense at the 4th base, and now lurkers have been pushed back. There's a decent amount of goons. I've only seen 1 storm being used. So this is a fantastic move from Dewalt, but it looks like Sziky just a little bit too many units, and he is going to push him back.
Yeah, this is a massive attack from Dewalt, and I don't think Sziky actually has enough at his high ground here. The storms were absolutely nuts from Dewalt. The Sziky with the counterattack here, exactly what he needs. He needs to get some compensation, because I think he's going to lose his high ground. He has only a couple of lurkers, and they're on the low ground. So I think Sziky, in the chaos of what Dewalt was doing, he killed bot, right? And he was trying to do drops, kind of getting completely caught out of position, but he is getting Dewalt's 3rd or 4th base here. So trading blow for blow, but considering just how massive this Protoss army is, I mean, I really am scared for Sziky. Is he going to be able to hold on to his natural after this? Look at how many Dragoons there are.
I think this game's done. Dewalt just has such a huge army count. None of the goons died, really. What's the best choice, to let the hatch finish or cancel?
I mean, he should cancel it. He didn't cancel it. Figure that out. So he's going to have to make a couple of early Hydras. Okay, looks like he's going to try and get a run by here, but Dewalt with insane probe micro, the 2 cannons finish, and dude, this is such a bad spot for Sziky.
And because there's no natural, Zealots can just waltz into the main at any point. We see them ransacking the 3rd base. Now here come the Mutalisks, but this time they're Sayers supporting, and they're going to pick off the Scourge. They're at critical number, 5 Sayers. These Mutalisks are just going to literally just evaporate. Well, maybe not. 3 or 2 Sayers already falling. They're trading decently well, but there's just way too many Sayers, way too many Zealots. +1 armor just kicked in for the Zerg, an anti-timing for the Zerg, and Sziky just taps out, and that is going to be another 2-0 for our Protoss players across the board. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Nobody can stop them.
Yep.
Welcome back to BSL. We just saw Sziky take down Boa in a pretty good series. It's one of the few 2-1s we've gotten in the round of 8. A very close back and forth game. We got to see Sarah Reaver, or what we thought was going to be Sarah Reaver, just instantly implode for Boa. Now we're going to be going into a TVP. How many TVPs have we seen? We've seen kogeT versus eOnzErG.
We've seen kogeT versus literally all the Protosses except Bonyth.
Yes, but now we're finally going to get to see a TVP from Mr. Dandy himself, but he's going up against the current round of 8 king in Dewalt, who is just blasting through everybody, even taking down Bonyth today.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a massive hurdle for Dandy. I will say this, I think Dewalt PVT, out of all his matchups, probably the one that seems a bit weaker. But that's my assessment. You know, a lot of Koreans think his PVT is like better than Bonyth's, for example. But I've been impressed with Dewalt's PVZ, and today clearly his PvP is nuts. If he beat Bonyth convincingly, man, like it was no joke. But his PVT, I mean, it is PVT, and in the non-Korean scene, I think you don't really need to have it be extremely high level to be winning. I mean, let's just be real here. So the thing is, I've seen Dewalt not necessarily be the most clean in this matchup, but he's been good enough to smack everyone. But Dandy, he has games sometimes in TVP where he plays really well. So the point is, I'm just trying to set this up where I think Dandy, he has a chance going into this.
For sure, Dandy has a chance. I mean, look at this, the stats. Okay. Actually, that's versus T. I thought his highest win rate was versus P, but that is not the case. But regardless, Dandy's TVP is really good. He really likes to go for gasless quite a bit. And I think if Dewalt wants to get, the ball rolling, I would like to see him go for a forward gate or, at least rally Zealot in the initial stages of the game to at least, in the first game, to let Dandy know, like, hey, I know you like to go gasless. That's not going to happen. Not on my watch. And my experience versus Dewalt is he seems to play very similar to Dragon in the sense that he's kind of like passive, kind of just does what he needs to do, but doesn't do like really aggro builds. So one way to exploit Dewalt is to just match the, the expansions, match the tech. But the problem is when you do that is then he overwhelms you with the macro. But Dandy is one of the few Terran players that can keep pace with Dewalt. So I think that this is going to be a pretty close series. I would still favor Dewalt, but not by much.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that take. Again, Dewalt is definitely favored, and without a doubt, I think Dewalt is the best non-Korean player right now by a decent amount. Obviously, Bonyth is up there too. But if I'm honest, I think Dewalt is just better than him too. But so it is going to be a really hard match here for Dandy. But I really do. I can totally picture Dandy winning against Dewalt. Because like you said, Dewalt does tend to go for these more tech-oriented builds, the more safe openings. And I'll finish that thought because the first game is already ready. It's going to be on Sylphid. Dandy versus Dewalt. Let's do this.
So in the bottom left, in the green, is our Terran player, Dandy.
And in the bottom right, in the brown, the Russian Protoss, Dewalt. Yeah, I can totally picture Dandy taking it to Dewalt because, like you were saying, Dewalt does favor kind of the safer builds, taking up to arbiters before taking a third base, just really robust stuff, which is an excellent way to play. But I've seen Dewalt sometimes just kind of falter and not necessarily get in a good spot, and he's trying to macro from behind in the late game. but there's not that many non-Korean Terrans that are playing solid enough in TVP to really punish that and convert their mid-game leads into victories. But Dandy, he's the type of player that, as you said, he goes for stuff like gasless. He macros really well, actually. I actually think probably his TVP is his best matchup from having seen TVZ and TVT.
Yeah, I like his TVP quite a bit. It's super solid. Now look at this. If this is Artosis, he's already on tilt, because this looks like it could potentially be a gas steal, and that is what it's going to be. So already, Dewalt is forcing Dandy into a gasless expand, and Dandy loves to play gasless. So I don't really know if I like this gas steal that much, but it is going to be a bit annoying to have this probe in your base. We do see on the other side of the map that this was not a forward gate. It is just standard, gate in your main. I'm waiting to see if he's going to build gas in his main, or if he's just going to transition it into a Nexus himself. We see the pylon is coming out, so that's going to be a Zealot in production. There it is. So he's going to already do what I was hoping he would do, which is put on some Zealot pressure.
Yeah, this is a good opening here from Dewalt, and honestly, getting a gas steal is always beneficial for Protoss. And going for the Zealot here ensures that Dandy can't just randomly expand, as you were saying. He does like gasless anyways, but you can't just do that without confirming what the Protoss is going for. So it looks like so far, if Dandy was going to pull SCVs to kill the gas, it would have already happened. So it looks like he's gearing up for a gasless expand. And honestly, I'm really not liking Dandy's position here. Okay, he does finally pull the SCVs a bit late. But he is going to avoid just straight up dying to these Zealots coming in here.
Yeah, Zealot is going to be coming in pretty soon. Probe is still alive. Second Zealot coming out for Dewalt in Dewalt's main. No gas. So this is just going to be Nexus follow-up. Meanwhile, Dandy did kind of fake that he was going for gasless. He's just going to go for a really delayed gas. 3 Marines are already out, so the Marines can deal with the Zealot, but they have to be microed perfectly. Already getting off 1 hit very nicely. He's going to retreat to his racks for safety. Second, okay, he does have another depot up. I was wondering if he was going to get blocked, but second Zealot is already here. SCVs are not in the greatest position, though.
Yeah, here come the Zealots. They're actually going to get on top of the Marine. A bit of hesitation there from Dewalt, and he's going to get completely punished here. And now suddenly his Zealot harass gets totally thwarted. This eBay block was massive, though, from Dandy, because honestly, Protoss, against this delayed gas here, you just go straight Nexus and you can't get punished at all. But because the eBay block came in here, Dewalt was not able to get his Nexus down, so gets his expansion delayed a bit. His Zealot harass is pushed back, but again, this is going to be fine for Dewalt, and I'm surprised Dandy's actually getting a bunker, but it is actually the correct move here, because you can see Dewalt has 3 Zealots coming in, and this is actually, it looks like, both players are essentially even at this point, but I do like the fact that Dandy piloted around this gas steal superbly.
Yeah, I thought that Dandy... Oh, it looks like 3 Zealots might just waltz on by. I saw somebody talk about how... Oh, okay, not going to waltz on by. Somebody in Team Liquid wrote about how Dewalt likes to DeWaltz the Zealots through past the bunker. I thought that was hilarious. I think eOnzErG said that on Team Liquid, so thank you for that. That gave me a chuckle. And looks like they're trying to DeWaltz by, but with the racks in place, I don't think that's going to happen. He does confirm that there's even more than 4 Marines there. It's 6. I'm surprised that he ended up building 4 Zealots.
This is a lot of Zealots, yeah.
Yeah, like when I saw Dandy build the 6 or 7 Marines that he has, I was like, wow, if he just goes now, he's going to kill the Nexus. Like, that's what I would have done, and I would have walked into death, because why does he have 3 Zealots? SCV glitches out there. At least he does get to see that there's no tech. He did confirm the Nexus, but overall, everything pretty much just standard. I wonder what Dandy's follow-up is going to be now that he, can skip the academy. Is he just going to go into factory play? Is he going to put down a starport? Is he going to go for a timing? What do you think he's going to follow up with?
I don't know. It looks like he's getting he's getting siege mode already, which is a very defensive way of playing this. I usually think getting the second factory first is almost always better. He has a starport actually at the bottom left of his base. You can see the control tower is coming now. So this is going to be Dandy's follow-up. And yeah, just kind of a weird opening from both players. Dandy kind of made, Dewalt did make 4 Zealots, but Dandy also made the bunker, and he made like 6 Marines total, which is a significant investment. So I don't think it's going to quite show here that Dewalt obviously delayed his build significantly, going for essentially 6 Zealots in total, if we count the 2 extra Zealots that were, or 5 or 6 Zealots in total if we count the earlier Zealots as well. But this is going to be a drop play, and I don't know, Nayok, and the thing is, this drop does come in a bit late, and it's hard to get the vulture count up for this. But I feel like it is going to be at a time where Protoss is not going to have any units inside of his base, and clearly the Observer is not going to be in time to check the Terran's tech.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that it looked a bit late, but then we get a glimpse into the main of Dewalt, and no Observer anytime soon. And you know that he's just going to be sending it across the map when it pops out. So this feels like it's going to be the perfect timing for Dandy, going around the outskirts of the base. He just needs to, get into the main. I don't know if he has mine upgrade just yet, but drop is laying and waiting. And as I was talking about earlier, Dewalt does like to play the more passive style. We see he is going into 2-base Arbiter. I don't see a 3rd Nexus anywhere. Now the dropship got instantly spotted. No reaction just yet from Dewalt. Now there goes the goons, but the vultures already cleaned up 1 in the natural. This was a disaster. He's not really going to get any damage done. He clears out that mine, maybe that 1 vulture or 1 mine connects. But other than that, he killed a single probe. That was it.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of going tank siege mode drop. Like, it's not very good because you don't have enough vultures to put inside the dropship, and in general, it's just not very cohesive. Understand why he got the siege mode, because he doesn't want to lose to a counterattack, but it really, really kind of detracts from your plan to drop. And the idea is that the drop actually keeps the Protoss units inside of the base, and then you have mines at the front or whatever. But just in general, not too cohesive here from Dandy. And you can see Dewalt with his signature play. Well, signature. He's just playing really solid standard Protoss openings, which is getting that really quick Arbiter off of 2-base before expanding. But he's also expanding at the same time, which is a result of Dandy just not really getting much done in the early game. And so Dewalt in general, he's, the supplies look pretty even, but this kind of happens when Protoss tech super hard. But Dewalt actually is setting himself up into a very nice position here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the upgrades. I think that's just +1 weapon now starting really for Dandy. So no powerful upgrades for him anytime soon. I see he's got 4 factories in his main, and a couple SCVs were getting in position too, and that's what I was looking to see. It is going to be a 6-fact follow-up. Now, my personal opinion is that if you're going for a timing versus a 2-base Arbiter, you're already in big time trouble. And to have it also be delayed by going for drops, I'm really not seeing this build have much success versus what Dewalt's going for. We see the Arbiter is about 20% of the way along. So Dandy's got really a very tiny window of opportunity to make magic happen. Otherwise, he's going to be down and out. Vulture drop into the 3rd base. He's going to find some success here. Gets 3 probes, 4 probes, actually dealing a decent amount of damage, but I don't think this is enough to bring this back because Dewalt's already at 60 probes.
Yeah, the problem is Terran doesn't even have a 3rd base behind this. Only now starting his science facility, so no way in hell is he going to have an EMP in time for the first Arbiter. Dewalt can choose to go for straight recall even this game. Doesn't necessarily need the stasis, though he might still go stasis to try and bust the Terran player with like a 12-minute timing or something like that. We'll have to see, because I don't think he actually started Arbiter research just yet. He's just getting the Arbiter. So, unless the spell finished, which I don't think it would have by now, we'll have to see what he chooses to go for. Dandy kind of whipping out the signature non-Korean Terran versus Protoss here, where we're staying on 2-base forever. And you know, off of 2 base, Terran can definitely muster up a sizable force that can end games, but that's all you have. And your economy, you know, cannot support follow-up attacks or a second wave or more units. So Dandy's basically all in, is what I'm getting at.
Dandy is in a bit of trouble. At least he does confirm the timing of the Arbiter, so he should have that on his radar when Stasis should be kicking in, when potentially Recall should be kicking in. Dandy is going into the upgrade style. As you said, 2-1 has started. He is starting to build a vessel. Problem for him is that Sylphid, he's going to be giving up so much map control to Dewalt that really, if Dandy tries to play passive, there's a real scenario where Dewalt gets up to 8-9 base and Dandy is just stuck on 5. But I don't think that's going to happen. 40 supply lead for Dewalt, recall within the next minute or so. So that's another thing that Dandy's got to worry about. I don't see turrets anywhere. I don't see mines anywhere. So Dandy is in big time trouble. EMP, I don't think has been upgraded either. So he's not able to just instantly wipe out the energy. I really hope we see some turrets and mines coming up pretty soon, because now it's about 30 to 40 seconds away.
Yeah, and Dewalt just playing beautiful PvT here, hitting his build. Thing is, he did forget the Arbiter spell, like the research, because if Stasis was done, he'd be, I mean, he's hitting the Stasis timing here. Dandy, he does have supply, like 130 supply is going to be good, but the thing is, any kind of trade here is going to be good for Protoss, just given the fact that Terran has no third base and has been on these 2 bases for a really long time. I think Dewalt is going to be a bit wary of just going in here, probably going to wait a bit. But I cannot imagine Dewalt just not pulling the trigger here. He has such a significant advantage. He should know where he's at. Macroing out of his mind, getting maxed here 13 minutes in. He does have a stasis. And he's going to go for it, I'm sure, momentarily, but not quite pulling the trigger just yet.
Yeah, here he comes. Now, he does have about 30 supply sitting at his side. Look how close these units are. A stasis would be amazing, but those are all going to be front tank or front units that got stasis, so the Zealots are kind of going to glitch out on the tanks at the bottom side, but still, the front tanks at the top are going to be isolated. The Vultures cannot reinforce that easily. I don't think a D-Matrix went off there, but looks like Dandy may just barely have too many tanks. It looked like that was going to be a disaster for him. Luckily for Dewalt, he doesn't lose his Arbiter, so at least he's going to have that going for him, but not the best trade.
I mean, I think it was good enough. Towards the end, we saw a clump of tanks get completely exploded there. So really resetting Dandy's tank count at this point. Meanwhile, Protoss is up to 4 bases. Dandy has no way of pushing out. He's only on 120 supply. You really need to get up to 160, upwards of 160 supply to actually have a Terran army that can deal with the maxed Protoss army. Generally, you want to get up to 170, really, but 160 is kind of the bare minimum. And we're nowhere near that, so Dewalt's going to have even more time here to rebuild his army. As you said, Nyokin, he did save the 1 Arbiter. He's up at 2 Stargate production now. I'm assuming, wow, look at that. He has 3 Arbiters total, so by the time Dandy pushes out here, and Dandy used actually a D-Matrix that last fight, so not going to have an EMP just yet. I'm assuming by the time he pushes, he's going to have 1 EMP to work with, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Dan. And look at Dandy. He's still just sitting on 2 base here. No command center. He's basically, he has to push in the next minute or so because he's about to, I think he's mined out his main. His natural is going to be really low. I mean, look at Dewalt just expanding all over the place.
Yeah, and this is something that I talk about in a lot of games, is when you get a lead, a considerable lead, like Dewalt has right now, versus someone who's playing super passive like Dandy, is just take a base on their side of the map. Now, I realize there's a high chance you're going to lose it. However, it forces Dandy to make a move, and he's going to be making a move into 3-4 Arbiters, where 2 of them are going to have full energy. That's what you want. You want Terran to make a move out of position. So I love this bottom left base coming up for Dewalt. Also like how it's going to deny a potential base for Dandy. I mean, it's so close to Dandy's base that you know he wants to take it. Now here comes another attack. That's a lot of grouped up tanks. And as you said, there's 3 Arbiters already out, only 1 EMP available. So the EMP has to be absolutely perfect. Do we still not have a command center for Dandy? Okay,
oh yeah, he's building it on spot. Yeah, Recall is about to finish too, so recalls are going to become a real threat here. But yeah, see, Dewalt just, I mean, here's gonna, oh my god, that's gonna be the biggest stasis you've ever seen in your entire life. It even hits the vessel, who's mostly vultures, but still the amount of supply in that one stasis is incredible. And also preventing the EMP means basically Dewalt can actually set up more stasis. Actually, he's going straight for a recall, surprisingly, but nothing here to defend for Dandy. Not the biggest recall, that's just one control group of Dragoons. But the thing is, Dandy is totally out of position, and he doesn't really have the supply to just deal with everything. Now he's going to pull back a lot of his units. I'm wondering Dewalt might actually do a follow-up attack at the front here, but you know, this recall is not being particularly effective, to be completely honest with you. It's doing absolutely nothing really, and it's being he's not microing at all. Oh, he's going for a bust at the front. It looks like another stasis is coming through. Oh, the first stasis wears off, but 2 more stasis guarantees that 5 tanks are out of the fight, and there's only 6 tanks here, 7 tanks for Dandy. 1 EMP goes off, it hits a couple of the Arbiters, but there's just so many Protoss units that I don't think Dandy can actually win this fight.
Yeah, there's just way too much Protoss. 3 Arbiters there, double or triple stasis gets the majority of the tanks, and you can see that now the supplies have just plummeted for Dandy down to about 100 supply. Arbiter in the main is still alive. It has energy for another stasis. I don't think it has enough for another recall, but this third base is going to be denied too, and this is going to be Dewalt taking game 1 easily over one of our strongest Terran players in the tournament.
Yeah, 1 of 2.
Yeah, 1 of 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was just impressive there from the, I mean, not really surprising, to be completely honest with you. I did not like Dandy's build at all. It just wasn't really cohesive. So hopefully coming into this next game, Dandy has something better prepared. But really, that was you know, the builds are so important for Terran. He just handicapped himself tremendously with the opening. It doesn't even matter. He plays really well after that. But in general, also, the tendency of staying on 2 base is kind of questionable to me. You know, I'm surprised he didn't just put down a command center after the 2 factories and the 1 port. And you know, you can totally do that. The 1 port you can actually make up to 1 or 2 rates off of it, and you use those rates to snipe observers, to kill shuttles. Really, the biggest drawback of going starport like that is that generally your armory is going to be delayed there for the upgrade timings, but you can still play into a 3-base build as well. So I don't really quite understand why Dandy just chose to basically all in off 2-base, because that's not going to work against Dewalt and his style of building up the Arbiters before he starts expanding.
Yeah, that did not work at all. But I mean, I didn't really disagree with Dandy's follow-up, because if you think about the drop, it did no damage. Well,
right.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Reap the Storm is going to be our second map. This is going to be the second time today. And we didn't see it in the entirety of the round of 16 or the round of 8, I don't think. It's going to be Reap the Storm. So let's get into game 2 of Dandy versus Dewalt. So in the mid left, in the magenta, it is our Terran player Dandy.
And top right in the red, it is Dewalt. In the red, Protoss, rather. You know, it's funny when I kind of, you know, I'll just say the players' color, which is like the most inconsequential thing ever when they're playing Protoss. You know, I could be saying Protoss.
Well, we need to be careful with the colors, because sometimes I watch the screen and just as I'm saying in the pink, it turns to blue or something just mid-sentence. But this time it didn't happen. Now, just as I said last game, is I really want to see Dewalt put pressure on Dandy, because this guy loves to do gasless. So even though we didn't see it on game 1, this time it is going to be forward gate. So already I'm really excited that Dewalt is just laying into Dandy. Like, you will not go for gasless versus me. You will play me honorably with the 12 gas. So this is going to be a lot of pressure coming in. Now, this is a point in the game where we still don't know whether it's going to be, oh, it's gasless. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I got you baited by the SCV moving down to the bottom. So it's not going to be gasless. But
Yeah, keep
did
it
we
inside
see
your pants.
Dandy go for gasless with the racks in his main previously?
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see here, Nyokin in a sec. Well, he's actually scouting already, so it does look like gasless. But the probe coming in is going to force him to take the gas, whether he wanted to or not. So you know, it is what it is, and yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of interesting. You almost think about it. You know, Dewalt would want Dandy to gasless, right, and going for this proxy or this forward gate. But the scout kind of anti-synergy there forces Dandy onto the build that is appropriate. So I think this, at least strategically, needs to be a bit thought out in the future from Dewalt, because really, like, honestly, the scout basically nullified his early aggression, if you think about it.
Yeah,
but we'll see here.
It really does, but he can still make magic happen with this Zealot. He did a decent chunk of damage. Well, actually, Dandy had good defense last game with the
he did
5 Marines and 2 SCVs at the choke, and a bit of an overstep from Dewalt. Factory is going to be coming down this time. Dewalt cannot afford to go straight Nexus. He is going into the cybernetics. It is halfway done. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Zealot is into the main of Dandy. I love the Rack's positioning. It's right by the factory, so he shouldn't take much damage here. Okay, that's one big hit. Might lose that SCV. He does lose the SCV, so already this is starting to get ugly for Dandy, and I think a second Zealot is even being rallied out. So if Dandy doesn't clean this up very, very fast, it's going to be 2 Zealots plus Lagoon in, like, what, at the 4-minute mark? And Dandy's going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this really shouldn't be happening, to be completely honest with you, but Dandy's taking a decent amount of damage here, and the 2 SCVs are just not mining this whole time, but he's going to be alright. And this is going to delay, obviously, the Protoss's build. Here comes the real threat, 2 Zealots, 1 Probe versus the Marines here. But this is really good control, actually, from Dandy. So loses 1 SCV, which is good for Dewalt, and Dewalt is going to pull back here. So Dewalt playing this situation out very nicely. Now, unfortunately, actually, well, going for this Vulture is fine, because the Vulture adds so much DPS onto the Zealots that you can just focus fire the Zealots immediately, and then with the number of Marines that will hold that thought, because actually Dandy's getting completely caught out of position, and now he's taking so much damage onto these Marines. I wouldn't be surprised if the game just ends here. That was absolutely a huge blunder from Dandy.
Yeah, and just like in the games, the Vulture is going to take a lot of damage too. Luckily, it's a bit tanky and it's not going to fall. But just like in the games that we saw of kogeT, where he lost 3 Marines basically to just 1 Goon, he was forced to build out 2 more Marines. This is going to be, what, the 7th Marine that Dandy's already built? That is not what you want as a Terran player. He's got to build his command center on high ground now. Look, 3 worker lead for Dewalt too, and he has map control below this ramp. So everything is looking great for Dewalt. I'd like to see the Nexus. There it is. Nexus going to be coming down. And because he was worried about potential 2-fact follow-up, look at this. He's already got his Robo. His Robo is ahead. His Nexus is ahead. Everything is ahead for Dewalt.
Yeah, and Dandy just has these over-aggressive tendencies. I mean, there's no point. There's no world in which you want to push out like that with those 4 Marines. Like, you know, the Dragoon is following up the Zealots. Like, it just made no sense there. And he's not going to lose, but every Marine he makes here is delaying his build. And you really, like, in the early game, the minerals are extremely important. Like, you could be getting a second factory right now. You could be getting an academy. Look, he doesn't have an eBay, he doesn't have an academy. He has no idea what the Protoss is doing. Now, fortunately for Dandy, Dewalt actually chose to expand. But in any number of other realities, there's a shuttle flying in with a Reaver killing everything. There are DTs walking up to the main base killing everything. Now, it looks like Dandy actually went for mines first, so technically covering at least one of those possibilities, which is DTs, kind of, because really he only has 3 mines, and those can get cleared by units pretty easily. But honestly, Dandy, he should be, you know, he's lucky that Dewalt went for a Nexus himself. But even in the best case scenario, which is this one where Protoss expanded, he's still behind.
Yeah, he's still down 3 workers. He's just now landing his command center. It's gonna land basically the same time the Nexus completes. We do see that Dewalt ended up going for Observer not Reaver this time, so that means that we're going to see a third Nexus coming in pretty soon, I imagine. Looks like Dewalt just wants to get an eye on what Dandy's doing before he makes a decision on exactly what he wants to go for. I don't see Citadel. I don't see any tech from him so far, other than, I think he went into 3-gate as a follow-up just to make sure he doesn't die. But Dewalt playing this pretty much just as he usually plays, just super defensive, and that is going to be a base at top middle. That seems a bit weird, but maybe he'll get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably Protoss would want to take mid-right in these positions, not necessarily top middle. But it's going to be all right. I mean, top middle is probably one of the worst bases to play, but I imagine Dewalt has not played this map much at all. There's no siege, there's nothing. There are only mines, but with the obs coming in here, he clears that up. And yeah, just in general, Dandy's build, again, not very cohesive at all. Doesn't really make sense. And he's going to get completely punished by it. Dewalt obviously is no joke. I mean, this guy is nuts, you know. He plays the game like at such a high level. He's gonna come in here with the he kills one tank.
The tank has one hit on it. If it just takes one hit, it will die. I don't think Dewalt realizes it, but these 7 goons just he's just gonna Dewalt in with the remaining units, and I don't think that this can be stopped. Meanwhile, back on the other side of the map, Nexus is going down. It looks like at the mineral only. We do see a shuttle coming in too, so he just wants to end this game. There's no supporting cast for these tanks, so the Marines went down. The SCVs are going to get pulled. A really nice drill to prevent the goons and zealots from getting up there. A game-saving move, but another tank falls. That's going to be another tank going down. Now all that's left is just one, and he's only on 2 fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how much the high ground helped Dandy there, but still taking so much damage. The mining time here lost at the natural is absolutely massive. Dewalt taking the mineral only base, which makes a lot of sense. You know, it's not a terrible base to take. I still think probably the best base to take is mid-right, but just in general on this map, it is a bit hard for Protoss to defend their bases. You know, this map is just so open. Vultures are such a problem on this map. I think just in general, kind of lower econ play is better for a map like Reap the Storm. But in any case, I mean, Dandy is just in a god-awful position. I don't know how he can come back.
Yeah, again, he's in this in-between position where, like in the first game, his Vulture drop did no damage, so he has to build factories. But because he's building factories, you know, Dewalt gets away with map control and, you know, teching to arbiters instantly. And this is a similar scenario where he got the armory. He's got his upgrades going. Problem is, there's no starport, so +2 doesn't kick in, so that's going to be delayed. If he tries to take a command center, the upgrades are going to be delayed. If he gets the upgrades, he can't build a command center. Looks like he's just going to go for what's most likely going to be a 1-1 timing, since I saw the SCV setting up for a 5th factory. But Dewalt already has 3 base up and running. He's already got his tech. He's got Reaver here to stall the game out. Now, luckily, there's no double Zealot in here, so the Reaver will be a little bit too nervous to unload. Okay, as I say that, gets 1 SCV, but not a lot of damage so far. Okay, that's like 2 or 3 more. And if he can sit right next to this tank, this can be a lot of SCVs going down. Lucky shot there for Dandy, only losing 2 more SCVs, but he's still down 20 workers.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not a good spot to be in. Really, like you were saying, there can his best bet here is to go for a 1-1-6 factory timing, but Dewalt with the new base is now matching the gateway or the production building count here. You know, the reality is Protoss still, he's only on 5 gates or 6 gates or something like that, and obviously if Terran is on 6 factories and the Protoss is on 6 gateways, there's a possibility there. But the thing is, Dewalt also just has such a massive, I mean, the supply lead is mostly in worker count, so there is a slight chance here that Dandy can amass a force big enough to actually roll over Dewalt if Dewalt continues probing like he is now. But here comes a timing attack. There's 2 shuttles here, and most of Dandy's units are still in his main. Nothing to defend against these shuttles. The Reavers unload on top of the tanks, and this is going to be the natural that gets broken here, but Dandy now reinforcing the high ground with the rest of his units. The shuttle is still alive, going to drop a couple of Dragoons, going to soak some tank shots. The Reavers actually killed the Goliaths, and the command center gets lifted.
That's an unreal amount of damage that Reaver just did. It connected beautifully onto so many units. Now he's going to get some more SCVs here. Goodbye, SCVs. And look at the supply, 65 to 120. There's no chance of Dandy taking this game. He has nothing going for him. There's nothing to support the tank over here. Just a few vultures. Goodbye, tank. The Reaver's going to be able to deal with a few of the vultures. Gets an SCV kill there. Dewalt is just killing it. Like, I don't know what he saw there, but he was just like, yeah, I can bust this. I realize he's done a lot of damage, but that's not the move I was expecting, because Terran had a decent amount of army, and it's on high ground, and he still went for it. And that ended up being the right call. There's more and more production coming out for Dewalt. Observer gets taken out. 150 supply to 70, 30 worker leads. Going to be 4 base pretty soon. Arbiter should be starting no Arbiter. I just now see the Templar Archive coming up. But Dewalt can do basically anything at this point.
Yeah, I think actually why he went for that bust is he had an observer in Dandy's base at like the top side of the map, or top side of his main rather, and most of Dandy's units were parked there to deal with the shuttle, and he saw that he just wasn't moving them back. So I think that's really what triggered the attack there, and that was a successful attack, obviously, for Dewalt. And now he's just pulling ahead, and killing a Terran is just really hard in this matchup. Protoss, for the most part, just has to wait, which is one of the reasons why whenever I actually off-race as Protoss versus Terran, which is pretty rare, I actually find it so incredibly boring because you just have to sit there and wait for Terran to do something. It's hard to just go in and kill a Terran that's sieged up inside of their base, but really, Dewalt is in an absolutely insanely massive lead. Now, interestingly, Dewalt's not going to go for the Stargate style. He's going for the Templar style, which has had a not a resurgence, because I don't think it was necessarily played before, but it's kind of like the new innovation in PvT, where Protoss has realized they don't necessarily need Arbiters to contest late game Terran. They can just go into very high gateway production with strong eco and supplemented with shuttles and Templar, and that's good enough as is. So Dewalt, again, look at the supply, 180 to 80, triple shuttle coming into Dandy's main. This is basically like a mini recall. Dandy has no units in position, and there's 2 Reavers with this, so he can't just rally a bunch of vultures, because the Reavers are going to completely dismantle it, and Dandy's just going to go for an all-in attack.
Yeah, this is all Dandy can do, is just go for a counterattack and pray. Unfortunately, his army is just tiny. Doesn't even need the shuttle, doesn't even need the Reavers. He doesn't even fight. He just taps out. He knows that there's no way to come back. And Dewalt, he has now made it 16-0. He's what? Is it 16-0? I can't even remember. He's just crushing through. Not 16-0. What is it? 10-0 now, I think. So he is just a killer. He's taken down all the Protoss players. He's taken down all the Zerg players, taken down all the Terran players. This man, he just can't be stopped.
Yeah, and Dewalt's just, he's really strong. There's nothing that you can really say about him. And I think I'm finally understanding exactly why some of the Korean players probably ranked his PvT higher than Bonyth's. It's because Dewalt just plays extremely standard, straight up, like literally Korean style Protoss versus Terran, which I think probably scales up much better when he's playing people that are also playing very standard styles. And probably the Koreans have an easier time dealing with someone like Bonyth than they do with Dewalt, because Dewalt's actually playing overall always extremely solidly. And you saw it there. Completely outclassed. It's like watching a Korean play versus Dandy. Dandy just honestly his TVP is nowhere near the level it should be at to contest someone like Dewalt. His builds didn't really make, they weren't really that cohesive, and he got completely dismantled there by Dewalt. Really trivial, honestly. So good, kind of an expected result. I know we were expecting a bit more from Dandy heading into this, but I don't know, man. Really underwhelming with Dandy's build order choice and just in general his play. I don't know if he was nervous or what, but kind of just surgical there from Dewalt.
Yeah, and as we've pointed out in previous games, that some of the players just overextend a little bit. Like he had the Marine count to deal with the Zealots.
Yeah.
Then he
it
went
made
to
no
the low
sense.
ground and tried to fight 2 Zealots and a Goon. It was just way too much. Just sit on the high ground. I realize sometimes it feels bad to do that as a Terran, but unless you've got like 8 Marines there, 2 Zealots and a Goon, you're gonna deal so much
especially
damage.
with the Vulture and like you have the high ground. Like there's just no reason to push down there.
Yeah, so a bit of a blunder there from Dandy across both of the games, but Dewalt looking fantastic, and you can tell that this guy is not just a passive player, even though he plays like a passive build with Arbiter. How many times have you seen Dewalt just go into the net like, oh, I see your tank is sitting on the high ground. I've got 5 goons. I'll just pick that off. Even if it's on high ground, he went for it. Like he's like all of a sudden turned on like this killer instinct mode where anytime you were out of position, we saw it this when he went in for round 2 at the natural, because he saw with the observer 10 tanks just sitting near the main command center, just bust in there. So the Dewalt looking fantastic. You definitely cannot sleep on this guy. He will exploit you very, very quickly. So that's going to be it for game or series 5 of today. Our last series of the day is going to be another PVZ. It is going to be eOnzErG versus Boa. Again, both of these players desperately need to get victories here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're in trouble. So we're going to go to a break and then come back and we'll see that match. BSL 10. This is day 3 of the round of 8. Dewalt just crushing it today. We've seen Terrans, Zerg players do pretty well too. Sziky got a victory, and I think, no, Dandy did not get any victories today. Ended up falling to Boa and now Dewalt. And now we're going to be going into our last match of the day. It's going to be eOnzErG versus Boa. Boa looked pretty good versus Sziky today. So what do you think about his chances versus eOnzErG?
Yeah, he looked good, but at the same time, kind of also had some of those lackluster games and moments too. And again, someone like eOnzErG, who's so hyper aggressive, it can really go either way, honestly. And this is a really important game for both players. Boa, if he loses this, he might actually be at risk of elimination. If eOnzErG loses this, obviously also he's going to be in a really bad spot. So Boa is kind of the Protoss player that has been struggling the most here. So he really should try and win this game. eOnzErG, he did come off a victory against Dandy though. But again, looking for that second victory here. And honestly, I mean, I really don't feel, I think throughout this tournament, Nyokin, I've been making predictions in favor of Boa because I think when he plays well, he's on an insane level. But he's just been so inconsistent and he's had so many questionable games. And against a player like eOnzErG, who's literally just he can turn it on, he can dial up the aggression in the moment's notice. Those games can go like from all right to complete disaster in a second for like both players. So this could go either way.
Yeah, I'm looking at which players are remaining for both of these players that they have to face. It's just eOnzErG and Dewalt for Boa. So if Boa wants to make it out, I feel like he's got to do well versus eOnzErG because Dewalt doesn't seem like he can lose a single map, let alone a series. Meanwhile, eOnzErG has played more of the powerhouses so far. He's played already Bonyth, Dandy, and Dewalt. So he's got a good shot of making it out because he's still got kogeT available, Oya, and Sziky. And so far, those players have underperformed except for Oya.
Yeah.
So Boa definitely needs to win here because his last match is going to be versus Dewalt. And if he loses that, he would be stuck at 2 wins, I think 5 losses. I'm not sure if that's going to make it into the round of 6. So we are just getting a look at the statistics. Again, pretty much a consistent win rate across all the matchups for eOnzErG. Very solid at around 65%. Last week when we saw him face, I think it was Bonyth or maybe it was Dewalt. I can't remember exactly who it was. Really, he looked okay. It was just the early game threw him off. Like a couple of zealots just completely changed the early game and he was forced to all in. So as long as something like that doesn't happen, I think he's in a good spot. But Boa, he's been looking pretty solid today, almost taking out Sziky. So yeah, I guess you never know. Really, I think eOnzErG I would favor a little bit here as long as he doesn't get thrown off in the early stages.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, Boa, when he's on, he plays like a god, especially in PvZ. And then when he's off, he plays like a potato and does really questionable stuff like that attack at the third, storms his own probes. Really weird stuff. But Eclipse is going to be game 1 here between these two powerhouses. And let's see who gets to get the early lead here.
In the top right, in the yellow, it is our Protoss representing America. It is Boa White.
And in the bottom left, in the green Zerg, the Belgian Zerg, eOnzErG. A lot of Zergs in that. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, so Eclipse. I think last time we saw eOnzErG on here, 1 zealot slipped into the natural, got like 3 drone kills while he was trying to micro some links. Now that I'm remembering, it was definitely Dewalt that happened. Now we've seen Boa all day long go for gate expand, except for the one game where he went for 11 Nexus. That is going to be a fast probe being sent out. Doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be gateway. but
Oh, this is for sure a Forge.
Yeah, it could be Forge. This is one of the maps where you can go for a cannon rush. We saw, was it Dewalt go for it versus Sziky?
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, I think so. No, it was eOnzErG, right? I think it was Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. It's so hard to remember all these games, but we've definitely seen it in the BSL. But actually, wait, you were right, Nyokin. He actually did go for the gateway. That's really interesting. Usually, you don't see that. He had to pull a probe to build that gateway. So Boa kind of investing, some of his early economy here. It's not inconsequential, guys. Sending this first probe and then having to pull another probe really early on. It does eat into some of your minerals. So kind of very aggressive take here from Boa. He does scout that it is pull first, and it was an overpull though. So Boa is going to be able to get a nexus behind this gateway relatively safely. Now the drone does take, this is really good for eOnzErG to get some damage onto the probe, because then suddenly the probe is a bit weaker when the zealot comes in and the lings have an easier time with it. This, I think, was also a 9 gate. Correct me if I'm wrong. So really kind of aggressive posturing here from Boa, but I think eOnzErG is going to be fine.
Yeah, this was another safe opening from eOnzErG. He only built 2 lings, though. First, Zealot is moving across the map. Does get intercepted by the Overlord, so he will be able to pump out a few more lings in anticipation of this Zealot coming across. Third hatch is going to go up for eOnzErG, I think at mid-left. And I don't see gas from him just yet. I think last time one of your criticisms of him was getting the gas too early while also going for a third base. So what do you think about, this variation? Because he still hasn't taken his gas yet.
Yeah, this is really risky against gate first, and you can see now it's going to start getting real dicey for eOnzErG, especially because he put down that third hatchery. Suddenly he has fewer resources to actually make stuff from his other hatcheries. That's some sick micro there from Boa. He's going to get some nice trades onto those lings. And Boa is just rallying zealots. You can see that despite the fact that eOnzErG actually opened with a pull, he's putting no pressure onto the Protoss. Boa is very comfortably taking his nexus behind this gateway, and without gas in sight, I mean, still no gas. This is massive. Okay, gas just now finishes. Now, if he goes for a lair, that would be absolutely insane, because his economy, you can see 10 drones. Now, eOnzErG in general, I'm not too sure about this build. He's sending a couple lings across the map. They're not going to run by, though. Boa kind of sick in the blocks. Is he going to block the ramp? No. So 2 lings do get inside of Boa's base. And, eOnzErG is dealing with this harassment pretty well. Oh, he is actually going to go for a lair. Interesting.
Yeah, he is. He is going to go into the lair despite getting a couple lings into the main. The probes have been disrupted in their mining quite a bit. Probe gets into the main of eOnzErG, and he will see that lair is coming up. eOnzErG is in a great position. He's killed, I think that's 3 probes now with these 2 lings. He's also dealt with the harassment at the third base exceptionally well. The Zealots did almost no damage. Look at the workers. It's 15 for eOnzErG. Meanwhile, Boa, he's struggling to deal with this 1 ling in his main. And we were talking about how fast his cybernetics has been all day long. Hasn't even started this time, and the lair's almost done.
Yeah, this is honestly total disaster for Protoss. The worker count is even here, and that's definitely not something that you want to see. Not only that, but look, lair is actually finished. Core isn't even halfway done. Just massive advantage here for from the Zerg player. And usually when you get this lair, I mean, he got a lair off of like 10 drones. But the thing is, Boa was just suiciding a lot of his zealots, not getting any value from them, besides the fact that he was forcing lings nonstop.
Oh no.
But, he's losing another probe, man. That really hurts. Again, 21 drones, 23 drones to 20 probes. The Spire is now going up. I wouldn't be surprised to see eOnzErG get his natural gas, though he's not putting the gas down just yet. So I suspect he's going to put a hatchery down and just play standard from here. But honestly, if he went Mulisks, he could probably just end the game.
Yeah, it is a real chance that he could go for that. eOnzErG is one of the players that when he smells blood in the water, when he knows that you have a lack of anti-air, he will go into Mutas. And Eclipse is one of those maps where it is pretty hard to deal with Mutalisk, especially at top right. Where do you build your cannons? Like, you can build them at like right on top of the minerals, yet still the Mutas will deal a decent amount of damage. We do see 5th hatch coming up for eOnzErG. He's already got a 4th one at his 3rd base. Stargate is done. Citadel is pretty close to being done. I think it's pretty fast for as long as it was delayed. So I think this is going to be a DT follow-up, especially since he's mining so much gas. But Boa is in big time trouble.
Yeah, Bo's not in the best position at all. You can see just still when the Zerg is matching your worker count, but you know the thing is, Zerg has an extra base, so all of the workers that Zerg has, their efficiency is insanely increased relative to the Protoss's workers. So basically the point is Zerg has like an insane economy at this point. You can see the first Corsair making it across the map and already meets 2 Scourge. So you know Boa, he's going to be a bit tilted seeing that his Corsairs are going to be completely useless here. And remember, the Scourge actually outrun, they're a bit faster than the Corsairs, so actually, surprisingly, sometimes they gain on the Corsairs and sometimes they just don't. So this time around, they don't.
I don't understand. Yesterday, we watched G5 lose a Sair, and it was the same exact scenario. So I'm not too sure why it didn't catch up, but it didn't. And eOnzErG is going for the Muta play, as you said. This is going to be 5 Mutas. A couple more are going to pop out. And that's going to be enough to just one-shot a probe at the mineral line. We do have 6 hatch coming in for eOnzErG. He's got 35 drones, so he needs maybe a couple more to be able to produce out of 6 hatches. But overall, everything looks pretty good. Boa's recovered quite nicely. He's at 40 probes. He does have his Templar Archive done. Just needs to get Storm. But still, eOnzErG, he's in a fantastic position. We haven't even seen the Hydra production just yet. But let's see how many kills he can get with these Mutalisks.
Yeah, these Mutas are going to do a lot of damage, I suspect. Here comes the DT, though, from Boa. Maybe this is going to be the great equalizer, but not quite sure there's anywhere for him to go. Yeah, the natural is locked down, the 3rd is locked down, and he finds a perfect spot here. But actually, Boa did continue Corsair production. Unfortunately, he let the Mutas get out of range of the Corsairs. I feel like he could have definitely gotten some more damage onto those Mutalisks for free. But nevertheless, still in a tough situation Boa is, and he's nearing kind of the probe count that he usually sits at, which is 40, 42, and afterwards he's going to probably transition into just making a bunch of gates and units. But look at eOnzErG, still ahead in supply this whole time, which means his econ is absolutely bonkers. I think he's up to 6 hatcheries at this point. Upgrades are going. He's getting the Overlord upgrades as well. Just insane the position he's setting himself up. Probably going to take another base shortly here with his 7th hatchery. And Boa's, you know, just look at Boa relative to what the Zerg has. He's only on 4 gates, only now adding 2 more gates. This is 6 gate to 6 hatchery. So really just not the best position here for Protoss.
Is that not where you want to be as a Protoss player?
I don't think so, man. I mean, I think you're supposed to have 6 or 8 gates way before the 6 hatchery production. The thing is, it's not just, it's 6 hatcheries, but Zerg doesn't need to make any drones. You know, eOnzErG has completed his droning, so he's literally just got 6 hatchery unit production here, which is going to be absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, eOnzErG is crushing it. Oh no, the Sairs have been spotted. Let's see if he can escape with any of them. It looks like 2 do fall down, so at least Boa was able to save a couple of them, but that's not what you want to see when you already know that this player already has Mutalisks out. That means it's going to be that much easier for him to switch into a couple more Mutalisks and then just pick off Templars left and right. I would like to see eOnzErG potentially get Lurkers. Okay, there he is. He is starting Lurkers and start taking a 4th base. He's just got such a massive advantage. Mutas are going to come in, I guess, try and catch a few of these Sairs, but not really going to find much success. Maybe he can fight that. No. That's 5 Sairs. I think he really just wanted to get a gauge on where the Protoss was at in this game. And when he sees that there's only 6 gate, he's going to be feeling pretty good about that. So supply lead for eOnzErG. Okay, that's almost lights out for Protoss at this point if Zerg has a lead like that. Bottom middle is going up. Now, I did see that eOnzErG got speed, so we may see maybe drops potentially at some point. What do you think about that as an option? Man, that is so many zealots.
Yeah, I mean, drops are never a bad option, and this is a lot of zealots, which doesn't make sense at all because he's not actually pressuring. If you're going to be sitting in your base like this as Protoss, just start Dragoon production right away. The Dragoons are the units that matter in the push. You know, it's kind of like the same principle that Terran has in terms of just making a bunch of tanks and then reinforcing it with vultures or whatever. I don't know what kind of analogy, guys. But the point is, the Zealots early game are more of a pressure unit than anything. But if you're just going to sit inside of your base and you don't have any attack timings, just start the Dragoon production much earlier. Instead of having a control group and a half, 2 control groups of Dragoons here, he's going to probably push out with maybe barely a control group of Dragoons, and he's going to get absolutely slaughtered.
Well, the DT does see the drone transfer, so he should be aware that bottom middle is going to be up pretty soon. DT gets spotted, is going to get pushed back. Look at this. He's already up to 60 drones. It's 12 minutes. There hasn't been a single Protoss attack really other than the first couple of rally zealots. This is just a nightmare for Protoss just now building up his goon count. He does have double storm available on a couple of his Templars, so he will have a very strong attack when he finally moves out. But this is almost max for Zerg, and there's high ground. This is Eclipse. He could put lurkers on the high ground. How do you actually engage into Zerg like that?
I'm not sure that he has any way of engaging into anything. I mean, he's down 20 supply, and look, eOnzErG, like, if there's one thing about this guy is he is a mechanically very talented player. If you let him just sit around and macro and just do his thing and be in a good position, he will overwhelm you, right? And really just Boa, like, I mean, you can't really, the game was basically over before it started when he lost all those probes. Now, again, he has an army here, so it's not like the game is technically totally over. He's going to have a chance to somehow get some miracle engagements, maybe get the storms of a lifetime. But even if he gets like 2 control groups of Hydras for free, it might not be enough to surmount this supply lead that eOnzErG has. Here comes Boa. He's attacking on high ground. The lurkers are in position. This is probably the worst engagement you could ever have. The zealots already evaporating. He does have some zealots in reserve for when the lurkers actually get cleaned up, but even then, look at the Dragoon count. It's non-existent. He's got 7 Dragoons total. Zealots coming in to the south side there, clean up a couple of the lurkers, but the Zerg units are still left over in crazy numbers. You can see even in the supply getting reflected there, 100 supply to 140 supply. You know, Boa's already run out of steam before the fight even began.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the entirety of eOnzErG's army. He goes for a counterattack, denies the third base, and it's now 140 supply to 90. It was 150 to 140 a minute ago. Those zealots just got absolutely obliterated, and eOnzErG can do whatever he wants. I see that Hive has started. More lurkers are being morphed. He's starting to get melee upgrades on his lings. And like we saw in the Sziky game, I'm not too sure where Protoss's upgrades are at. I see armors being upgraded, but is that just +1 armor? Like, he needs to be at +3, otherwise, like, he's just going to get absolutely obliterated. Okay, he's got +2 armor coming in, but with no second forge, that means +2 weapon isn't coming in, and we already know that Zerg should probably have already +1 armor, so really not a good spot for Protoss. Boa can't even get his third base. Damn, that's 7 hatch even for eOnzErG, just crushing it this game.
Yeah, I mean, this really is just a formality, and sometimes I actually question some of these players here. You know, Boa could have left a long time ago, and I'm not saying this cynically, but it's not even necessarily good for Boa's mental to play this out, because he was at such an extreme disadvantage the whole game that if you keep playing this out and you're putting in a lot of effort into it, and the other player is just not budging, you can also just start thinking that the other player is just completely outplaying you and outclassing you, when really it's just the snowball effect from the early game. And so Boa is playing his heart out here, which I think in general is it's a good approach. Like, you should just play all the games out, because you never know what's going to happen, and you might get back into the game if the other player starts throwing. But at the same time, this is definitely taxing Boa, right? Like, he's still playing the game out, he's still trying to win, and he's just hitting a wall over and over. I mean, it doesn't matter how well he plays. He was just so substantially behind from the early game. I mean, players of lesser caliber than eOnzErG would probably be completely dismantling Boa at this point. So, you know, maybe he's gathering his thoughts, thinking about what to do next game, but this game has been a lost cause for a while now. And honestly, if eOnzErG loses this game, here comes the storm drop finally, so making something happen. But without a doubt, if eOnzErG loses this game, it would be the throw of this of the millennium, not just the century.
Yeah, he's got a massive lead. Bo's gonna deny, I think, the top left base. There's really not a lot of defense here. There's lurkers in position, but they're all clumped up. Storm would deal a ton of damage, but again, Boa's army is mostly zealots. Now reinforcements are going to come in. I think that Boa will not be able to deny this base, or maybe he will. There is a decent chunk of zealots, more lings just pouring in. These lings do have crackling upgrades, so they are super strong. The storms are fantastic, and Boa's having an amazing trade. The problem for him is that he just doesn't have, you know, the econ that eOnzErG has. eOnzErG, even with this base denied, still has 5 bases up and running, and it looks like Boa may eventually just run out of steam. The goons are doing work. The zealots have kind of fizzled out. The lurkers are holding on strong. But behind this, we do have Boa with his 3rd base up and running. He needs to start getting a 4th base. And if he can get a 4th base, you know, it is Eclipse where he can split the map. Wow, the goons, are they going to really push through?
I mean, maybe, but eOnzErG, the thing is, he has a lot of units all over the map, just securing every single position, so he doesn't get caught off guard with kind of like guerrilla forces moving around and trying to attack different locations. So, like, you know, it looks like Boa is actually making progress, but again, just looking at the supply count over and over, it's 100 supply to 150 supply. It really just, it's so incredibly hard for Protoss to do anything in the situation. eOnzErG is expanding. He has all of bottom right already, way before Boa could even secure top left to have some compensation for, you know, fighting against these 2 bases. Look at the amount of lurkers there. And, you know, I'm expecting eOnzErG. The one thing eOnzErG doesn't have going for him is he doesn't have like a network of Nidus canals to really make sure that none of these bases are ever touched. But this is so many lurkers, it's just literally impossible to attack this. And Boa, really his only shot is to just accept that he's never going to be able to do anything about bottom right, take top left, and somehow miraculously grind this game down. But that would literally take, honestly, if Boa wins, it would probably take 50 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I was about to say something similar, is that I've seen this play out before where Zerg has great defense. They have like 30 lurkers. That's a lot of supply though. And sure, eOnzErG has, you know, all of the bases across the bottom right, but he's going to be giving up this 4th base that I thought would never happen. I didn't think there was any chance Boa would get top middle. And if Boa gets top left, that's a double gas base. That's the base that Protoss wants. That's where they can just spam out 1,000,000 Templars. And Templars are very cost effective. Now, this time, eOnzErG is not going to play defensive with these lurkers. He is just going to move them into position. And I see Dark Swarm coming in with these lurkers too. And unfortunately for Boa, his units are completely out of position. So this might actually just bust through all the way to the main.
Fortunately for Boa, though, he does have a shuttle coming in here with 2 Templars, so he's going to be able to storm down the units within the Dark Swarm, but no units in front just defending his Templar. And finally, his main army comes back. It's mostly Zealots, but oh my god, did they get eradicated by these 2-2 lurkers. I'm not quite sure what Boa's upgrades are at, but he's actually at an upgrade disadvantage once again. We've seen it earlier today against Sziky. Just how important upgrades are in this matchup for Protoss, at least. It really cannot be understated. But you know, Boa is going to clean this up, but now suddenly, because most of his units are here defending, his top left base is completely wide open, and eOnzErG going to shift his attention here with a bunch of Zerg units coming in. Darkstorm probably going to go down in a second. I mean, he doesn't even need it. This is Hydra Ling. The Storms were pretty sick there from Boa, killing most of the Zerglings, but now that the Lurkers get into position on the high ground here, and there's no Protoss units to speak of, I think eOnzErG is just going to kill this Nexus. And from here, I mean, Boa's at 27 probes. He needs, yeah, there we go. He GG's. I was gonna say he needs to get out of the game, dude.
Yeah, so GG coming in from Boa. eOnzErG didn't have his early game disrupted like he did last week, and you can see what happens when you let someone like eOnzErG go untouched. There was no point in that game where he was under threat. He took bases, he macroed like a god, he surpassed the Protoss in supply at around the 110 mark. So eOnzErG looking really good this time around, and Boa's going to need to make something happen. Like he put on Zealot pressure, but he did not have the trades that we're used to seeing from players like Dewalt and Bonyth.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Boa's opening was just a disaster once again. It looked like it was going to be really good from the beginning, but suddenly the Zealots started trickling in and just not getting any trades, but he kept sending Zealots across the map. And then the two Lings that eOnzErG snuck into Boa's base, despite not having speed, killed like a total of like 4 or 5 probes. And, you know, what was it, like 4 minutes into the game, 5 minutes into the game, the Zerg already matched the Protoss's worker count on 3 base. Yeah. It's literally impossible to come. It's so hard to come back from that. Boa was at a complete disadvantage the entire game. And again, I question, like, I get staying in the game longer to try and see if maybe the other player messes up and really force them, like make them work for the win. But that game, like it really, I mean, we saw the Corsair come out and there was already Scourge ready to intercept. We saw 6 gates not even finished. Zerg was on 6 hatches with full drone saturation. Like, those games are unplayable for Protoss. So staying in the game, but I mean, there is no reality in which any Protoss would have won that game, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, well, Protoss has some of the most cost-effective units in the game. I agree that there's the chances are very slim, but versus someone like eOnzErG, I think you can make an argument for staying, because eOnzErG seems to be someone like that can have his emotions overwhelm him. Like, imagine it goes to 40 minutes. Regardless of whether Boa wins that game, I think eOnzErG would be tilted at that point. Like, hey man, I had 6-7 bases and it still went to 40 minutes. So I think that could have been the mindset for Boa, is kind of really make eOnzErG work for it. But eOnzErG still takes a victory in game 1. Our next map is going to be Sylphid. This is potentially the last game of the day. This is the 6th series. It's going to be Boa versus eOnzErG. eOnzErG wins. This is game over, and this is going to be the end of day 3 of the round of 8. So in the top middle, we have our brown Zerg player. It is eOnzErG.
And in the bottom left, the green Protoss, it is Boa. Now, again, both players desperately need a win here. I think even if Boa loses this, yeah, you're right. And depending on how the other, if Boa would win this, I think that would secure him a spot through to the next round. For sure, he would not be in the bottom 2. eOnzErG still not out of the woods if he wins this. But as we were saying, eOnzErG has some more manageable games coming up. Boa only has Dewalt left to play, which is going to be extremely hard for him. So Boa desperately needs to win this game, probably more so than eOnzErG. But even if eOnzErG, if eOnzErG loses this, that would be terrible for him too, right? So
yeah, if eOnzErG loses here, he's just going to have kogeT, Oya, and Sziky left to play, and Oya's been looking really good. We know that Sziky is super deadly in the ZVC matchup, so it's going to be very hard. And then kogeT has not looked fantastic, but he's only played versus Protoss, and kogeT is one of the players that can pull out any build versus Zerg, especially something like 2-port raid. He can go drops, he can go bio, he can go mech. There's all types of builds, and we already know that mech is the bane of eOnzErG's existence. So I think that it is definitely more important for Boa to win here, but it is equally important, at least decently important for eOnzErG, because he doesn't have, you know, super easy opponents coming up, at least not in my opinion. Now we do have, I think this is going to be, no, it is a Forge. I thought we might have another 11 Nexus. Meanwhile, eOnzErG, maybe a third or, hatchery going down at the mineral only.
Yeah, very standard response here from getting scouted first by the Protoss player. Not going to waste any time getting that third hatchery down. And obviously on Sylphid, you know, the only time you ever get punished for getting a third hatchery down like that is if somehow Protoss is on some crazy one-base play. But on Sylphid, that's almost impossible. It's really hard for Protoss to do one-base plays. You know, maybe it could have been 2-gate or something like that at the front with the wall, but, you know, one-base tech plays, whatever, is not possible on a map like Sylphid, and even on non-Sylphid maps, you never see it. So, in general, you don't really get punished for getting that third hatchery. Now, despite that, eOnzErG gets, you know, he's getting all his hatcheries down, now getting his gas at a normal time. So just very standard from eOnzErG, but Boa got the 13 Nexus going. And really, you know, Boa, his plan here is to not die in the first 4 minutes in the game. Of the game, to 2 Zerglings.
Yeah, if the probe goes down, I think this will be the game we see 9-7-3. I think without a doubt, this will be the game we see 9-7-3. So it's crucial that this probe stays alive as long as possible. We do have the mineral only base already up, so there's no split map scenario, at least not from the openers like we saw Sziky going for a couple times today. I'm watching that gas very intent. Oh man, it went down at the wrong moment. Now, is there going to be a drone building a hydrogen? No, 100 gas got spent, and I think it got spent on speed. Yep, speed coming in for eOnzErG.
That is really weird, and that to me signals a hydrogen coming up here. It would be so weird if you went speed and then lair, which looks like is what's gonna happen. No, there it is.
There
okay,
it
the
is.
hydrogen, yeah. Thank God,
Well,
I would have been so confused.
Yeah, so this might be some 9-7-3 action with Ling supporting the Hydras, and this is something I think we only saw it, what, one time so far in the BSL? Everybody else has been playing pretty much standard lair, and the Munis last game was a bit of a switch up with eOnzErG taking a little bit later gas. So I'm curious how Boa's going to respond to this, because you also don't face 9-7-3. Well, I'm not a Protoss player, so I won't speak to that, but it seems like 9-7-3 is kind of phased out on the ladder, so we'll see what he has in store to deal with it. Hydra speed already coming in.
Oh no!
How do Lings get in?
This game's over now, and he's going to kill the cannon for free. Before losing any of these Lings, I mean, he does lose a lot of Lings there. 3 do get inside of the main, which is more than enough to do substantial damage. Now, the Stargate finishes. 1 probe goes down, 2 probes go down. That was already a decent amount of damage, but still all right for Boa if he does not lose any more probes. 3 probes is cutting it really close to being disfavorable here. But, oh my god, and the 4th probe is not going to be... Yeah, now it's completely disastrous. It's coming... Okay, I think only 4 probes go down for Boa. And that was a hefty amount of Lings. But the Hydras are going to follow up that attack. So, not too sure, actually. It's probably a decently even trade there. Boa might be slightly behind. But this is still playable for the Protoss.
Well,
yeah, there's another.
Oh my gosh, he almost gets another probe. Now, the one downfall of this is eOnzErG doesn't have the good econ that 9-7-3 gives you. He does see the Hydras. That was crucial that he spotted it instantly, puts up a couple cannons. eOnzErG scrambling to get across the map. He doesn't have range completed. I don't think it's just speed, but he has so many Hydralists. If Boa can hold on, he's in an okay position. If he but he doesn't have Citadel. Like, he doesn't have Temple Archive. He can't build DT. He can't build Storm. He's only relying on cannons. He also does... Oh, okay, there's a bit of a gap. I think he's going to pop those couple Zealots. But because the Hydras don't have range, can they even hit the cannon?
No, they can't. I don't think he does have range. He doesn't even have range queued here. So this is a disaster from eOnzErG. He's pulling the trigger too early. I mean, this is only cannons. He might be able to break through this, but the fourth cannon warping in just in time. The thing is, he has a lot of units reinforcing this, but I think Boa, by the skin of his teeth, he's gonna hold on for now, but he needs to put down more cannons. More cannons and finish warping here. Boa has 2 Corsairs. He needs to make them count. He's losing a lot of probes. This is so bad for Protoss, honestly, because the thing is, he can't get any of his infrastructure going. So even if eOnzErG actually commits heavily to this attack and is on low econ, he's going to have so much time afterwards to drone up, just because Boa, you know, just now getting his Citadel, no gateways are going to go down for a long time here. So eOnzErG is free to just commit heavily to this attack and then get an extra hatchery behind that and start droning up like crazy. These Corsairs are really the only units that will keep Boa into this game. Here comes the second wave. Boa is actually going to defend against this just fine. Can't lose too many probes, though. It's really important that he keeps most of his probes alive there. And these Corsairs, I feel like they're doing a decent amount of work. The thing is, when the Zerg commits so heavily to Hydra busting, you can't keep Hydras at home to defend. And you can see, actually, eOnzErG, is that +1? Is that range from Hydras? I think huge blunder from eOnzErG for getting that upgrade.
Yeah, and now eOnzErG's in big time trouble. There's enough cannons here that I don't think Boa really needs to worry about building anymore. I see Templar Archives coming in. The one thing that was going poorly for Boa is look at how much gas he has. That means that he was really not mining a lot of minerals, but because now he's stabilized, that obviously doesn't matter. But still, just the sight of these Hydras are forcing off so many probes from the line. But the Sayers do continue to scout what Zerg is going for. There's still no lair. Drone count is still extremely low. So he knows that this is just a continued all-in, and I don't think there's any chance of this working. You can see that range just now kicked in, and I think even +1 weapon completed for Boa, so the Forge isn't even a big loss. He'll just be able to rebuild that pretty easily.
Yeah, but it is mass cannon here. No gateways finished just yet, so you can see a world maybe. I mean, Boa has to keep his probes out. He's being extremely disciplined. This robotics is really kind of surprising because I mean, he should have vision with the Corsairs. He should know that there's no lair just yet for eOnzErG, so kind of a misstep there. Doesn't actually need to get observers anytime soon. Not quite. I mean, it's hard to know exactly. Oh, here comes the bust. It's a bunch of Hydras against cannons. Here come the probes. They have to be pulled to actually defend this. You know, cannons kind of suck versus Hydras. They just die so fast, and without Storm here or without Zealous to supplement the cannons, I feel like eOnzErG has done it.
Yeah, there's just an overwhelming amount of Zerg, and the cannons all fall. Behind this, there's nothing. There's robotics coming down, but there's no Reaver. Storm isn't done. And Boa White, he just taps out. And eOnzErG ends the series 2-0 on what looked like a failed all-in, but he just continued to go for it. And I'm surprised that it worked, because the whole time, the Sayers were scouting it. He knew what was coming, but maybe... What I did notice in the main was he built gates instead of rebuilding the Forge. Like, even if he didn't die there, he couldn't build any more cannons to stop a subsequent attack. Like, he just didn't have anything. So I think that was a huge misstep to lose the Forge and then not rebuild it.
Yeah, it's just not well managed by Boa. You know, he had full scouting information, like we keep saying, and he still built like a robotics. Like, why? And I mean, it's hard because he was hit with it so early on that he needs to build non-stop cannons, which means he's not, you know, he doesn't have the resources to build his infrastructure up, to build the Citadel up, to build the Templar Archives up, to build gateways behind it. So, you know, you're always going to be at risk there. But yeah, just the builder just wasn't, you know, I don't know if he was not cutting enough probes or what, but like, it is hard to stop. And eOnzErG just plowed through there, but really eOnzErG got so lucky that game in that he forgot Hydralisk range upgrade and still won. You know, if he had Hydra range way faster, those Hydras, the early attempts at busting would have went so much better.
Yeah, it really did look like looked he was just going to fizzle out, but he just continued to go for it, and Boa did not respect the potential despite seeing that it was just non-stop units. So unfortunately, Boa is going to fall to eOnzErG, and that is going to put his record at, I think, 2-4, and now all that's left for him is Dewalt. So it's going to be a very uphill battle for him. Meanwhile, eOnzErG finally today got on the board, taking out Dandy 2-0, now taking out Boa 2-0. So he should be feeling pretty good about his chances making it out. As I pointed out before, he's already faced Bonyth, he's already faced Dewalt. So all he's got left is kogeT and Oya and Sziky, of course, 3 very good players. But he's looking like he does have a good shot making it into the top 6. I'm looking to see what our matchups are tomorrow. It is going to be... Let me see.
Dewalt, Oya, eOnzErG, Sziky, kogeT, Bonyth, Oya, Dandy, Sziky, Oya, kogeT, Dandy. So a bunch of Oya games, a couple of kogeT games, couple of Dandy games, Sziky games. So tomorrow, 1 game from Bonyth and Dewalt. Those are going to be exciting. 1 game from eOnzErG. But yeah, I think tomorrow our feature player is going to be Oya. He's going to be playing 3 games. And then behind that, Dandy and kogeT and Sziky, all with 2 games. So really kind of an exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. We've got a PvP, ZVZ, 2 TVPs. Oh, we've got all of the mirror matchups today. Tomorrow. PvP between Dewalt and Oya. eOnzErG and Sziky might be my game of the day tomorrow. That should be a sick ZVZ, both players having ridiculous meter control. And then we get to see kogeT versus Dandy, which is a rematch of, I think, BSL 5 finals. So that should be a very interesting matchup too, especially since Dandy's looking pretty good and kogeT has looked somewhat solid also.
Yep.
So that is going to wrap up day 3 for us at BSL 10. Thank you so much for watching. We, of course, want to shout out our sponsors, Liquipedia, Blizzard, Esports Fund, and the viewers for supporting the BSL. CRVT coming in clutch with the big $500 donation. I saw a couple other viewers donating quite a bit too. What was it? Holy something, I can't remember his name. Holy Light, I think, donated like 150, just crazy, absurd amount of money. And LML also. So thank you so much for supporting the BSL. Also consider becoming a Patreon. Remember, if you are a supporter at the $10 level, I think you get all of the replays from BSL. And at the $100 or $50 level or above, you get coaching one-on-one with Mr. Zero himself. So consider becoming a Patreon if that interests you. Of course, at the $100 level, we have Mr. Star Lover. At $50, we have Andrzej Stemkowski, Gruglog, Striker, and Federico Castle. $20, Christian Eddington, Mad Cats, Fury Road, Scott Wallfield, LML, Lincoln Pump, and Comcheck. Thank you so much for supporting the BSL and every other Patreon supporter. We appreciate it quite a bit. So, Gypsy, that is going to wrap up day 3. Do you have any words before we sign out?
No, just a big thank you to everyone for tuning in today. Once again, big thank you to the BSL crew, and notably Zero, just the superhero, Superman, making this all run together. And yeah, that's it. I'm excited for tomorrow, Nayokin.
Yeah, they should be really good matches. Dewalt looks amazing, so he's going to be... I'm curious about the Oya versus Dewalt matchup, because Oya's looked pretty good, and now that Dewalt has kind of just solidified that he's at least the best right now in the round of 8, if Oya takes him down, that would make it very interesting in terms of who's the best Protoss player right now, so I'm excited for that. But that is going to be the end of day 3. Thank you guys so much for watching, and make sure to tune in tomorrow for some more BSL action.